Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Dark Hero System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You know his story, don't you? Or maybe you don't. Maybe it was all just a dream? Or maybe it was something else. The tale of Izuku Midoriya is a tale told billions of different ways. A boy born quirkless in a world of superpowers. A boy who reaches, again and again, for something more. Maybe it's the one where he earns a great power through tears and sheer will. Or the one where he finds it within himself buried deep beneath fear and failure. Or perhaps, the version where he takes it, through blood and broken promises. In every tale, he becomes something. A hero, a villain, a ghost, a father, a survivor alone in the wilderness, the owner of a coffee shop, the spark in someone else's fire, a survivor of things impossible, and the child of things improbable. You've heard them all, haven't you? Countless fables of his rise, his fall, his redemption, all orbiting one singular star that started as nothing more than dust in solar winds. Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko and Hisashi. Sometimes of All Might, sometimes of Eraserhead, sometimes strangely of Midnight. Sometimes quirkless. Sometimes divine. Sometimes nothing at all. It always begins the same. Or maybe it doesn't. Was it the office building? The roof? The words of an ex-friend too blind to see the breaking point? Or a hero too brittle to care? Was it his mother's silence that cracked him first? Or a father's absence that hollowed him? Which moment killed the dream? Killed the boy? Killed the man-to-be? Stomped out a fire predestined to grow until it burned itself out. Did he ever deserve joy? Was it ever his to have? Or did he drop it somewhere between childhood and the edge of the roof? Did Bakugo steal it from him, wrapped in the smoke of superiority? Did his parents fail to keep it safe? Did he never truly chase it? Or did he always have it, in some tiny forgotten corner of himself? Did a little girl offer it back to him, hand outstretched in the dark? Was it whispered upon the blood-scented air of a world not his own? Was it a hell crafted by his hands, and then trudged through by his feet that forged him into something more? I don't know. Those are other stories. Or are they all the same story? Other lives? Or are they all the same life? Other Izukus? Or are all Izukus the same in the end? I don't know, I only know what I know. But I can tell you this story. From here on, you can call me number and this story will. This one begins, like many of them do, on the edge of a building. Or was it the day after? Monday, April 2nd XX46, rooftop. All Might. I really need to know. Can I be a hero? Without a quirk? His voice cracked, brittle and scared, barely able to carry the unbearable weight of those tiny sparks of hope. See, can I be like you? He swallowed hard. It hurt. His throat was raw, scratchy, and dry. But never getting this chance to speak with his hero would hurt more. I've always wanted to be a hero. Like you. Always saving people, with that fearless smile. It all came tumbling out: fear, desperation, the pain of years spent clutching at a dream no one believed in. They twisted together in his throat, every word trembling on the edge of a sob he refused to let fall. He needed an answer. Even if, deep down, he already knew what it was going to be. His eyes dropped to the floor, unable to look at the shining beacon of his childhood dreams. Unable to bring himself to look the man he had always aspired to be like in the eyes. He was a coward. I've been told all my life that I couldn't be a hero. That I wasn't enough. He couldn't finish. Because All Might vanished. A sudden bloom of smoke burst outward, swallowing the rooftop and the hero alike. Izuku staggered back, coughing, eyes watering from the thick and almost hot fog. Somewhere within the haze, he heard a sound wet, hacking, and painfully hoarse. It was a sound he never would have expected from the symbol of peace. And when the smoke finally cleared, Izuku stared dumbfounded. The figure was the same height, if not a little hunched from coughing, and still dressed in All Might's clothes. But the bulk was gone, his frame sunken, skeletal, draped in the now loose clothing like a scarecrow trying to stand proud. And failing. His golden hair slumped down, as tired as the man beneath it. Dark eyes, more hollow than the heroes that once stood there, all but glared at him. Then the sharpness faded, but only slightly. What? Imposter? Izuku gasped, taking a few steps back as a newfound fear began to build. Someone could mimic All Might? It seemed impossible. The figure turned toward him fully now, gaze turning sharp once more within his sunken sockets at the word, imposter. Imposter? The man rasped. The voice was familiar, still All Might's, but rougher now. Raw, like it had been dragged across gravel. I assure you, young man, I'm no imposter. He slowly lowered himself onto the rough concrete with a wheeze, coughing hard into his hand. Though lately, I've started to feel like one. There was a bitter chuckle, then he continued. You know how guys hold in their stomachs at the pool? Flex a little, pretend they've still got it? It's kind of like that. I hold it all in. He lifted his shirt. Izuku flinched. Where the symbol of peace once stood within Izuku's mind, strong and untouchable, now there was only a ruin of a man. The sight of the deep, grotesque crater carved into his side, puckered and pink with old scarring. It looked like something had taken a bite out of him. And it made Izuku feel sick. What could have done that? I got this 5 years ago, the man said calmly. A fight with a villain. A nasty one. Izuku's mind reeled, dredging up information like a quarry does stone. 5 years ago? The only villain that gave you trouble then was Toxic Chainsaw? But that wound was to your arm, not this. His thoughts spun faster. A wound that deep, how are you even alive? Let alone standing? What kind of damage would it take to destroy muscle mass like that? Starvation? No, this is something else. The man watched him silently, letting Izuku stew in his muttered theories. After a moment, he answered the question. You're not wrong about Toxic Chainsaw, he spoke softly, a sigh barely passing through him before he continued. That BSTRD gave me a scar, sure. But this? He gestured to the hole in his side. This wasn't his doing. He lowered the shirt as if it mattered. The damaged flesh was burned into Izuku's psyche. He doubted he would ever see anything as grotesque for the rest of his life. More than half my stomach, a lungton. We kept it from the public. Imagine what the media would have done if they knew the symbol of peace was held together by grit and tape. Or worse, imagine what the villains would do. He let out a slow, tired breath. It sounded like defeat. Then, his eyes shifted to meet Izuku's. There's a lot of fear behind that smile you idolize. He stood, looming again, but not proud, just tired. Do I think you could be a hero without a quirk? He asked. Then, without hesitation, no. The word cracked something inside Izuku. No, I don't think so. Even with a quirk, it's dangerous. Brutal. And being quirkless? Well, it's not impossible, but it's close. Villains get stronger every day, just like heroes. Some people wander this earth with the power to crush you with the air you breathe. His voice softened just slightly. You should consider other paths. Police work. Emergency response. You could still help people. Izuku didn't listen to the rest. The world blurred around him. Wanting to help people is an admirable trait, but hero work is work that could get you killed. Izuku didn't raise his head. He just let the man continue to speak, feeling a tremor in his chest begin to pick up. He tried to hold it in. Tried to keep his face numb, neutral, not showing how hurt those words had made him. The first hiccup forced its way out just as the wind picked up. It was only the soft tap of tears against concrete that broke the forced silence completely. All Might was gone. And Izuku was alone. Low thunder rolled across the cityscape, a gentle tremor that rattled the rooftop beneath the young teen's feet. He stared out across the skyline with hollow, glassy eyes as thick rivulets of tears traced down his cheeks, carving hot paths through the cold of the whipping air. His fingers trembled as he dropped his bag beside him, curling up on the dirty concrete like a child seeking shelter from a catastrophe that had already broken out inside him. Rain began to fall, cold, indifferent, and earnest softly at first, like the world was apologizing for what had just happened. But there was no comfort in the pitter-patter of droplets on stone. Soon the downpour soaked into his clothes, clinging to his skin, leaching warmth, until he could no longer tell where his shivers ended and his tears began. He didn't know how long he sat there, curled into himself like a dead thing waiting to be fossilized by the world. Time had stopped meaning anything. At some point he rose, feet moving on autopilot, and stepped toward the rooftop railing. The wind slapped rain across his face. His mop of green hair darkened to near black and plastered to his skull flung cold droplets as he shook his head. A tiny gesture of refusal. Of restraint. His gaze dragged down the length of the fall beneath him, hungry. Not for the leap but for the quiet at the bottom. For the idea of silence inside and out. Everything was too loud. The city. The night. His own mind worst of all. He wanted a world that didn't hurt simply to exist in. The voices his voice, split and warped into dozens crowded his skull. 10, 20, 40 versions of himself all screaming the same thing. Jump. End it. Let it stop. The numbers didn't matter. The pressure did. It pressed on his ribs, on his spine, on the back of his teeth until the ache felt physical. But he didn't jump. Not even as the screaming voices in his head begged him to, he refused. He had plans tomorrow. He could hold out until after those. He needed to. He would need to at least write a note, for the only people who seemed to still care. He turned away, his mind's eye reliving the scenario again and again, his heart cracking into thousands of more shards with each step he took. He wished he had said something, anything to the man all might instead of the hero. He wished, within that deepest pit within his gut, that he had asked a different question, had gotten a different answer. Step by step, he descended the stairwell. Every echo of his footsteps as he descended the cold concrete stairs felt like another piece of him was being mummified by the thing clinging within his chest. People in the building turned to look as he passed, dripping a steady trail of water with every step, a ghost haunting the mundane world they lived in. A weird child with weird hobbies like all the rest. The stairs didn't stop on the train. He sat in silence on the bright green seats, trembling, soaked to the bone. The neon color that once mirrored his vibrant hair now mocked him. His signature green dulled to a lifeless hue by the rain, by everything that had happened. When he stepped off the train, the city swallowed him whole. The cold streets stretched on endlessly, empty except for him and the quiet jeers of strangers' gazes from high-up apartments. Not one of them really saw him, but their eyes still burned with judgment. When he reached his apartment, home, hell, the silence greeted him like an old friend. The kind you hate but can't get rid of. Some codependent force that made you keep returning in hopes of it getting better. It hadn't always been like this. When he was younger, the walls had echoed with laughter and warmth. He remembered the joy, the family dinners, the feeling of belonging. Then came the doctor's words. The quiet visit. The shaking of heads. The crack in the world. His father left soon after the diagnosis. Packed in minutes, screamed in frustration, then slammed the door and never came back. Izuku's memories of that week after his father's leaving were foggy. The fog was like water being spilled onto the pages of his mind, ruining the ink of the week with a thick miasma of sorrow and pain. No part of him wished to rewrite that week's page, so he left those memories foggy and muted, forgotten in the margins. Repressed and locked in its cage. But the weeks, the months, the years after hadn't been so bad, not at first. He still had his mom. They still had each other. That counted for something. It should have counted for something. At least he thought so. Sure, once he was back home, a part of him remembered not being home for a week after his father left. His mom was distant. Her eyes never looked at him the same. She had been distant, so distant that every attempt he made to bridge that gap of quiet stares felt like an impossible task. He had hoped it would pass. It never did. 4.5 years later, she got her medical doctorate. Started working longer days. Started coming home later and later. Smiled at him even less than before. Hugged less. Spoke less. And Izuku began to understand. She was still there, but her heart had packed up and left with his father's final words. He thought it would hurt. He thought it would feel like knives in his chest or a raw, open wound. But it didn't. It was just numb. As he grew older, she grew even more estranged, even farther away from him. Izuku didn't bother calling out when he entered the house. If she wasn't home, she wouldn't answer. And if she were, she wouldn't care. The stench of the sludge villain still clung to him, mixing with the cold in his bones. Stripping off his rancid clothing, he stepped into the bathroom and turned the shower as hot as it would go. Scalding water poured over him, but it wasn't enough to burn away the memory of All Might's words. "Do I think you could be a hero without a quirk? No, I don't think so. Even with a quirk, it's dangerous. Brutal. And being quirkless? Well, it's not impossible, but it's close. You should consider other paths. Police work. Emergency response. You could still help people." The words echoed in his skull like a cruel joke as he filled his mouth with hot water and spat out the remnants of the slime villain that had worked its way between his teeth. The itching burn in his throat throbbed at the motion, but he ignored it. He was used to jokes at his expense, but nothing had prepared him for the whole world to finally show him that he truly was the joke the whole time. Izuku gripped his hair. Somehow, he had curled up in a ball in the steaming hot water, his skin red and irritated from the heat as small clumps of green hair washed down the drain in slow circles. Izuku watched the swirl of water going down the drain as more hair joined in. A part of him wondered if he stayed in there long enough, would he melt and circle the drain as well? A part of him wished yes. The heated water rained down without end as he sat there for a few more minutes, using the expired shampoo to attempt to clean the gunk from his hair. The sliver of body soap left was used in its entirety, desperately used to get the smell that still burned his nose off of him. When he finally emerged, steam flooded out into the cluttered and dusty apartment. The storm outside had grown worse. It was like the world itself was mimicking his emotions as they churned inside of him. He stepped into his room, and the walls stared back at him mocking, filled with the face of a man who had broken his dream completely and totally. All Might's posters grinned at him with that familiar smile. A fake smile. A smile full of fear. A smile that was a lie. The man he saw behind the smoke wasn't a hero. He was just another adult who couldn't help him. Just another lie wrapped in muscle, laughter, and the title hero. A man who couldn't even lie to him and let him fail and regret trying. Maybe All Might being blunt had been a gift. Maybe it had been a mercy from someone who had gone through the horrors of heroism and didn't want someone who couldn't help themselves throw their life away. But Izuku didn't care. Something snapped as he looked out over the dozens of collectibles he had skipped meals to buy, some even stolen. Fewer still were the few gifts from the two friends he had, and yet, he couldn't find even the smallest joy in the mocking smiles around him. He didn't remember when he started, only that his knuckles hurt and blood smeared across his fingertips. The posters were shredded, the figurines shattered, the merch torn apart in his fury. The carefully built shrine to the man he had admired his entire life lay in ruins, pieces scattered like ash after a fire. Only when his breathing slowed did he realize what he had done. Chest heaving, fingers shaking, he sank to the floor and stared at the destruction. There was nothing left. No warmth. No dreams. No hero. Just silence and holes in a wall that had listened to his pain. He crawled into bed. The thin mattress barely afforded him comfort as his arms hugged his pillow like a lifeline. His eyes closed, but sleep didn't come easily. He would deal with it in the morning, and parts of him wished that the slime villain would return and finish him off in his room so he wouldn't have to. The next day, Tuesday, April 3rd XX46. The morning came slowly with pale light that filtered into the dusty, rubble-filled room. Izuku rose from his bed with the stiffness of someone who hadn't truly slept, but had tried their best and lost. He dressed in silence, pulling on his last surviving uniform, the only one without burn marks, rips, or tears. Yet it smelled faintly of mildew, like it had spent too long crumpled in a drawer, which it had. Grabbing his bag and a soft, slightly moldy apple from the back of the fridge, he slipped on his shoes and left the house without a word. Only pausing to take a bite of the apple in his hand, brushing the mold off of his lips as he closed the door. As fate would have it, Inko was just returning from the night shift. She met him at the top of the stairs, groceries in one hand, keys in the other. He noticed the contents without meaning to enough for a single person's dinner and a bottle of cheap wine. The usual. She paused when she saw him. Her eyes swept over her son the way someone might examine a disappointing thrift store find. His hair was long again, unkempt curls flattened against his scalp, clearly untouched by a comb. Haircuts were expensive. She wasn't buying him one. The look she gave him was accusing, as if his appearance was a personal offense. And honestly, part of him agreed. He could already hear the thoughts she'd throw at him later, once the door was closed. The least you could do is try to look presentable. Your shirt was wrinkled. The knees of your pants were scuffed. Fix it. And then the thoughts she wouldn't say, the ones he still heard anyway. How he looked too thin. How the spark that used to linger stubbornly in his eyes, the pathetic scrap of hope she resented, was finally gone. She would notice that. She'd have to. And a small, quiet part of her would feel relieved. Maybe he's finally growing up, she'd think. Maybe he'll become something now. He brushed past her without meeting her eyes. She didn't stop him. Neither of them said a word. Inko sighed as she reached the door. She'd talk to him when he got home. Maybe. If her mood allowed. Maybe. Izuku kept walking, settling into the familiar rhythm of his morning routine, a gauntlet of cruelty, humiliation, and doing his best to stay silent. Familiar students were stationed like vultures along the way, waiting to pick at him. With taunts and mockery. But today, Izuku didn't react. When they threatened him, he didn't flinch. When they laughed, he didn't look up. When a battle between two pro-heroes and a villain erupted just a few blocks away, a normal event in Mizudafu, he walked right past it, not sparing a glance. Not even reaching for his scorched notebook. Not even daring to look at who was in the fight. The city was alive, loud, and colorful. But to Izuku, it might as well have been dead. A shadow of its former self, an echo chamber of heroes and villains, and a world that didn't need him. When he arrived at school, the usual wave of sneers and muttered insults hit him at the gates and followed him all the way to his seat. The moment he sat down, silence fell, a vacuum before the storm. What the F dash? Bakugo's voice tore through the air like a whip. Izuku blinked, startled, then realized. He hadn't said hello. That's fine. It's not like he ever got one back. So why did the blonde care? He didn't bow, didn't flinch, didn't acknowledge his childhood tormentor with even a slight glance. And for someone like Bakugo, that was enough. With all the fury of a thunderstorm denied its lightning, Bakugo erupted into a tirade, words laced with venom, meant to draw blood. But Izuku only stared down at his desk. Listening. Enduring. Something in him didn't register the pain this time. The insults were old. Overused. They didn't sting like they used to. You'll never be a hero. All Might said that to. So what could Bakugo possibly say that would matter anymore? That would matter to him. Change anything. Do anything. The words were like Izuku, useless. Tired. Eventually, the teacher arrived, cutting the tantrum short. The lesson began. The day dragged on. Izuku kept to himself, eating lunch on the roof to avoid more trouble. The quiet was welcome. Then, when the final bell rang, he didn't hesitate. His bag was already zipped, and he slipped out the door before the chime even finished echoing. Past Bakugo's desk. Down the stairs, two at a time. Through the front gates with the single-minded desperation of someone fleeing a fate they knew far too well. But you can't outrun the scribe of fate. A quill like that always knows where to write your name. And Izuku Midoriya was its favorite tragedy to draft. So even now, no matter how fast he ran, he could never truly lose the explosive beast who made a hobby of ruining his days. He threaded through alley after alley, weaving the familiar backstreets of Mizudafu until he dropped behind a rundown convenience store. The alley reeked of sour water and old trash, but at least he couldn't hear Bakugo's footsteps anymore. His lungs seized in protest as he hit the pavement. Breath came in ragged pulls, hands shaking so hard he had to press them against the wet ground. Last night's rain clung to the edges of his shoes and soaked into his pants, the cold sinking straight through him. Losing Bakugo was one thing. Escaping fate's eyes was another. He was always going to end up here. Always going to be the boy gasping on cold concrete while, somewhere nearby, Bakugo chose to turn right. Fate adored left turns. And the smell hit him before his next breath even reached his lungs. Slime. Sewage and bile. A scent that had clung to him even slightly after his shower. His blood ran cold. Before he could even scramble to his feet, it was on him. The sludge villain struck like a wave of filth, grabbing him, enveloping him, suffocating him. The ooze forced its way into his nose, his throat, his lungs. He couldn't scream. Couldn't breathe. It burned like acid. His mind screamed, he wanted to go home. It echoed again and again. The villain laughed, a horrible, gurgling sound of victory as Izuku's vision blurred. His limbs thrashed weakly. The world shrank to pain and pressure and the echo of his own heartbeat in his ears. He could taste words on his lips he would never get to say, to tell his mom, even after everything, that he still loved her. But even that felt too far away now. Drowning, he was drowning in thick slime, and in those final moments, he accepted it. Relaxed. Accepted his fate, as the only one written for him alone. Yet, just as his mind flicked to dark, movement took his hands, pulling them close, reaching for something. He would never know what. Central Yarnum. Osefka's clinic, night of the long hunt. Izuku's consciousness returned slowly like breathing oil. The first thing he noticed was the faint clatter of glass that danced through the air, similar to chimes. But not just glass, not just the vials clinking in a hand. Metal tools were shifted on a tray, paper shuffling beside him, then tapped together to straighten them up. A low hum filled the air, the kind that sank into the bones, like someone working contentedly in the corner of a library. But he wasn't in a library, he couldn't be. He had died. He knew he had died. He could still feel the sharp pain of something inside rupturing as his mind fell. Was he in a bed? No, not a bed. A table? Cold. It could be. Then hot breath, far too close. Ah, yes. The voice was gentle, even warm. Male, aged, and slightly rhymed with a cracking sanity. While we don't have a record for your condition, you've come to the right place. Yarnum is the home of the blood ministration. It's just, you only need to unravel its mystery. Yarnum? The name meant nothing to Izuku, but the tone made his stomach tighten. The man chuckled softly to himself. But where's an outsider like you to begin? Why, with a little Yarnum blood of your own. Izuku's fingers twitched. He didn't understand what was happening. The voice sounded kind. Kind like a hospice worker. Kind like someone smiling while preparing a needle. You've suffered quite a long journey to reach this great city. At such a young age, too. There was something almost wistful in the way the man spoke. And you should be glad you did. Then pain, a sharp jab in his arm. A needle. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, struggling against the heaviness weighing them down. The room was dim, flickering with candlelight. Wood old, groaning, Victorian made up the walls, the floors, the furniture. A medical gurney lay beneath him. His arm had an intravenous needle pushed into it. The blood used in ministration, the man continued, voice still chipper. The blood soon entering your veins is the trade of Yarnum. Then left. Not cruel, just wrong. It is a special thing indeed. The only thing that can cure your sickness. Your ailment. Izuku's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Cure? What sickness? What ailment? The only thing he'd ever had was the flu. Was being quirkless a sickness here too? His breath hitched, his mind raced, repeating a mantra of, this isn't real. I died. I had to have died. Why am I not dead? Each repeated in repetition, everything was wrong. He felt wrong, the air tasted wrong, the world was a shade too dark, yet far too bright. The man leaned closer, face finally visible beneath the wide brim of a battered top hat. He wore torn, grimy Victorian clothes. His beard was long and unkempt. Fabric covered his eyes, or maybe there were no eyes beneath it at all. He sat in an old, wheeled chair like some forgotten monument. Izuku's voice finally broke free, hoarse, panicked, barely above a whisper. What is this? Now, the man said with finality, ignoring Izuku's words, reaching for something just out of sight. Let's begin the transfusion. With a singular motion, the man grabbed and unveiled a large vial of liquid. The fluid within was dark red with a sickly yellow tint, sloshing as it was placed into the fore-rack. It didn't look like medicine. It looked alive. The glass housing had to have been over an inch thick, with thin etchings along the outside. Izuku barely caught the number 41 branded on its metal cap as it was screwed into place. "Oh, don't you worry," the man whispered. "You'll be as good as new. Like it was all just a bad dream." He giggled, soft at first. Then louder, spliced with scattered, lunatic rambling, almost all too broken to understand except for the final, "Hey, and if you ever wake up, do come find me. Hee. Izuku watched in frozen horror as the blood, the sickly, oversaturated blood, began to move down the tube, mixing with the fluid that had been within it moments before. He tried to struggle, tried to scream, but his limbs were stone, his throat raw and useless. The remnants of the sludge villain still clung to him, weighing him down. His fingers barely twitched. His vision swam. Then the blood reached his veins. He didn't even have time to realize that he wasn't in his clothes, nor did any slime still cling, yet he still felt it, like a phantom sensation clinging to his being. The pain hit instantly blazing, like his entire bloodstream had caught fire. It burned into his muscles, his bones, his mind. Every nerve screamed as his body convulsed against the restraints. Whatever was in that blood, it wasn't human in nature. His mind screamed at him, words he had never heard, echoes of voices not his own. It wasn't healing him. It was killing him. Cells ignited, torn apart. His entire body was breaking and being stitched together by the blood over and over. His bones felt like steel in a cursed forge. He couldn't even think, only feel. The pain was so vast, so total, it swallowed everything else. He wanted to scream. He wanted to claw his way out of his own skin. And through it all, the man in the chair simply laughed. Laughed his sick, twisted, and endless laugh. Time passed in a crawl. Seconds were minutes. Minutes were hours. And every hour was forever. Regularly, the elderly blood minister returned to check on his patient. The blood minister, Henry, didn't know what the disease quirkless truly was. It fought the good blood with a stubborn, almost violent resilience. The boy had been coughing up blood for nearly 3 hours. And the only option left to the minister was to wash out as much of the old human quirkless blood as possible. He'd done this before. He'd saved many sick by flooding them with more than 3 times the standard transfusion dose. But there was always a pattern in his patients, a grim consistency. The younger the recipient, the less likely they were to survive the ministration. Still, he had 8 hours left before the hunt began. He might as well try to keep this one from dying. Time passed, and as the pale moon rose and the hunt was called, the boy had stabilized. Barely. 18 vials of old blood dilution level 3. A sewing needle. 2 buckets, 1 for vomiting, 1 for bloodletting. And finally, silence. The boy had stopped coughing. Whether he would live through the night was another matter entirely. Minister Henry reached for the 19th vial, turning it in his hand. The glass caught the moonlight, thin and trembling. This was the last of its kind old blood sourced from a contact deep within the church's upper echelons. They'd sworn it was of the purest quality, which might have been why the boy reacted so violently to it. He wasn't going to question the choir, or Iosefka, about why this specific blood had been required for this specific child. It wasn't his product. It wasn't his business. It hadn't been for years. Henry was far too tired for questions. Far too tired for Yarnum's nightmares. With a weary prayer to the healing church, he adjusted the slow-drip rig, holstered his pistol, and wheeled himself into the dark. The hunt had begun. And with any luck, the boy would never have to join it. In the other room, Iosefka, owner of the clinic, a woman of quiet precision, had feared the worst the moment the green-haired child arrived on her doorstep. He was gaunt, starved, barely breathing. His blood work showed catastrophic deficiencies in nutrients, hydration, oxygen, and unmistakable signs of prolonged asphyxiation. With Henry's help, she dragged the boy inside and onto a gurney. From there, She'd left his treatment to the minister while she tended to patients who were at least stable patients who were, for the moment, still human. She hadn't planned to use the old blood on him. But the man from the choir insisted. Said the decision wasn't his, dropped off a locked case of vials, and went straight to speak with Henry. She'd never seen a child this far gone and still alive. Never seen one abandoned on her doorstep and ordered to be infused with Yarnum blood as if he were some experiment delivered on schedule. Her patients were usually middle-aged, elderly, people whose bodies had spent decades soaking in the city's horrors. She despised working with children. This boy wasn't even half the age of her youngest patient. She did not watch the bloodletting. She did not ask what Henry had done. When he left for the hunt, she only noted the absence of coughing and assumed the child had been sedated. Stable. Alive at least for now. In truth, she should have checked on him more often. But with 20 other patients, all of whom hadn't shown signs of the beast plague, she was forced to make a choice. Them all for one unstable child. Or lock the door and pray he didn't change before she returned. 3 hours passed in a blur of injections, stitching, and whispered prayers. When she finally found time to check on him, he was gone. Blood pooled next to the table from a knocked-over bucket. It was stretched in a way no liquid could do on its own. Instead of pooling around the bucket, it crept along the floor and to the table where the child had been. The wooden floor was cracked in places. Medical tools were scattered around in disarray. Yet, she couldn't find a corpse. Only a single letter, left on the table where he had once lain. It was addressed to someone named Izuku. Central Yarnum. Osefka's clinic, night of the long hunt. Drip, 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 drip. It was cold. The world around him was obscured from all senses, all pain, all exhaustion, all the beatings of his heart. All suppressed by the chill, unending stretch of unconsciousness that wrapped around Izuku like a heavy veil obscuring his thoughts, shielding him from the corruption of the night, from the imbibement of the moon. Fate scratched another word into its page as breath grew heavy. What is unconsciousness that most deepest of sleep if not a state of waiting to be awoken? Simply a small reprieve from life. A small death to distract you from the world. Drip, drip, drip. It was the hard surface beneath him that first drew his attention. Not the thin, lumpy, and ancient mattress he slept on each night. Not the sweet scent of his laundry softener, the one that lingered even between washes. Not the familiar weight of his thin sheets pulling him gently into dreams and nightmares alike. There was no comfort here. Even in his world of itching burns and scarred fingertips, there had once been some comforts. He felt sticky, cold. His wrists ached, and his mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper. Even the simple act of squinting drained what little strength he had left. There was a thick, cloudy film over everything, sluggishly slow to clear from vision. His thoughts came to him like malaise, inch by inch, they filled his skull, yet failed to do so with any urgency. Dull and painfully impossible to comprehend. He blinked up at the ceiling, wooden, cracked, and foreign, and tried to focus, which was far more of a struggle than it had any right to be. Still, bit by bit, his mind clawed its way back. Drip, drip, drip. He couldn't move, not yet. His muscles were like leaded weights, his bones steel beams. It felt like he had gone through the flu 6 times over, and his body was crippled with exhaustion. But at least he could think. Which, if Izuku was honest, was not much of a silver lining in this situation. First observations came quickly. A clinic, maybe? The blend of medieval and Gothic surgical instruments told him he was somewhere far from home. Far from anything he recognized. If it were any other situation, Izuku would have eagerly explored the new place. He always liked Gothic architecture and interior design. But the second observation that sparked in his skull made it impossible to enjoy anything around him. Whatever they'd pumped into his veins, it had hated him. He remembered the pain. The fire tearing through him like someone had lit dry tinder under his skin. The twitch and pull of something deep in his chest, flexing, crawling, settling, carving out a place for itself in his flesh. The ripping, the tearing, the reforming. Skin behaving like it wasn't skin at all. Just thinking about it, his breath hitched. Pain spiked behind his eyes, sharp and sudden, like someone dragging a clothespin across the inside of his skull. His flesh had. What the hell was happening to him? Why was this happening? He remembered the blindfolded man. The cuts. The draining. The hours of agony. And he remembered, thanks to the pain threading through him now, that somehow, inexplicably, they hadn't killed him. But why hadn't they? That procedure should have ended him. Something in his chest moved. Writhing. Wriggling. Expanding, compressing, pumping. Alive. His body spasmed. His head smacked the edge of the medical table, the impact flashing white across his vision, but it also grounded him. Anchored him. He clung to the pain like a lifeline and forced the rising panic back down. He needed to think. He needed to figure out what the hell they had done. Where he was. Why was he alive? Were they part of the quirkless dehumanization movement? Did they see him as a failed experiment? A disposable subject? He'd heard rumors quirkless people vanishing every year, written off as mundane disappearances. But the QDM's online presence had been growing louder, more vicious. Even the Hero Commission seemed unable or unwilling to stamp them out. And if these people were QDM, why keep him alive? His thoughts spiraled wildly, theories crashing into each other, unraveling faster than he could form them. Crash. A heavy impact shattered the silence. Something thick sloshed to the left of the cot. Izuku turned his head with a painful slowness and instantly regretted it. A large bucket had spilled over. His blood pooled across the wooden floor. The subdued coppery stench flooded the room in the time it took for Izuku to breathe. The blood didn't sit still or pool into a simple puddle. It moved. Crawling. Slithering. Stretching toward him. Like a living carpet of red wine, it crept inch by inch toward him. From its depths, something rose. First came the head black, whether from the fur itself or the blood. The hair was a dark, matted expanse of coarse thread with clots of red clinging through it. Slowly, the eyes like twin suns, bright yellow and furious, rose from the rose-red blood. Eyes that didn't just look at him, they looked into him. Through him. One clawed limb emerged. Then another. It crawled out of the blood with dragging weight, each step gouging deep divots into the floorboards. Each movement was slow, like the air had an impossible weight that kept the beast from rising fully from the floor, and yet it kept coming. Wood cracked and splintered with each movement the beast made, its form seeming to grow and stretch out from the ever-expanding sea of blood carpet with no ties to the laws of physics or care of sanity. The beast grew closer, its jaw hanging open with a wide, trembling pit for a throat. Its teeth, even though the creature had crawled from blood, glinted impossibly white. Izuku trembled uncontrollably. He'd seen lycanthropy quirks before. He'd even studied them. But nothing he'd ever read or watched looked like this. His mind flickered between instinct and analysis, trying to observe features even as terror chewed at his nerves. If he survived, every detail might matter, but the creature's breath was hot on his skin, close enough to taste the rot in it. A single claw lifted toward him. To grasp or to tear him open. He couldn't decide which fate was worse. The monstrous digits were tipped with dagger-length natural blades, perfect for gutting and peeling flesh from bone. Dark stains clung to them, the blood that had birthed it. Its breath washed over him again, hot and wet, flecking his cheeks with spit and foul-smelling slime. Heavy, labored breathing filled the room, sour, coppery, like meat left too long in summer heat. Ropes of saliva dripped from its maw and splattered against the floor. The longest claw brushed his cheek. Just barely. Enough to sting. Izuku wanted to run, wanted to scream until his throat shredded, but the restraints held him in place. All he could do was watch death approach. And then, fire. The beast howled something between a man's shriek and a dog's dying whimper as flames erupted across its body. Its voice dissolved into a mangled chorus of pain, words, and sounds tangled into something inhuman. It thrashed wildly, crashing through trays, cabinets, whatever it could hit. Yet the flames didn't spread. They clung only to its flesh. Izuku sobbed helplessly as the burning creature staggered away, tumbling down the nearby staircase and vanishing into the dark. Its horrific wails echoed down the corridor long after it disappeared, mixing with the throbbing pain in his cheek and the heat still lingering in the air. He stared up at the ceiling. His stomach burned. It hurt just to cry. Tremors shook him, hiccups breaking into uneven sobs, fear giving way to something older, deeper. Nausea clawed at his insides. His lungs seized with each rapid breath. He was pinned, paralyzed, unable to move, unable to do anything but shake. And through the haze of delirium, right as his sobs cracked into broken laughter at the absurdity of it all, as everything overwhelmed him, he saw them, and he screamed. Tiny things, white as snow, cold, doll-like bodies clambering up his limbs, crawling across his clothes that weren't even his. Soft sking noises, groans, croaking little sounds from their small, warped throats. Their eyeless sockets stared into him. Their lipless mouths dribbled saliva. They babbled nonsense as they dug tiny fingers into fabric and skin. Even at the height of terror, as breath became impossible, the disgust sank neatly into his skull. Everything normal had been taken from him, utterly, permanently. And something inside him twisted. Horror blurred into hysterical amusement. His vision faded around the edges. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight. He couldn't even breathe properly. He squeezed his eyes shut, body shaking in a grotesque mix of laughter and sobs. He accepted it. Whatever this place was, whatever had been done to him, it didn't matter anymore. This was it. He was dead. And this was hell. It had to be. Like whiplash, consciousness returned. Gasping, groaning, pain blazing through his entire body, Izuku stared up at the ceiling above him. Dry tears and snot clung to his face in just the way to irritate as he blinked. He attempted, with great struggle, to calm the shuddering breath that forced its way through his lungs. He wanted to go home. Even a mother who barely cared, just the thought of her distant glare felt like salvation compared to the last few hours? Days? Time didn't exist here. Not for him anyway. Since he had first woken, it had been just blood, pain, and fear. A stray thought danced through his foggy mind. Did Mom miss me? He didn't even try to kid himself. She probably didn't. But maybe there was a chance. A small one. An impossibly small one. Yet somehow a flicker of hope that had survived 14 years of disappointment still smoldered in his chest. A tiny, pathetic ember insisting that maybe things could be okay again. That maybe this wasn't the end. Fragile hope. But it was still hope. And it gave him just enough strength to breathe. He'd give up the dream of being a hero. Gladly. Completely. The world had beaten that out of him. If he could just go home, curl up on his awful mattress and sleep until his body refused to let him sleep anymore, he'd take that deal in a heartbeat. But as he lay there, inhaling slow, steady breaths, he knew the truth. So long as he was alive, some small piece of Izuku Midoriya, the idiot boy who wanted to save people, would keep twitching inside him. He groaned as he pushed himself upright. Every bone ached with phantom pain, like the memory of knives still lingered in his marrow. Fresh scars lined his arms, thin, deliberate slices meant for maximum blood loss. They glowed faintly in the low light, soft silver under the clinic lamps. Compared to the star-shaped ones Kaken left behind, these were almost beautiful. Alien. Wrong. He shuddered and forced the thought away. Focus. He pulled the sleeves of the clothes that weren't his down, fumbling with the buttons as his hands trembled. Then he took the first step. The first of millions. The floor creaked under his bare feet. He needed to go home. No matter where he was, no matter what had happened. And if by some miracle he could help anyone else trapped here, anyone like him, maybe he could still be a hero. A real one. He had a goal now. Get out. Get home. Izuku paused, shuffling awkwardly as he finally processed the outfit he wore. The clothes matched the building gothic, heavy, rough fabric that scratched but didn't quite hurt. He moved slowly through the wreckage of smashed trays and splintered wood toward the door the beast had crashed through. The door was closed now, heavy and looming. He pushed it open. A staircase stretched downward, long and dusty. How did the wheelchair-bound man leave? He couldn't have gone down this path, it would have been impossible. Izuku shook the muttering off. He needed to focus. Escape first. Figure out the rest after. His eyes swept the room again. A pair of shoes sat tucked beneath the medical table he'd been strapped to. He grabbed them, shaking them out, half expecting needles or knives to fall out. Nothing. He slid them on. They fit perfectly. The realization sent a cold shudder down his spine. Izuku couldn't let himself get psyched out now. He swallowed the lump in his throat and turned back to the stairs, closing the distance between them and himself in moments. A deep, resonant creak of wood. Each step ummed under his weight, echoing through the still air. He walked slowly down the stairs, attempting to reduce the noise the best he could. But with each stair doing its best to announce his presence, it felt useless. A soft sound, maybe paper ripping? He continued down. Soft sounds continued to echo as he descended, growing more distinct. Thick, cracking, followed by faint slurping and the gnashing of teeth. Stringy things ripping, the sounds of viscous fluid dripping onto wood, rough choking of something swallowing, forcing a bite too big down its gluttonous maw. Izuku froze. Down at the bottom of the stairs, he stood stock still like a statue. Past the broken remnants of medical gear, rows of unused cots, stocked cabinets, and bloodied tiles, the lycanthrope was feeding. The same one from before. It hunched over a mangled corpse, its jaws tearing flesh from bone. Blood soaked the floor around it, mingling with shattered tools and upturned furniture. His stomach churned. He could feel bile rise in his throat. He tried to push it down but had to turn back and expel the foul liquid onto the stairs. He recomposed himself as best he could, turning back to the beast and creeping ever so slowly into the room. There was nothing he could do. It was feeding at the only exit. He could do nothing but watch it eat, chew, scatter blood across the floor. Izuku's stomach churned, nausea rising sharp and bitter. Fear burned in his chest, but he couldn't freeze, not now. He couldn't fight that thing head-on. But maybe he could get around it. Want it? He slipped back up to the operating room as quietly as he could, stepping over the puddle of bile. There, he gathered what little he could find. A bloodletting knife, a torn strip of cloth, and the broken leg of a chair. A crude spear, tied tight. Enough reach to strike once. Hopefully once would be enough. He descended the stairs again. Back toward the beast. His feet padded across the floor like whispers. Every step slower than the last. Every breath locked in his throat. He crept into striking range, finding the best angle he could manage. The whole world narrowed to the rise and fall of the creature's ragged breathing. Just one hit. Just enough to distract it. Slip past. Find help. Get home. Maybe he would. Crunch. Glass shattered under his heel. A spike of pain tore up his leg as the shard punched through his shoe and into his foot. Panic stole his balance. He stumbled forward. Straight into the lycanthrope. His scream died in his throat as gravity betrayed him. The knife plunged into its hide, but the beast didn't even flinch. It was already moving. It roared an awful, wet blend of rage and hunger, and its arms swung wide. Claws ripped through his stomach, opening him from hip to rib, splitting flesh and snapping bone. Blood poured out of him in a hot, sickening torrent. Something soft tore. Something important. He fell backward into more glass, shards biting deep, muscles seizing as new wounds opened in sharp, hissing bursts of red. He never even got to scream. Before the tears could even form, the lycanthrope's jaws clamped around his skull. Those two bright teeth broke skin with nothing more than the motion of closing. He tried to turn. Tried to move. Skin caught. Ripped. More blood. Then it bit down. First pressure. Then nothing as his skull gave way with a sickening crack, and something inside burst, fluid poured out from behind his eyes. He could feel the teeth meet. For a moment, Izuku thought he was dreaming. Maybe he'd never woken up after the sludge villain. Maybe all of this the clinic. The monster was his mind buckling under the weight of every bad day he'd ever lived. But no. Everything had been too real. Too sharp. And something inside him said he had just died. He never would have thought that waking up after death would make him feel better than when he had first woken up here. Maybe death was kinder than he thought. Maybe that final crunch inside the lycan's jaws was just his brain folding in on itself. Pain still lingered. He lay completely still, staring at a sky he didn't recognize, chest heaving as he pulled in breath after ragged breath. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Not in any coherent way. Yet somehow deep down, in a way instinct understood before thought could catch up, he knew what had happened was real. And that made everything worse. It wasn't just the memory of shredded muscle and shattered bone, it was something else. Something phantom. Something hollowing. He could still feel it, the claws carving neat grooves through his guts, organs splitting like wet paper as their contents spilled outward. The teeth sinking into his skull, not painful so much as a terrible pressure, a squeeze he could still sense in ghostly echoes. He stared up at the pale sky, unmoving. His breath came slow, shallow. Was he breathing? His chest rose and fell, but his heart felt still. For a long moment he lay there and wondered, why wasn't I dead? He remembered everything with cruel clarity. The slashed stomach, the ribs cracking, splintering into his organs. The moment the Lycan's jaws closed around his skull. The bite. The teeth. He should be gone. He should be cooling on a stone floor in a pool of his own blood. No quirk, even the strongest regeneration type, could bring someone back from that. If one existed, All Might himself would have bought it by now. It wasn't a quirk. It couldn't be. His mind clawed for answers, tearing through possibilities out of sheer habit. No temporal quirks existed that could reverse death. Time was linear, brutal, and absolute. The strongest, reality-warping quirk he knew of, belonging to the boy who could write living beasts into existence, hadn't stopped its own user from being torn apart by his terrified mother. Illusions? Impossible. They broke the moment focus faltered. And his mind wasn't capable of producing a death like that on its own. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't a dream. This was something else entirely. Only once his racing thoughts began to ebb did he finally register where he was. The ground beneath him was soft with white flowers, beautiful, delicate blooms that seemed to glow faintly, like moonlit lace. Beneath them lay uneven cobblestones, ancient and worn, as if centuries of footsteps had passed through long before he arrived. The air was cool but not cold. Inanimate, in a way that felt unnatural. A clean, floral scent hung thick enough to taste on his tongue, just barely undercut by a soft mint that only briefly drifted. Across his nose, replaced with a thin odor of dirt and stone that felt impossibly calming. Everything about this place, for a moment, felt too perfect. Too quiet. For a moment, he thought he had died and gone to heaven. Slowly, he sat up. Bones popped like he hadn't moved for hours, like he had slept like a rock and not moved since he lay down. A familiar feeling, yet something about the popping felt unnatural, like the bones had been set into unused joints. Like his body wasn't his. That strange impossibility of him surviving, his stomach being ripped out, his skull crushed between jaws. This couldn't be his body, and yet. He flexed his hands, feeling the muscles respond perfectly to his will, almost impossibly perfect, like the latency between thinking about moving and doing the action had been reduced impossibly. Clenching his hands into fists as hard as he could, he felt the pressure in his fingers, felt the strain, and the pain of nails digging into his palm. Then he let out a shaky breath. All around him stretched a garden so tranquil it felt like a sin to breathe in it. Colossal trees loomed like silent guardians, their trunks swallowed by thick vines and trailing blossoms as they all but surrounded the space as far as he could see. His gaze moved to the distance as he stood, grabbing onto a black metal pike fence that he quickly backed away from, mind unable to process the sheer drop into a deep fog that billowed from all around, nearly obscuring long shipmast-like pillars that sprouted in clusters in the distance. They rose from the deepest depths of the fog and island. He was on some fog-obscured island that sat impossibly high into the sky over something. Izuku turned on his heel, instincts flaring, eyes scanning for anything lurking in the corners of childhood nightmares. But nothing moved, nothing except the gentle sway of flowers and the slow breathing of the trees. At the far edge of the island, perched atop a soft slope, stood a building unlike anything he had ever seen in person. Victorian maybe. Tall spires. A steep, elegant roofline. Weathered stone wrapped in ivy that threaded through every crack like nature's veins. Behind it loomed a low cobblestone fence, circling the grounds in a wide ring, stone piled upon stone, each one wrapped in twisting vines. It was haunting, beautiful, alive in a way nothing else had felt since he woke in this impossible place. The moon overhead washed everything in pale silver. And it felt wrong. It hung impossibly large and perfectly still, like a polished gem set into the sky. He stared too long and a cold shiver climbed his spine, instinct whispering that something unseen was staring back. To his left, a long staircase curved gently toward the building, the path winding past a stone bird bath. Resting in the water was one of the tiny white creatures, the same ones that had crawled over him moments ago. Another staircase stood directly ahead, rising past a life-size doll seated at the base. A woman, white hair, porcelain limbs, folded hands, statuesque in her stillness. Gravestones flanked the path like a silent honor guard. Dozens of them. Unmoving. Unbroken. Each stone held only a name. No birth date. No death date. Just names first and last, stacked atop each other like epitaphs stripped of context. Then it struck him. The fence, encircling the island, wasn't a fence at all. It was more gravestones stacked, arranged, woven into the perimeter with vines and roots. Most were mismatched, carved from different stone with patterns eroded into obscurity. Only a few 40 or so, his compulsive analysis noted, were made of the same material, carved in the same style. The nearest one leaned precariously over the cliff's edge, nameless, held in place by thick roots and curling vines. And at the foot of both stairways, the white creatures waited. Not crawling, not babbling. Waiting. They stood almost reverently, holding out trinkets and objects like offerings before an altar presented to him. Occasionally, one would tilt its head, peering around its gift with those empty sockets, as though it could see him. As though they were waiting for him specifically. It was the trio at the front of the staircase that made his breath catch. They held out 3 weapons. A jagged, wickedly curved saw. A brutal, cleaving hatchet. And a long, elegant cane. Another cluster offered 2 firearms, an antique pistol and a crude, heavy-blasted blunderbuss. And the final one held something different entirely. A book, leather-bound, ancient in the way mountains are ancient, yet untouched by decay, materialized in its grasp as if from nothing. Izuku's heart thudded in his chest, and somehow not his. He reached for the book. He didn't want to offend them. He didn't know if they could be offended. He met one creature's empty sockets as his trembling fingers hovered. The book didn't move. He flinched back, startled, and the tiny thing emitted a warbling croak, high-pitched and whiny like a kettle right before it screams. He took the book gently. The leather was old yet supple beneath his touch. Faint ridges traveled along the spine, and the whole thing seemed to pulse softly, like it was breathing. Then his fingertips brushed the cover. The book snapped open with a soft gasp of fluttering pages, as though it had been waiting for his touch. It settled on a spread marked with thick crimson ink splattered in some places, carefully lined in others. Or blood. At the top of the page, in clean, serifed English, sat a single word. Izuku's eyes widened. A small, involuntary grin tugged at his lips. Months spent studying English just to watch American hero broadcasts finally paid off. He began to read. The headings ran down the page in a mix of block print and hurried handwritten notes. Pages 1 to 17, the Hunter's Primer. A brief overview of the role, ritual, and purpose of the hunt. A must-read for any fledgling moon-touched. 18 to 350 hunter weapons and tools. 351 to 450 blood ministration and imbibables. 451 to 650 forging and enhancements. 651 to 700 locations and landmarks. 701 to 850 rough history. 851 to 1,000 beasts and more. 1,001 to 1,018 final pages and enlightened knowledge. Several notes crowded the margins, scrawled in a frantic hand. Page 8, do not read unless initiated. Madness lies on pages 10-17. Turn only if you seek truth or death. Pages 9-10, 999, and 1016 bleed when opened. Close quickly. Izuku swallowed hard. His fingers ached to flip through all of it, to consume every page. But DSPLN thin and trembling kept him steady. He started at the beginning. He turned to page 18. The beginning of Hunter Weapons and Tools. As he flipped through the preceding pages of the Hunter's Primer, he skimmed past diagrams, frantic marginalia, sketched anatomy, beast and human alike crowding every inch. But when he reached page 18 he stopped. The illustrations here were different. Where the primer was clinical, detached, these sketches were NTMT. Personal. The work of someone proud of what they'd made. 3 drawings dominated the page, each rendered with elegant, obsessive precision. Names were written above them in crisp, angular script. The saw cleaver. The hunter's axe. The threaded cane. Arrows marked transformation joints and hidden triggers. Red underlines highlighted stress points. Black ink circled notes in a chaotic but purposeful rhythm. The paragraphs beneath each sketch were half description, half commentary explaining design philosophy, intended combat roles, quirks of use. The cleaver took up most of the space. The axe and cane were smaller entries, marked, see pages 19 to 20. A note beneath the cleaver caught his eye. Assembly instructions, pages 451 to 453. Maintenance guide, full breakdown, page 454. Below that, the handwriting shifted tighter, more formal. The tone changed to less craftsman, more instructor. The saw cleaver is the standard issue weapon for new hunters. Balance between speed and power, it is a versatile tool adaptable to nearly any engagement. Its folding mechanism allows both close quarters and extended reach combat. Favored by hunters who operate in dense city streets and narrow alleyways. Izuku paused, staring at the page before glancing at the messengers. The one who had offered him the book bowed deeply, then sank straight into the ground like water swallowing a stone. The rest stayed where they were, clustered at gravestones, perched by steps, offerings extended in small pale hands. Silent. Expectant. He didn't know why they were helping him. Why they had given him a book. Why they offered weapons like they already knew him. But right now? It didn't matter. This book, this impossible guide, might be the only chance he had. 1,000 pages of ink, blood, warnings, and madness. A key. His eyes drifted toward the saw cleaver held out by one messenger. The brutal utility of it tugged at him, bladed metal and raw purpose, but curiosity pulled harder. He returned his gaze to the page even as some deep part of him wanted to grab the weapon, and he shook his head and continued reading the page. Another note waited for him. For hunters across Yarnum, this weapon is a reliable choice for cleaving through beasts, see pages 851 to 1000. But for a hunter of the dream, see page 1. All weapons lie within your affinity. Where it would take an ordinary man a year to learn, a moon-touched hunter needs only the time required to grip it. Izuku blinked. Read it again. Moon-touched hunter? His heart stuttered. Was that what he was now? Fingers flipping urgently, he turned to page 1. The parchment here felt older, far older, its edges soft and faintly crinkled, as though thumbed through by countless hands across countless years. Some of the ink had faded to a bruise-colored gray, but key phrases had been underlined in sharp, bright strokes of red. At the top, in bold script written with reverence, was the title, The Dream and the Hunter. The dream, or as most hunters who have endured its embrace call it, the hunter's dream, is the place where the moon-touched hunter resides, along with the doll and the old man Gehrman. Izuku's breath caught. The term again. The hunter within the dream is theoretically immortal. This notebook is a living record compiled from the notes, memories, and dying thoughts of every hunter who has passed through the dream. You hold in your hands the accumulated blood wisdom of centuries. Instructions for unspooling and adding new pages can be found on page should you choose. Offer your knowledge, so future moon-touched may survive. Along the margins were smudges, brownish, flaked, old. Blood? Dirt? He imagined desperate hands clutching these same pages, studying them moments before stepping into horrors he couldn't yet fathom. He continued reading, voice barely above a breath. The hunter cannot be killed by mortal men or beasts. They may fight for all eternity, provided they prove their worth to the moon. A tingling crept into his palms. The skin between his fingers itched sharply. He had no idea why. He swallowed and read the next section. The heading was jagged, the ink thick in places, smeared in others as though the writer's hand had trembled, or something had brushed the page while it dried. The caretaker of the dream. Mastar, Lord. Firsttimu, the Gehrman. Gehrman. That name again. He is a friendly face and will guide you toward your goals. He possesses wisdom beyond this book. At the bottom was a simple, hand-drawn illustration. A long-haired man seated in a finely crafted wheelchair, beard trimmed neatly, though his posture sagged with age. Beside him stood a slender woman, the doll, her porcelain face serene, hands folded gently. The caption read, "The doll, she who listens." Below it, another passage. Once a hunter has proven their service, the doll will allow them to gain strength beyond measure, and in rare cases, knowledge of their innate talents. Another paragraph caught his attention. The messengers, little white spirits who serve the hunter. They are loyal allies who fetch items, sell goods, and mark the path forward. Treat them well. A faded pencil doodle decorated the corner. The messengers clustered around a hunter, offering a blood vial. In childish handwriting beneath it, "Always say thank you." Izuku couldn't help the small, bewildered exhale that escaped him. Something about the crude little doodle tugged at him. It reminded him of the sketches he used to draw in the margins of his own notebooks, those cramped pages where he'd poured every stray thought and observation he could never say aloud. A soft ache bloomed in his chest. His notebooks? The weight of that loss hit him harder than he expected. If he ever made it home, if home even still existed for him now, would he ever write in those worn, dog-eared pages again? Would he even be the same boy who filled them? For a moment, he wasn't a moon-touched anything. Just Izuku Midoriya, a boy stranded somewhere impossible. Missing the only record of his life he'd ever been proud of. He forced a breath through the tightness in his chest and turned his attention to the final, smallest section tucked at the bottom of the page. This part looked newer, almost fresh, written in a deep viridescent ink that shimmered only when the light hit it just right. Hunters of the dream may hail from anywhere, any place, any time, any world. Hark, O hunters from realms beyond, being swept from another world does not render thy return impossible. Carry out the task of the moon and complete the charge it lays before thee, and opportunities. The sentence broke. The neat calligraphy collapsed into jagged scratches. The ink pressed harder, darker, desperate. The same phrase repeated down the margin, spiraling into a manic scrawl. I will fix this. I will fix them. 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 Each repetition grew heavier, more frantic letters gouging into the page as if the writer's hand shook with grief or fury. Some words smeared, dragged downward like the ink had run or something wet had struck the parchment. Izuku stared, throat tightening. Some hunter, someone before him, had written this. Someone desperate. Someone falling apart. Someone who believed they could repair what the moon had broken. He shut his eyes, breathing through the rising tide, fear, confusion, wonder, exhaustion, sorrow, letting it crest and settle before finally turning to page 2. This page felt heavier. Not in weight, but in presence. The ink was darker. The spacing more rigid. The tone clinical, like a scholar documenting something dangerous. At the top, the title read, The Scourge and the Church. The greatest threat to the lives of the young and innocent is the beast. Due to the Church's excessive use of old blood, innocents began to turn into monsters. The first region afflicted by the scourge was Old Yarnum, pages 701 to 709. Its citizens had already been stricken with ashen blood, a highly contagious disease. The first experimental old blood transfusions were conducted upon the sick and the poor. Mere months later, the first transformation occurred. Within weeks, the city burned. A paper tab was tucked between this page and the next, left behind by someone who had read this section enough times to crease the parchment softly. Ink scrawled across the top in harsh, angry strokes. Do not trust the healing church. But that wasn't all. The bookmark was crowded. layered with dozens of editions, written in red ink, black ink, charcoal, graphite, whatever past readers had on hand. Different handwriting styles overlapped and tangled in the margins until the space looked like a battlefield of warnings. Izuku tried to count the exact notes, but he couldn't get past 36 before the scribbles dissolved into a frantic, overlapping mess. Some lines stood out more clearly. Liars in holy robes. They fed them to the scourge. Old blood is poison. If Gehrman sends you to them, slaughter as many as you can. The choir knows. They always knew. Is that why they? The church cures nothing. They made me drink it as soon as I woke up, they made me drink it. Don't go near the cathedral ward unless you are prepared. Blood ministers are butchers. I died screaming to their fire over and over again, never again, I'll kill them all with fire. They made the beasts. If you feel the itch in your bones, stop using the blood. It's not a sacrament, it's a seed. One sentence had been written and then deeply carved, actually carved into the edge of the bookmark. The church created the scourge. Izuku sat perfectly still. He felt small, insignificant, crushed beneath the weight of names, warnings, and half-buried truths he couldn't yet understand. His breath came in shallow, uneven gasps. Fear lit a torch in his gut and refused to be extinguished. Beasts. Weapons he had never seen before. Healing blood. A church is responsible for all of this. Too much. All of it was too much. And yet, the book anchored him. It was a relic, a manual, a guide, a living memory of everyone who had ever stood where he now knelt. If they had survived long enough to write in it, maybe he could too. An impossible calm took hold, like a frosted grip in his chest. He kept reading. Hunters, much like yourself, are trained to fight and kill to preserve what peace can be maintained within the city. They come in many forms. The most dangerous to detect are the shifter beasts. These abominations wear the skin of their former selves. They speak. They plead. But make no mistake, they thirst for the blood of the untainted, and they always strike when no hunter stands watch. Tip, they reek of a sweet stench. Do not ignore it. The beast list begins on page 851. Izuku's eyes lingered on that line, a cold tremor spreading across his spine. He remembered the beast that had torn into him, its claws sinking deep, its breath hot and sour. And now he learned some beasts looked human? He flipped through the rest of page 2 quickly, breath hitching. The words painted a city on the edge of damnation, streets filled with horrors wearing neighbors' faces, whispering with familiar voices. Finally, he understood why hunters existed at all. On the page before him, the lycanthrope notes were circled over and over in dark red ink, almost violently so. Beside the main block of text, written in a tight, agitated hand, was a marginal note. One of the strongest common transformations. One man. One infection. A pack-level threat. If two or more converge, bait them into biting and clawing each other. Alone, elite. In packs, unstable. Izuku swallowed, looking back up at the messengers still waiting patiently by the gravestones, weapons held out in their tiny hands. The weight of knowledge in this book was overwhelming, centuries of experience, warnings, failures, and victories condensed into ink and madness. And all he could think was, to get home, the moon has to notice me. To notice me, I have to survive. To survive, I need a weapon. Page 1 had said it plainly. Hunters swept from other worlds had been given opportunities. Purposes. If he wanted a shot at returning, he'd need to live long enough to earn one. He flipped to the next section. Page 19, the hunter axe. A full sketch of the axe filled the top half of the page. The black ink had bled slightly with age, but the craftsmanship behind the drawing was undeniable. Confident lines, precise angles, every hinge and bolt labeled with obsessive thoroughness. The margins listed. Supporting pages. Construction, pages 455 to 456. Thorough maintenance, page 457 Beneath that came the primary description. One of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used in the hunt. Retains the qualities of an axe but gains a wider palette of attacks through transformation. Boasts heavy, blunt strikes excellent for rallying. No matter their pasts, beasts are beasts all the same. Some choose this axe to play the part of executioner. Below that, in a completely different handwriting, looser, slanted, and radiating the kind of personality that suggested sarcasm, was a survival tactic. Another note curled across the page. For the executioner in us all. Massive axe head. Slowest swing of the common weapons. It's like a train though. Great rally. You'll still be standing after you take a hit. But good luck getting your arms to work. No normal man could swing this in under a year without tearing something. But you're moon-touched, right? So grab the big axe and kill some beasts. I'm not your mom. Izuku raised an eyebrow. It was absurdly comforting, flippant, maybe a little unhinged, but strangely grounding. A tiny breath of levity in an ocean of dread. The axe was huge. It would slow him down. He didn't have the build or the reach for something that unwieldy. He needed speed. He needed control. He turned the page. Page 20, the threaded cane. This weapon was elegant. A straight cane in its dormant form, subtle engravings curling along the hilt like ivy. But once activated, the sketches showed it splitting into a segmented whip of thin, silvered blades, deadly, flexible, and unervingly beautiful. Construction, pages 458 to 466. Thorough maintenance, pages 467 to 470. Please note, this weapon is more fragile than the others due to its lighter construction. Maintain it regularly. Below that, the formal description. One of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used by hunters upon their duties. Sufficiently deadly as a rigid-bladed cane, but also serves as a whip when its blade is split into many. Concealing the weapon within the cane and flogging beasts with the whip is partly a ritual. A reminder to oneself that the bloodlust of the hunt must never encroach upon the soul. And underneath, additional handwriting, tidier, measured. Scholar, perhaps. One of the more professional weapons available. It lacks the raw power of the cleaver and the brute force of the axe, but it compensates with reach, speed, and flexibility. Its damage begins low, yet grows with mastery. Any normal man could wield this as he would a simple sword. But a moon-touched hunter? You must stand apart. You must be more than a killer. You must be a symbol of calm in the storm. You must put beasts to rest, and the people at ease. A cane sword whip. Versatile. And more importantly, a weapon built not to glorify carnage, but to restrain it. Izuku nodded slowly, heart thudding. It reminded him of Midnight, not a bruiser like All Might, but a hero who used control over destruction. But this was it. He reached out and accepted the threaded cane from the messengers. The leather grip was firm, faintly cool, and it settled into his palm with a sense of inevitability. It felt right. It felt meant for him. As for the firearm, page 21, the hunter blunderbuss. The sketch consumed half the page, the lines bold and deeply inked. A faint smell of old gunpowder lingered here, real or imagined, he couldn't tell. The edges of the page were singed slightly, as if exposed to a flame. Construction, pages 471 to 478. Thorough maintenance, pages 479 to 480. Then the entry. A blunderbuss created at the workshop for the hunter's line of work. Hunter firearms employ quicksilver bullets fused with the wielder's own blood, increasing effectiveness against beasts. The wide spread compensates for inaccuracy, making it ideal against swift or erratic movements. Below that, a note in practical, no-nonsense handwriting. Useful weapon. Slower reload and fire rate than the pistol. Damage is lower, but stagger power is excellent. Strong enough to halt any beast in your path. Anyone can fire a gun, but moon-touched won't get thrown back on the shot. Also, leaves beasts open to visceral attacks, see page 6. If you fire as they lunge. Izuku grimaced. He'd never liked guns. Even in a world where Kaken detonated his palms like grenades, they'd always felt wrong. Too final. Too violent in the wrong way. But he didn't have the luxury of preference. Not here. If returning home meant crossing the whole nightmare of Yharnam, then he'd do it armed. He turned the page. The hunter pistol. Page 22. The diagram at the bottom of the page was smaller than the others, but far more intricate. Multiple inks showed the layers of its internal mechanisms: springs, catches, firing chambers, each drawn with mechanical precision. Construction, pages 481 to 483. Thorough maintenance, page 484-inch. Then the formal entry. Pistol made at the workshop, for hunters stalking beasts. Hunter firearms are specially crafted to employ quicksilver bullets, fused with the wielder's own blood-boosting effectiveness against beasts. Quicker to draw than the blunderbuss, granting speedier responses to sudden attacks. Beneath that, written in a distinctive violet ink, someone had added a personal note. Not as flamboyant as the blunderbuss, but better for catching a beast mid-strike. Less stagger, more PNTR10. If a normal man fired this, it would shatter his wrist. But your moontouch, being stronger than any man, is just another Tuesday for you. Izuku exhaled slowly. The pistol made more sense. The blunderbuss was heavy, loud, widespread, good for brute force, not finesse. He needed speed. Precision. Something that wouldn't weigh him down. He reached out and accepted the pistol from the messenger's tiny, pale hands. The other messenger, still holding the blunderbuss, let out a soft, wounded gurgle. Its mismatched eyes, one comically too large, stared up at him with something like betrayal. Izuku wasn't sure whether he found it cute or deeply unsettling. Probably both. He sighed and turned his attention to the rest of the messengers. They had gathered near the base of the front staircase, clustered around a weathered gravestone beside the unmoving doll. She hadn't shifted once since his arrival, glass eyes fixed forward, untouched by wind or time. Izuku sat on the steps, letting the pistol rest across his lap as he reopened the primer. Page 3 covered the duties of the messengers, how they guided hunters, ferried them between the dream and the waking world, and marked paths through the city's nightmare streets. He would follow their instructions when he was ready. But first, he had to understand this world well enough to survive it. So he read. For hours. He absorbed every note, every warning, every diagram. He committed pages to memory until the red ink blurred and the trembling in his hands ceased. Finally, with his choices made and his resolve steadied, he knelt before the messengers. And in the blink of an eye, he was back in the clinic. But this time, he had a weapon. He had a gun. And he knew how to use them. Well, that was for the dream alone to understand. All he knew was that the moment his fingers curled around the cane and pistol, familiarity bloomed beneath his skin. A rush of instinct, memory, and a sharp spark of adrenaline that didn't feel like it belonged to him at all. Central Yarnum. Osefka's clinic, night of the long hunt. The foreign garb itched. As Izuku stepped back onto the clinic floor, the same one he had dyed on the fabric scraped against his collar and wrists like sandpaper. In the dream, the clothes had felt softer, almost weightless. Here, they were stiff, heavy, and unmistakably real. The transition from the dream back to the waking world lingered in his bones, a sensation like being submerged in freezing and boiling water at once, then yanked through a barrier too thin to feel yet too solid to deny. When he'd stumbled down the stairs, a lamp had stood beside the door, a lamp that hadn't existed before. He didn't question it. Not yet. He crouched behind a broken shelf, body low, breath shallow. Just around the corner, the lycanthrope. Its breathing was slow, heavy, a wet rumble of meat grinding against bone. Its claws tapped rhythmically against the wooden floorboards, each click echoing far too loudly in the narrow hall. Izuku's hands clenched tighter around the threaded cane. Every instinct screamed at him to run. Every rational thought told him to stay. He had died here once, ripped apart before he even truly understood what he was facing. Not this time. He inhaled through his nose, steadying himself. His mind flicked back to page 860 of the primer, the one he'd practically memorized. Lycanthropes are hulking beasts with high regenerative capabilities, driven by bloodlust and sheer aggression. Serrated weapons cleave through their thick hide and disrupt regeneration. The silvered edges of all hunters' trick weapons have been purity tested to improve the disruption. Aim for tendons. Disable, then kill. May your purity be that of silver. He'd studied the page until the parchment creaked from overuse. And now, standing where his corpse had once been, everything felt different. The horror hadn't vanished, but it had thinned, numbed, like a memory borrowed from someone else's nightmare. Still vivid, still terrifying, but no longer paralyzing. The dream had changed him. More than the blood transfusion ever did. When he'd first woken after the procedure, he'd felt unstable, reactive, shaky, trapped behind his own eyes. But after dying, after waking in the dream, everything clicked into place. His reflexes were sharper. His vision clearer. His thoughts, once frantic, spiraling, desperate, now moved with cold, methodical precision. The Yharnam blood in his veins made his muscles twitch with anticipation. The only things unchanged were his nerves and the faint taste of bile at the back of his throat. And with the power came a whisper, a craving, a spark of something alien and unwanted. He hated it. Hated the thrill humming beneath his ribs. The excitement. He should have been terrified. The memory of the beast tearing into him should have sent him retching onto the floor. Instead, all he felt was a steady, focused heat in his chest. The same awe he'd felt the first time he saw All Might fight. Except now he wasn't watching. He was stepping into the arena. A hero facing the monster. The threaded cane unfurled with a sharp, metallic snap, segmented blades whipping free like silver vipers. The mechanism's tension vibrated through his arms as he took a firmer grip. No more fear. No more hesitation. If he faltered, he would die again. No more fear. No more hesitation. He swallowed hard. Deep inside, a tiny ember of hope flickered. Let this be quick. Let the moon notice me. Let it send me home. He slipped out from behind the shelf and crept forward. Every footfall was deliberate. Weight spread evenly. Eyes locked on the silhouette of the lycanthrope. Closer. Closer. Then he struck. The threaded cane snapped outward in a sweeping arc, its segmented blades slicing across the beast's hind flank. Metal sang. Flesh tore. The lycanthrope's howl ripped through the hallway, high-pitched, furious, animal. Blood sprayed the wall in a wide fan. Izuku jerked the whip back, boots skidding as he sprang away just as the creature twisted toward him. Note 2 about lycanthropes, he muttered through clenched teeth, heart hammering. Take out their mobility, then go for the kill. The beast lunged. But Izuku saw it coming now, saw the ripple of its muscles, a heartbeat before they coiled into motion. He was still slower than it, but not by much. Not anymore. He was already moving. Note 3, he hissed, pivoting sharply. Lycans lunge more than once per encounter. Their beast brain might be more developed, but the hunting instinct is still a spliced amalgam of man and monster. He ducked low, sliding under the creature's outstretched claws. The cane whip cracked again, lightning fast, coiling around the monster's front leg. The serrated blades sank deep. Izuku planted his feet and pulled. The limb tore free in a wet explosion, blood spraying down the hall like a burst hose. The lycanthrope shrieked, collapsing under its own weight, dragging itself forward in a pitiful, rage-filled crawl. Thick lines of blood smeared behind it. Izuku didn't give it the chance to recover. He stepped in, fluid and sure. The whip snapped back into its rigid cane form with a metallic click. And then, he drove the blade straight through the beast's eye. Silence. Izuku stayed there for a moment, breathing hard. His arm trembled as he wrenched the cane free. Blood dripped from the tip in slow, steaming droplets, sizzling softly against the cold wooden floor. His heart still thundered in his chest, not from fear, not anymore, but something deeper. The thrill of survival. Of control. Of not being powerless. He wiped the cane clean on the beast's ragged fur, the first of many, he suspected. His first true hunt. And then through the blood, he found himself staring at the dark red pool spreading beneath the creature, the way it soaked into the matted fur. For a heartbeat, it reminded him of a cat that had that too much blood, too many apologies whispered into fur already cooling. He tore his gaze away, swallowing hard. Supplies. He needed supplies. He forced himself to search the room and, tucked behind a collapsed tray, he found them, a cluster of small glass vials filled with rich crimson liquid. Their labels were printed in elegant, almost reverent cursive. Yharnam blood, the miracle blood of Yharnam. The ink shimmered faintly, as though written with something thicker than dye. Directions for use. Yharnam blood can be imbibed in 2 ways. The most common in today's age is injection. Each vial can be loaded into a portable injector. Recommended injection sites: right thigh, abdomen, neck, ensuring maximum dispersal. In the old days, however, hunters, ministers, and even the common folk drank the blood outright. Though slower to act, this method grants significantly greater potency. Beneath the label, tiny faded handwriting, someone else's note read, "Do not drink too quickly. It writhes." Izuku's skin prickled. Beside the vials lay a compact metal device, cold, weighty. A slot on the side fits a single vial perfectly. He picked it up, his fingers trembling. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the dream whispered of healing, the blissful dulling of agony, the way wounds closed like sewing stitches pulled tight. He pocketed both. He gave the beast's mangled corpse one last look, then turned and walked toward the clinic door, leaving behind the thing that had once torn him apart. He moved quickly, too quickly. Whatever cautious plan he'd had dissolved beneath something primal threading through his veins. A push at his spine. A whisper brushing the back of his mind. A tug toward violence or vigilance, he couldn't tell which. He pushed the large gate open and stepped into the heart of the cursed city. Fog, fire, distant screams. Lanterns burning like warning eyes dotted in the distance. A chemical smell. Smog. Copper. A man passed a cart nearby, torch in one hand, axe in the other. Human. Normal. Finally, someone who wasn't. A sweet smell hit Izuku's nose. Like rot disguised as flowers. He tried to ignore it. Hey! Izuku called out, stumbling slightly but forcing his voice steady. Too steady. What the hell is wrong with this city? The man turned. Wild eyes. Snarling teeth. A flash of steel. An axe swung at Izuku's head with murderous force. Hey! What the actual hell? Izuku yelped, leaping back as the blade carved through the air where his neck had been. Beast, the man roared. Foul beast. You're not wanted here. The chase began. Boots slammed against stone, each impact echoing. The man's breath fogged the air between them. Izuku's own panic spiraled, then froze. Crystallized. Something cold. Electric. Hungry. Something deep within his chest surged. Izuku didn't think. He reacted. The cane lashed across the man's leg, not like a weapon swung in fear, but with the cold, perfect precision of something that should have taken years to learn. The threaded blades carved straight to bone. The man screamed, pitching forward, his momentum driving his face down onto the edge of his own axe. The steel split his jaw. Broke teeth. Drove upward through the roof of his mouth with a wet, meaty crunch. The torch fell from his other hand, rolling across the stones before catching the hem of his coat. Fire crawled hungrily up his back. Burning grease and fat released a thick, sickly sweet smoke, the unmistakable smell of human flesh beginning to char. "Foul beast," the man rasped, a bubbling whisper leaking from torn lips. One last breath. One last twitch. Then he went still, blood fanning out beneath him like a blooming, perfect red flower. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, staring at the ruin he'd made, his body shaking, but his voice eerily flat. I didn't want to kill him, he whispered to nothing, and yet everything. He attacked. I reacted. And then he felt it. That pulse in his chest. That sharp, electric rush in his skull. The blood high. Just as another man closed in, sword raised high in attack. Later, he would learn its name. Later, he would fear it. Learn that, so long as he didn't hesitate, it would be his. But right now, it simply overrode him. It sharpened every instinct. Hollowed out hesitation. Made killing feel instinctive, easy. Too easy. He didn't want to kill humans. Not really. They yelled. They screamed accusations. They hurt. They looked afraid. They sounded afraid. But smell. The sweet smell. It rolled off the burning corpse in waves. Page 12 of the notebook came back in a flash, handwritten and grim, a catalog of blood scents and their meanings. If someone's blood smelled sweet like copper boiled in syrup, they were turning. Some slowly, some fully, some without even realizing it. And if all blood smelled sweet? If the whole world tasted sickly rich when you breathed? That meant you were turning. Page 13 had the cure for that. How to kill yourself cleanly before you become a beast. Izuku had memorized every word. His first run-in with the infected didn't go well, he would later recall. When the blood high faded, the crash hit him like a hammer. The bodies he'd left behind weren't even recognizable. Flesh torn into hanging ribbons. Bones splintered and jutting from skin at unnatural angles. Organs ruptured, steaming on the cobblestone like spilled stew. Skin burned to a crispy finish. He staggered back, stumbling through the clinic gate as the cold night air slammed into him. His body convulsed. He doubled over and vomited acid burning his throat, streaked with blood from busted capillaries. He coughed, gagged, and retched until nothing but painful air came up. You'll get used to it, he told himself shakily with a voice that didn't sound like his own, not really. All while taking breaths that tore and forced themselves into his lungs. You have to. He wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve, stumbled back toward the corpses, and gagged again when the smell hit him full force. He clutched his stomach, choking on another dry heave. Up close, the transformation on them was obvious. Thick fur sprouted along the man's arms, of the not-burned one. Bones warped far too long for the remaining skin. Hands twisted halfway into claws. Not human. Not beast. A grotesque, writhing thing stuck between. The rest of the bodies were close to pulp. Broken cartilage. Strings of muscle clinging to ribs that looked like cracked ivory sticks jutting from red sludge. Izuku's vision swam. His hands shook violently, so violently his fingers felt like they didn't belong to him. He clamped them into fists, nails digging into his palms hard enough to sting, but it didn't stop the tremor. His throat burned. His stomach lurched. He had done this. He had made these shapes. These heaps. And he would have to keep doing it. There wasn't a FING choice anymore. 4 bloodstains. 3 lives, human or beast or even something halfway rotted between the worst of them already smeared against his skin, drying in thin rusty flakes in the lines of his knuckles. Added to the more bile liked at the back of his teeth. F4, he whispered through gritted teeth, the number catching on his tongue like a fishbone. His knees buckled, but he didn't let himself fall. He couldn't. A glint of glass caught his eye sharp, clean, out of place among the carnage. Another blood vial. He crouched, trying not to breathe too deeply. The air tasted like burnt fat and bitter iron. He could feel the stink crawling up the inside of his throat with every heartbeat. He squeezed his eyes shut, swallowing bile so acidic it stung his sinuses. Page 351 flickered unbidden across his mind. A lifeline, a warning, a promise. The blood healed. The blood restored. The blood took. Every sip, every injection, carried risk. Corruption. Mutation. The slow, choking loss of self until the beast was all that remained. But moon-touched hunters, those bound to the dream, were immune. So long as they served the moon. So long as they didn't fail it. So long as they didn't defy it. His breath hitched. I don't want to use these, he whispered, staring at the vial as though it might explode. His voice was thin, papery, too steady for how violently his hands trembled. But if I have to, I don't want to die again. He tucked it into his pocket, careful not to drop it. If he shattered it now, if he wasted even one, who knew how many were left in this massive city? His stomach flipped again. Nothing came up this time, just dry, convulsive heaving that left his ribs aching. His hand trembled as he pushed himself upright, legs wobbling beneath him like they weren't convinced they should still move. That sweet smell still clung to everything. The smell of turning. The smell of death wearing perfume. He pressed the back of his wrist against his mouth, forcing himself to breathe slowly. His breath shook. His chest stuttered. His heart hammered so hard it felt like he could hear it inside his skull. Anything to get out of here, he whispered hoarsely. A vow. A plea. A lie. Anything. Up ahead, just beyond where the corpses still steamed, 2 figures loomed in the firelight, mobsters with rusted cleavers, eyes wild with hatred. They guarded a lever mechanism beside a stack of crates, muttering to themselves like men halfway between prayer and madness. When Izuku stepped into the glow, one of them spotted him. "It's all your fault," the first shrieked, spittle flinging from cracked lips. "Where were you, hunters? Where were you when we needed you?" Izuku's breath hitched. That sinking sickness, the guilt, the revulsion, the crushing horror rose in his throat. And then it hit. The blood high. Not a roar this time. A whisper. "Don't hesitate. Don't waste this." The voice was soft, almost gentle, but wrapped around his brain like barbed wire, each word tightening, urging, coaxing. Followed cleanly by a scent of mixed flowers, mint, and salt. The cane unfurled into a whip of serrated steel teeth. He swung. The man's head tore free with a wet split, like snapping a rotten log. It hit the cobblestone with a hollow thud, bouncing once before settling in a smear of crimson. Ribbons of red arced through the air, splattering across Izuku's coat, his hands, his lips. Heavy. Too much. He staggered, breath trembling as blood soaked into the fabric and skin beneath. I wanted to be a hero. The thought cracked through his skull like thunder. His breath shuddered. His throat tightened. Not even the slow growth of the blood high behind his eyes could force his legs to move. How do I tell Mom? Do I even tell her? How would I? Sorry, Mom. I've been killing people in a nightmare. But they were monsters, I swear. A hysterical snort tore from him as the other man neared. That'll go great over dinner. She'll eat a watch. And she'll pretend she isn't afraid of me. She might even have me admitted to a psychological facility. Then pain. A cleaver slammed into his side, metal biting through cloth and into rib and sinew. His vision burst white, then became stained red. Izuku screamed raw, instinctive, but the pain wasn't like Bakuga's explosions. It didn't shrink him. Didn't cage him. It ignited him. Muscles unlocked, body moved without repentance for the sin about to be committed. His fingers tingled. His heart pounded like war drums. Feel it. The voice slithered through his head, sweet, sharp, and impossible. Use it. His arm moved before thought caught up. In fact, there were no thoughts in that moment, only action. The whip snapped outward with a metallic crack that echoed off stone. It struck the attacker's jaw with terrifying precision, ripping it from his face. The jaw dangled by threads of muscle before tearing loose, landing wetly at Izuku's feet. A geyser of blood spurted from the ruined lower half of the man's face. His tongue slapped wetly against his collarbone. He tried to scream, but only a gargled, choking wet sound came out as blood filled his throat. Izuku stumbled backward and watched in horror as the man's blood spilled onto his side, then soaked into his wound like thirsty soil. His skin writhed, stitched, pulled closed, rallying. The word echoed in his mind like a forgotten lore. Fights don't end when you get hurt. Izuku's eyes went wide. What the foo? He didn't finish. Instead, he bent over and vomited violently. His own blood and bile splattered across the wall, steaming where it hit. His body shook in harsh, dry spasms. Thick, writhing things were within that mess on the wall. His mind forced it out of him, forcing his body to pivot. He turned back and the man was twitching, spasming, choking on his own blood. Izuku dropped to his knees as the body hit the stone. The cobblestone didn't soften for him. The blood pooling around him didn't pull back. But he felt it. And he cried. He wept until he couldn't breathe. Until his throat was. Until tears ran out and only hoarse, broken sobs remained. The cost of the blood high slammed into him worse than the wounds, worse than the fear. The clarity was the worst part. He remembered all of it. The way the whip sang through the air. The crisp snap of steel slicing flesh. The moment the bone separated from bone. The warmth of blood soaking into his skin, its heat closing his wounds like fingers knitting cloth. And how good it felt. That was the part that made him shake the most. He forced himself to breathe, staring up at the moon. Minutes? Hours? He couldn't tell. It felt frozen. Eternal. Like flashing hazard lights. Pieces of the notebook blinked through his mind. Page 3. The moon will only progress through the sky as the moon-touched hunter kills the marks of the moon. Time will repeat itself endlessly until the hunter kills the final target. The hunter will kill the final target. It is already decided. His mind reeled. This wasn't Japan. Probably not Earth. Not even the countries that collapsed into anarchy during the early Quirk era ever looked like this. Fog and fire and hatred stitched together under a sky that refused to move. Anything is possible, he muttered bitterly, wiping blood from his mouth with a trembling sleeve. The phrase wasn't even his. It belonged to a friend. One of two. The one whose family owned the auto shop. The one who always smelled faintly like engine oil and cherry soda. Her name was... Why couldn't he remember it? He felt a cold prickle crawl across his scalp. He tried again, clawing at the memory, but it slipped like grease between his fingers. A laugh bubbled up sharp, sour, a little mad. In a world of quirks, why can't there be a jetpack? She used to say, rolling her eyes as he scribbled hero notes beside her homework. In a world of quirks, anything can happen. He let out a broken snort. Why can't a person be sent to hell, huh? In a world of quirks, why not? Another short, cracked laugh tore out of him. Of course I'd be sent here. Of course. Makes sense. Totally logical. His voice shook, but the words sounded too steady flat in a way that frightened even him. He forced himself to move before the thought spiral consumed him. He reached for the massive iron lever, comically oversized, as if forged for a giant rather than a human, and wrapped both hands around it. With a grunt, he yanked it down. The mechanism groaned to life, gears grinding, ancient metal screaming as if in protest. Something heavy unlocked above him. Clang. A ladder dropped from the darkness with a violent crash, its rungs quivering in the firelight. He stared up at it. The path forward? A descent? An invitation. One leading him deeper into madness. He accepted it with gritted teeth. As Izuku climbed the ladder, each rung rattling under his weight, each pull of his arms reminding him how much everything hurt physically, mentally, in ways he didn't even have names for. The higher he climbed, the more the night pressed in, heavy and suffocating. At the top, nestled behind a warped section of railing, stood a lamp. A soft cough echoed nearby. Just as page 14 had described. Just like the one in the clinic. The messengers clustered at the lamp's base, their tiny pale bodies swaying gently, hands outstretched in silent invitation ready to ferry him back to the dream. But Izuku barely glanced at them. Something else seized his attention. A lit window overlooking the street barred with thick iron. An incense burner hung beside it, swaying in the wind and trailing a bitter, acrid smoke that stung his nose. Someone inside was coughing harsh, wet, weak. Heart hammering, Izuku stepped closer. Hello? Are you okay? His voice sounded small. Too small for the dead city around him. A surprised wheeze. Then a rough voice, human, tired, worn thin. Oh, a kid. Another cough, deeper this time. What are you doing out there? It's a hunt night, for the Great One's sake. Unless you're not from around here, are you? Izuku swallowed. I'm Gilbert, the voice continued, fellow outsider. And judging by that cane, you must be a hunter. A sigh. But you're much too young to be out hunting. Cloth rustled, metal creaked, Gilbert shifting in what sounded like a wheelchair. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Izuku stepped closer to the barred window, desperate for a human voice that wasn't screaming or calling him a beast. I don't think I could help you even if I tried, Gilbert murmured. But if there's anything I can do, I will. He coughed again, ragged, painful. This town is cursed. Whatever brought you here, boy, you should find a way out. Anything you gain here will take more from you than it gives. Especially at your age. Izuku's throat tightened. Mr. Gilbert, I didn't come here by choice, he blurted, voice cracking like something inside him had finally snapped. I think I died to get here. But I'm not sure. Then, why are the people attacking? The book doesn't say anything about all the civilians turning at once. I thought hunters were supposed to stop them before they lost control completely. His voice felt too hopeful, too desperate, too raw. He just wanted anyone to tell him this nightmare had an exit. A slow, sad exhale came from behind the window. So you're that new. Cough. The beast scourge has spread too fast, kid. Too wide. There's no time to train new hunters anymore. We just survive. He heard the faint clink of metal shifting. Show me your left forearm. Izuku froze. Then, with a shaky step into the lamplight, he rolled up his sleeve. The curtain moved. Slightly. Just enough for Gilbert to see. A soft, almost mournful breath escaped the man. You've got the hunter's mark already. The pause. Tell me, do you see a crescent moon in it? Izuku looked. The mark on his skin pulsed, faintly red ink sunk into flesh like it belonged there, glowing in the half-light. Right where the lines branched, a thin curled crescent glimmered like a bruise made of moonlight. Why, yeah, he whispered. There is. A long silence followed. A silence thick enough to choke on. A silence filled with meaning he didn't understand, but could feel sinking into him like a hook. Enhanced version. That's strange, Gilbert murmured. I've met a few moon-touched in my time, but none under 30. And all of them had been hunting for years. A rough cough rattled through him. Still, rumors spread. They say moon-touched hunters only get to leave once they kill a certain beast or do something worthy of freedom. A faint shuffling followed. Something slid out from beneath the barred window. Izuku reached down and picked it up carefully. A small, battered book. Handbound. Weathered. Almost exactly like his own notebook, only older, heavier, the leather cover cracked and darkened as if it had soaked up centuries of blood and secrets. I can't read it, Gilbert admitted, breath wheezing. But a moon-touched gave it to me once. Said someone with enough insight would understand it. Izuku froze. Insight. Page 15. The book hadn't explained it in numbers or charts. It talked about something deeper. Perception. Exposure. The idea that the more a hunter saw, the more the veil of the world thinned for them. With insight, hidden truths forced themselves into sight. Things invisible became undeniable. Things unknowable became NTMT. And those who possessed it? You could feel them. Reality bent around them like a crooked picture frame begging to be straightened but never quite aligning. Insight made you aware. Insight made you wrong. And too much. Too much insight didn't illuminate. It consumed. A threshold beyond which knowledge rotted into obsession, then into madness, then into communion with things no sane mind should recognize. Izuku stared down at the little book in his hands. It felt warm. Warm and alive. Gilbert's voice rasped on. He told me it holds notes from the oldest hunters. Techniques and rites they were trying to destroy. If you can read it, kid, maybe you'll survive this place after all. Izuku swallowed hard. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, he murmured, clutching the book tighter. But before I go, do you know if there's any way to save the people turning into beasts? I don't want to kill them. I hate killing them. Gilbert went silent. Then, a way to save them? A harsh cough. Kid, they can't be saved. The change happens in the body and the mind. Men become monsters. And monsters kill. They kill their wives. Their own kids. Their neighbors. Another pause. If you don't kill the beast kills whoever can't stop it. Silence settled between them, thick and suffocating. But, Gilbert managed, voice softer, tell you what. I was a therapist, once. If you ever need someone to talk to, you can come back here. I might not be able to stand anymore, but I can still listen. A weary sigh. I wonder how Father Gascoigne's holding up. The wood and metal behind the bars creaked faintly as Gilbert retreated from the window. Be safe out there, Gilbert rasped, his voice fading into the dark behind the barred window like a dying ember snuffed out by wind. Izuku lingered in the lamplight, clutching the warm book to his chest. For just a heartbeat, he let himself feel the weight of a human voice, kind, concerned before the cold wind of Yharnam pushed him onward. But first, he had reading to do. He turned toward the messengers. Can one of you get my notebook? He asked softly. A few of them perked up immediately. One, its eyes mismatched, one bulbous and one pinprick small, gave a soft, warbling croak and slipped beneath the ground with a ripple of dirt and stone. Izuku waited, breathing slowly, trying to calm the jitter in his hands. Moments later, the messenger resurfaced, rising from the earth like a pale sprout. It held his notebook in both tiny hands, offering it up with an almost apologetic gurgle. Izuku managed a tired smile. "Thank you," he whispered, voice small but sincere. He took the notebook gently, sliding the battered new book Gilbert had given him into an inner pocket of his attire, where it rested warm against his ribs. Then he opened his own worn pages. The notebook had named this place, Central Yarnum. A sprawling labyrinth of stacked buildings and leaning streets, half Gothic masterpiece, half collapsing nightmare packed tight with homes, factories, alleys, and blood. Izuku rubbed his hands together. Flakes of dried blood fell like red snow across the stone. He stepped forward. Something shifted around him. Not visually, he couldn't see it, but he felt it. A pressure behind his eyes. A weight on his mind. A thickness to the air, like the city itself was holding its breath. The smell hit him next. Old iron. Salted blood. Smoke from distant bonfires. A faint sweetness that made bile rise in his throat. He barely had time to process it. The first beast erupted from behind a stack of crates, splintering them like paper. Its body was warped beyond recognition, limbs too long, spine arching upward in violent, animalistic jarkes. Its jaw distended, flesh stretched thin as wet parchment, like a snake unhinging itself to swallow the world whole. And it lunged. He struck it down almost on reflex. Regret settled in his gut like sediment sinking in swamp water. He killed another. And another. And another. And another. And another. It didn't get easier. It didn't get easier. He wished it got easier. The blood high, it rose faster now, rushed up his throat and behind his eyes the moment blood touched stone. It lingered longer after each heartbeat slowed. He could feel it crawling inside him like a vine made of whispers, wrapping around thought after thought and squeezing until they fit its shape. Controlling it during battle? Almost easy. Almost natural. Like he had always had it. The instincts it lent him were sharp, surgical, like someone else had cut his nerves out and replaced them with precision tools. But once the killing stopped, the high didn't always stop with it. Sometimes it stayed. Sometimes it refused to leave. It perched behind his eyes like a watcher, whispering across the inside of his skull. How far can we go? It purred. How much blood can we spill? Sometimes, when the haze finally lifted, he'd find himself standing over something that no longer resembled a person, just a ruin. A collapsed shape of red and bone. His hands would shake so hard he could barely hold the cane. Other times, he collapsed immediately. Fingers tearing at his hair until tufts ripped free. Forehead bruising against stone as he slammed it again and again, desperate to drown out the whisper. Jaw clenched so tight the joints screamed. "You're not meant for this." He'd rasp into his palms, voice shredded, breath uneven. But the dream, the moon, the voice, voices, noises in his head. They didn't care what he was meant for. If he wanted to see home again, if the moon was even listening, watching, then he couldn't just kill. He had to excel. He had to become something terrible. Something efficient. Boots soaked. Pants stiff with dried blood. Arms caked to the elbows. In gore. Still he pushed on. He stood from each panic, from each spiral of clawing thoughts, wiping tears and blood from his face with the same trembling hands. Then he walked down the cracked main road, toward the only thing that cut through the fog. A bright, flickering light. And the smell. Charring meat. Burnt hair. Copper thick in the air like syrup. He gagged once, steadied himself, and kept moving. There was a pyre in the center of the courtyard, twisted stone warped by heat and shadow. A beast, long dead but still spasming, was nailed to the firewood and set ablaze. Its skin bubbled and peeled as if protesting its own execution. Around the flames, the mob laughed, faces half melted with mutations they didn't even seem aware of. Human once. Barely. Izuku crept too close. Way too close. 20 of them. The least. The fight began before breath even entered his lungs. 12 kills before this. 20 more here. They rushed him like a tidal wave, torchlight blurring into steel and snarling faces. He didn't register the moment the whip clicked open in his hand. didn't register when the blood high surged like a spark in dry brush. He only remembered the sound. His heartbeat, irregular and frantic. The shriek of steel teeth ripping flesh. The wet thunder of bodies splitting open. Screams that stretched too long to be human. It felt like dancing in a hurricane of gore. The stone turned slick beneath his boots. He skidded, stumbled, caught himself by plunging the cane into a screaming man's eye socket and twisting until something wet gave way. The man's claws clamped around the blade, shaking, whimpering. Izuku kept twisting until the lips stopped moving. But the sobbing didn't stop in his head. By the time the final body collapsed, Izuku's breath sounded alien, like someone else was breathing through his ribs. His heart wouldn't slow. The blood high coiled inside him was too thick, too dense, clogging his thoughts, suffocating whatever part of him still answered to Izuku. He wanted to scream, but nothing came out. He wanted to wake up at home. To be the boy from Yuzudafu. The one who wanted to save people, not this. Not a butcher in moonlight. But these streets didn't care. Yharnam didn't care. Here, he was what the dream demanded. A hunter. So he moved. Because stopping meant dying. He scavenged from the corpses, hands numb. Stones of blood. Bullets. Tools. Blood vials to patch his mangled body together. Even when the skin of his soles split open. Even when cleavers gouged into his side. He kept going. Because the moon wasn't done with him yet. He crossed a narrow bridge beneath Yharnam's hollow sky, boots slipping on damp stone. A man lunged from the shadows. Izuku didn't even flinch. But the pistol bucked. The man's skull ruptured like rotten fruit. Izuku prayed silently, desperately not to be judged. Then he killed the rest. 2 werewolves. A hunchback with bone spurs for fingers. A swarm of carrion birds that descended like a fluttering, screeching curtain of knives. One path split from the bridge, sloping downward. At its end waited a hulking brute of fused flesh and iron cleavers protruding from its arms like tools welded to screaming bone. Izuku dropped it with a well-timed shot, then tore its chest open with a visceral strike. Warm organs spilled out in ropes. From the remains, he scavenged a set of clothes ripped, blood-soaked, but sturdier. Better for a hunter. Worse for the boy wearing them. Another path curved back toward a gate, toward a barred window he knew. Toward Gilbert. Toward the one sliver of normalcy left to him. The gate was still locked, but the lantern behind the iron bars flickered weakly. Izuku stumbled toward it, coat clinging to him like a soaked, bloody shroud. The curtain twitched. Gilbert peered out. Izuku collapsed. He didn't try to stop it this time. The sobbing, the choking breaths, the stammered fragments of thought that wouldn't string together. Blood fresh and dried ran down his chin. His body convulsed with silent cries. Gilbert didn't interrupt. He didn't ask him to explain. He simply listened. "So you're continuing then?" the old man rasped when Izuku finally quieted. A wet cough rattled behind the bars. "Before you go, have some of this." A chipped porcelain cup nudged out from beneath the window. "Wamti. Ginger. Honey. Real sweetness, nothing like the cloying rot of Yharnam blood." Izuku's hands trembled violently as he accepted it. "Thank you, Gilbert," he whispered. The tea slid down his throat like salvation, burning away the taste of bile and death. For a moment, a fleeting, fragile moment, he felt human. Gilbert chuckled softly. "It's no trouble, kid. I'm not the one clearing the streets." Izuku stayed there for almost an hour. Not because he needed to, but because moving meant walking back into the dark. Into the killing. Into the part of himself that wasn't Izuku anymore. Out there was no boy from Yuzudafu. No kid who wanted to be a hero. Only the hunter. Eventually he rose. He wiped his face on his sleeve and whispered another thank you to the wheelchair-bound stranger who treated him like a person, not a monster. Then he left. He walked back through the carnage he'd created, boots splashing through blood that had pooled and dried in uneven black sheets. Up the street. Past the bridge. The notebook said the great bridge led to the cathedral ward if he was lucky. If not, he'd be forced down into Eden Chapel. The thought made him shiver. The wind howled as he stepped over the corpse of another troll-like giant, its face frozen in a twisted, snarling death mask. Izuku's pace slowed. He knew this place. He knew this warning. Page 876. The Cleric Beast. One of the earliest transformations. A former priest turned into an unholy, towering abomination, held together by sinew, prayer, and agony. The notes had been clear. If you see one, run unless you are ready to die. Izuku prayed this bridge would be empty. Then he saw the silhouette. Massive. Punch. Breathing steam. Before it even moved, he cursed under his breath, soft, hopeless, resigned. It slammed into the far end of the bridge, hunched and monumental, draped in what might once have been robes now melted into bone, hair, and wet sinew. Antler-like protrusions jutted from its skull, scraping sparks from the stone as it breathed in shuddering, monstrous gasps. Its chest swelled with rattling bellows, every rise and fall a grotesque symphony of splitting tendons and clicking joints. Its limbs twitched and spasmed, each one thicker than Izuku's entire torso, cords of muscle trembling beneath a skin stretched too tight to contain it. Then it screamed. The sound split the night. Not a roar. Not a howl. A scream, a raw, agonized wail that felt like a dying cathedral crying out in its final collapse. Izuku's knees buckled. His eyes watered. His ears rang. His stomach lurched as though something inside tried to escape. The cleric beast charged. Izuku moved too slow. The monster's fist, a slab of warped muscle the size of a wagon, drove into the bridge beside him. The shockwave tore him off his feet and flung him across the stone like a broken doll. His back smashed into the railing. Something cracked, not fully broken, but close enough that his lungs refused to inflate for a second too long. He rolled instinctively. A second blow pulverized the space he had just occupied, spraying stone shards across the bridge like shrapnel. Izuku lashed the whip outward. Serrated blades bit into the creature's shoulder. It tore flesh just barely. The beast didn't react. Its neck twisted with a sickening crack, vertebrae snapping and reforming in a grotesque arc as its snarling maw turned toward him. One enormous arm swept low across the bridge. Izuku jumped too slow again. The claws scraped across his side. Tearing. Rending. Meat peeled away. Bone shuddered. A lightning bolt of pain detonated through his entire body. His scream ripped from him, raw, instinctual, animal. He dug frantically through his belt, fingers shaking violently as he tried to jam a blood vial into the injector. The glass slipped. Shattered on the stone. No, 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 his breath hitched, panic burning bright. I can't. Get up. The whisper slid through him like a cold blade. Move. Fight. Bleed. But don't fall. His legs buckled anyway. The cleric beast reared upward, torso unfolding like a grotesque blooming flower of bone and muscle. It towered 2 full stories above him, blotting out the moon. Then it came down, both fists slamming to the ground with earth-shaking force. Izuku threw himself aside. Not fast enough. The shockwave cracked the bridge, jagged stone biting deep into his leg. His scream broke into static. Pain sizzled along his nerves. He could barely breathe. He staggered forward and whipped at the beast again, this time for the neck. The blow landed with a clean metallic snap. Nothing. Barely a scratch. His plan, page 876, sever the spinal column for a swift kill, was a fantasy. This monster wasn't built like anything human or even animal. It was something else entirely. It grabbed him. Claws the size of small cars wrapped around his torso, squeezing until his ribs bent inward like soft wire. He choked on blood. It lifted him higher until the burning lanterns of Yharnam were tiny embers beneath him. Then it threw him. Izuku hit the stones with a splintering crack that sent agony exploding up his spine. The world smeared into colors. His arms refused to respond. His legs felt like distant echoes. The cleric beast loomed. It screamed again, the sound ripping straight through him, and raised its hand. The last thing Izuku saw was the massive palm descending toward his skull. Absolute judgment. But just as suddenly as it ended, he was back in the hunter's dream. Izuku jolted awake, gasping, fingers clawing at the air as if the beast's hand were still descending toward his skull. He sat half upright in the pale grass beneath the great tree, cold sweat pouring down his temples, soaking the collar of his stolen garb. His wounds were gone. His body was whole. But the pain, God, the pain, still clung to him like a phantom, bruising his bones from the inside out. Every nerve remembered. Every organ remembered. His skull remembered being crushed like rotten fruit. And the fear was worse than death. He lay back on the stones, chest rising and stuttering, panicked fits as air refused to fill his lungs properly. He muttered to distract himself, anything to stop the spiraling. A high-tier strength enhancement quirk, maybe medium with size augmentation mount lady could have punched it clean off the bridge. Endeavor would have melted the whole bridge, whole city. Why didn't I? Why? Actual wind brushed across his face. Izuku froze. For the first time since he'd arrived, the hunter's dream was breathing. Before, it had been still, dead still, the kind of stillness that lived between heartbeats. Now the grass around him swayed in gentle waves. The tall trees' branches creaked softly. Unseen chimes rang far in the distance, like the dream was humming to itself. He pushed himself to his knees, trembling but whole. His ribs were healed. His skin unbroken. Only faint silver scars thin as threads shimmered where bone and flesh had once burst apart. He blinked up at the hill. The doll was standing, still as carved porcelain, framed in pale moonlight. Her eyes locked onto him the moment he stirred, and though she did not speak, something in her presence soothed the scream still lodged inside his chest. But something else had changed. The workshop doors previously shut now stood slightly ajar. Warm orange light flickered inside, beckoning him. He felt it immediately. Inside, the notebook had warned him. The world will change. Things formerly hidden will be plain. You do not gain knowledge, you lose blindness. He swallowed hard. He had seen a cleric beast. He had died to it. That was enough insight for the dream to open its next door. Izuku rose, legs unsteady but committed, and walked toward the stairs. He glanced at the doll as he passed. She did not move, but her head tilted ever so slightly, as if she were acknowledging his courage or his ignorance. The workshop was immaculate, but cold in a way that didn't feel earthly. Brass fixtures glowed with muted lamplight. Polished wooden tables stood arranged like an old museum display. Books lined the walls bound in strange, waxy leather, pages yellowed but untouched by dust. Yet, most of the tools were gone. The notebook said the workshop should house countless relics. The blood gem workshop tool. The rune carving apparatus. The haze extractor. A labyrinth of instruments for arcane enhancement. But here, only the most basic tools remained. A lone forge. A modest anvil. A handful of weapon care kits. And scattered notes, faded by time and thumbprints. Izuku reached out and brushed a trembling hand along the edge of the nearest workbench. Even the wood felt old, ancient, almost fossilized, like it had been waiting centuries for someone to touch it again. And then, a voice. Close. Too close. You must be the new hunter. Izuku spun so fast he nearly fell. The workshop hadn't made a sound, not a creak, not a breath, but now, in the center of the room, sat an old man in a wheelchair. He hadn't been there a heartbeat ago. Izuku would have sworn it. And yet here he was, as if he had always been sitting in that exact spot, waiting for Izuku to notice. The space around him was wrong. Where the rest of the dream felt weathered, dust clinging to corners, age pooling in shadows, this small patch of floor around the wheelchair was untouched. Almost fresh. The air there shimmered faintly, a subtle bend in the light, as if the world was struggling to render him properly. The longer Izuku stared, the more it felt like reality was folding neatly around this man instead of the other way around. The old man's eyes gleamed with something sharp beneath the haze. A young one at that, he said, smiling thinly. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home, for now. Izuku swallowed. The words home and for now scraped together inside his skull. They didn't belong in the same sentence. Even Gehrman seemed to hesitate at hearing himself say them, brows tightening for a fraction of a second. I am Gehrman, he continued as if reminding himself. Friend to hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know it's just what hunters do. He laughed lightly. Too lightly. The sound was brittle, like a porcelain mask cracking. You'll get used to it, he added, his tone shifting lower, colder. No matter your age. Izuku didn't respond. His hand had already moved on instinct, pulling the notebook from his pocket, pages fluttering beneath his thumb. He needed grounding facts, ink, something real. Gehrman watched him with an unreadable expression. Then he tipped his head, voice gentling. This was once a proper sanctuary for hunters. A great workshop, where blood could sharpen steel and reshape men into something greater. His eyes flicked around the near-empty room. As you've no doubt seen, we lack many of the tools we once had. The pause. A lean closer. But you're welcome to what remains. His smile widened a fraction. Even the doll, should it please you. Izuku recoiled. His stomach twisted. He pretended to keep flipping pages just so he wouldn't have to look at Gehrman for a second longer. He found the entry pages 10 and 11. Gehrman's section was a mess of smeared ink and corrupted lines, as though the writer's sanity had eroded while trying to describe him. Thoughts contradicted themselves. Words scratched out into unreadable grooves. The page felt like it didn't want to be interpreted. But the doll's page was clean. The doll will allow you to channel blood echoes, the essence of the old ones, into personal growth, vitality, strength, the expansion of the soul. Yet as you grow stronger, you grow further from what you once were. Izuku lowered the book slowly. He looked at his arm. The hunter's mark had turned pitch black. Before, when he'd spoken with Gilbert, it had been red. Alive. Now, empty. He had lost everything when the cleric beast crushed him. The echoes. The strength. The progress. All gone. But not permanently. His fingers tightened around a few vials of cold blood due fist-sized clots of dried, crystallized blood echoes. Solid. Waiting to be cracked open. Waiting to return strength to him. He would go back. He would challenge that thing again. And when he did, he would be ready. A few bloodstone shards sat on the bench beside him. The forge burned low. The tools were older than any building in Mizudafu but functional. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing faint silver scars. The work ahead was simple in concept but difficult in execution, repairing the cane, rebinding plates, reforging dulled segments of the whip's blades. Simple work. Mindless work. Exactly what he needed. So Izuku Midoriya, blood-soaked child, misplaced hunter, terrified stranger in a world that had no reason to spare him, worked in that old, dusty workshop for hours. His internal clock screamed that a full day had passed. Then two. And still he tinkered. Not because the weapon needed that much work, but because stopping meant thinking. And thinking meant remembering. Hello, good hunter. The voice was soft. Warmer than the lamplight. Warmer than anything he'd felt since waking in this nightmare of a world. Izuku turned and found her standing beside him. The doll. She wasn't just beautiful. She was a crafted sort of beauty. Porcelain perfection made human. Her pale skin glowed faintly in the dreamlight, hair cascading like white silk that never tangled, never shifted out of place. Her presence was uncanny, too smooth, too still, but not unnerving. Not to him. She felt safe. I am a doll, she said gently, here in this dream to look after you. Her voice was a lullaby, steady, soft, patient. A contrast so sharp to Yarnum's screaming chaos that it hurt his chest. And you, she leaned closer, studying him with a serene tilt of her head, are much younger than most who have visited. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here, to embolden your sickly spirit. She raised a pale hand smooth as marble and placed it gently atop his head. Izuku froze. Her touch was warm, gentle, maternal in a way his own mother hadn't been in years. By far the youngest hunter to ever visit this old doll, she murmured, a small smile touching her lips. The smile was simple, unforced, yet it poured something bright and painful into Izuku's chest. He flushed violently. Weiss, I read about you in my book. Sorry I didn't speak to you at first. Her head tilted, hair cascading like falling snow. Did the little ones give you the book? I would guess so. They are fond of you. Fond of him. Someone was fond of him. Yeah, he whispered. Have you spoken with Gehrman? She asked. He nodded. She followed his gaze around the workshop, searching for the old man with a faint crease between her brows as though she were trying to sense him, not see him. He was a hunter long, long ago, she said softly, but now he serves only to advise. He is obscure, unseen in the waking world. Still, he stays in this dream. Her tone held reverence, and something else. A quiet, aching sorrow. Izuku found himself nodding again without meaning to. They spoke for a long time. He told her how the night had gone. How the city felt. How broken it made him. She listened. Not with feigned politeness. Not with obligation. With care. Each time he faltered, her expression softened. Each time he stuttered, she waited. She smiled faintly when he mentioned reforging his weapon. Most hunters do not improve their arms at all. They cling to routine. You are different. Young, but adaptable. She helped him channel the echoes stored in the cold blood dew. Her hands guided his, not touching, but hovering near, radiating warmth like a lantern in a frozen world. Together, they examined him. His vitality, endurance, and strength were weakest. His arcane unexpectedly burned brightest. Behind that came skill, then blood tinge. She helped him strengthen himself. Slightly. Barely noticeable in his body. But he felt it. In the plate of his ribs. In the marrow of his bones. In the space where his fear lived. When he stepped out toward the hill's edge, the dream breathed around him the quiet sway of grass, gravestones like silent witnesses, and the swirling void beyond. The doll bowed lightly. A perfect, graceful motion. Ceremonial, but heartfelt. He bowed back, smaller, awkward, but sincere. The cane in his hand had changed 3 inches longer, a 1/4 inch thicker, with far more blades in whip form. Its range increased nearly a foot. Heavier. Harder to control. Deadlier. What he needed. Gehrman watched him return from the workshop, eyebrows lifting just slightly. Hunter, he said, voice cautious. You're going back already? Izuku didn't stop. Didn't hesitate. He reached for the gravestone that would send him back into Central Yharnam's blood-soaked streets. I'm going to kill that beast, he said quietly. Clearly. Like a promise. And even if it killed him again, then that just meant he needed to try again. Izuku appeared in Central Yharnam from near the lantern with his feet hitting the stone tiles softly. The transition from one place to another instantaneously still made him feel off-kilter and caused stars to blink in his eyes. He walked to Gilbert's window and exchanged a few pleasantries, Gilbert informing him that he had the strangest hit of déjà vu, 'cause he had talked to Izuku, remembered all their conversations, and yet as far as he could recall, this was Izuku's first time at his window since, well, he wasn't sure. After a few minutes of quiet conversation, Izuku began his trek to the bridge. However, Izuku hadn't expected the small groupings of enemies on the side path to be back. He blinked in disbelief at the shambling, snarling figures, the same mutated men he had slain only hours ago, alive once more, their wounds invisible, their hate renewed. Time does not pass here. The notebook had warned him. But to see it, for it to be reinforced in front of him. The moon still hung, pale and monstrous, in the exact position it had when he first stepped out of the clinic. No stars shifted. No clouds moved. The world was locked in an eternal instant, the god's power freezing Yharnam in a silent, burning tableau of slaughter. Izuku forced the thoughts away. The new length and serration of his whip paid off immediately. Where once he struggled, now he shredded. The whip snapped through flesh and bone with a savage ease not present before, the blades biting deep into warped muscle. His heightened skill made the world seem to slow around him. He saw the slight dip of a shoulder before a cleaver swung, the twitch of a hand before a torch arced. He moved through them with far more ease than he once had. Kill after kill after kill. Each death drilled deeper into his skull. Each drop of blood brought another knife of pain to his temples, a mind-splitting headache that blurred his vision and bent his knees. When he reached the archway leading to the bridge, he hesitated. Fear clawed at him. The cleric beast. So far, the strongest thing he had fought in the nightmare that was his new life. Steeling himself, he passed under the arch. The creature noticed him instantly. It uncoiled from the shadows, its hulking frame grotesque and twitching with barely contained violence. Even knowing its size from before did not prepare him for its speed. With a single leap, it crossed the distance between them. Like a mountain falling. Izuku's perception sharpened, slotting everything into a slower speed. He dove under the cleric beast's first strike, rolling through the still wet pool of blood that marked where his first attempt had ended. A small burst of energy accompanied the old blood that now clung to his clothes, to his skin, its sickly sweet rot filling his nostrils and burning his lungs. The blood high surged, more violent, more eager. With a click, his cane snapped into whip form. Izuku lashed out at the beast's thick, gnarled ankle, blades digging deep. The cleric beast howled, the sound tearing across the bridge like a living blade. Blood gushed from the wound, spraying over Izuku's hands, his face, his open mouth. He gagged on the taste but didn't stop. The whip ripped free with a harsh tug. The cleric beast staggered, lashing out blindly. A resounding click. Izuku stabbed the cane like a spear into the monster's kneecap, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone shattering under the force. But pain fueled the monster. It twisted with inhuman agility, claws raking across Izuku's chest. Blood exploded from the tears in his flesh. He screamed, but his body moved faster than his mind did. A blood vial stabbed into an artery in his leg, dumping the cursed healing ichor into his veins. His wounds knitted closed almost instantly, the cursed magic stitching meat and bone together with burning agony. The whip cracked into form once again. Twice, he slashed the beast's face, aiming for the vulnerable slits of its eyes. The cleric beast shrieked in rage, swiping blindly. One claw barely missed his skull, shearing a gouge into the bridge stones behind him. Keep moving. Break it down. He fired his pistol 6 shots into the beast's gaping maw. The bullets cracked through teeth and bone. The cleric beast staggered, clutching its bleeding face. Izuku seized the moment. He dashed forward, drove the cane through the beast's jaw, and wrenched it sideways with all his strength. The monster's lower mandible split with a wet crack, hanging loose by strands of sinew. Blood painted the world around him. Chunks of shredded flesh clung to his clothes, his hair. The bridge stank of gunpowder, meat, and fresh rot. Victory was in his grasp until the beast, blind with rage, lashed out. Its massive claw caught him midair, slamming him like a doll into the bridge wall. He heard the snap of his spine, felt ribs shatter. Pain, deep and black, swallowed him whole. Rule 1, always focus on survival. Never get greedy. Izuku would not forget again. He fought, and died, and fought again. The second, third, fourth, fifth deaths came swiftly, blinded by anger, by panic, by desperation. Only when he embraced strategy, calculation, did he begin to endure. The head. The arms. Weak points. The head was weak to bullets, obviously, but not truly. It would shrug off 5 shots to the temple. The 6th seemed to break its fury for a moment and send it into panic, almost always granting him an opportunity to plunge his cane into its temple or jaw. Yet even with a hole in its skull and blood pooling with thick globs of brain matter, it fought on just the same. The arms were also similarly weak, but in a different vein. He could not slice them off with his whip, the bones were too thick. The beast's main arm was large and grotesque, able to withstand a beating. It was the other arm that was his target. If he wrapped the bladed whip around the wrist, elbow, or shoulder of the beast and pulled, then tendons would rip. The agony of such an attack almost always seemed to cause it to jump back, retreat, and scream in agony. He learned the way the beast's muscles moved before it struck. Learned the signs of its coming rage after every exploit of its weaknesses. The vulnerable moments when it cradled its wounded smaller arm and how to make it last. On his 20th attempt, he struck with fire. A Molotov cocktail smashed into the cleric beast's face, flames engulfing it in a howling inferno. It screamed, dropping to its knees, thick claws peeled into burning, stinking flesh in an attempt to put out the flames. Izuku didn't hesitate. He drove the cane into the beast's eye socket, then slammed his foot down on the handle, forcing the weapon deeper until the eye burst and bone cracked, spraying gore down the beast's matted chest. The thing staggered backward, half blinded. He was on it instantly, hacking at exposed arteries, slicing tendons, pulling the whip taut around its arm and sawing back to shred meat and muscle. The beast tried to grab the whip, tried to wrench it free. Izuku drew his pistol and unloaded every round he had into its ruined face. It staggered back, body swaying as it roared up into the sky in agony. A sharp pull and the whip was free from the bloody limb, shearing through muscle. Izuku seized the momentum. He ran at it full tilt, jumping onto the harshly bent legs of the beast and using them as a springboard to soar over its head. With an unnatural grace, Izuku twisted in the air, flicked his wrist, and the long chain of blades encircled the throat of the monster that kept killing him. Over and over again. The wet hate from before flared as he fell onto its back as the whip came taut and pulled. The cleric beast gave one final, wet, gurgling roar as its head was sliced off its shoulders. The bridge trembled. The silence that followed was oppressive. Izuku stood amidst the wreckage, panting. The creature's remains were unrecognizable. Viscera coated the stones. Chunks of bone and muscle littered the once clean bridge. Blood, both the beast's and his own, soaked him completely, dripping from his fingertips, matting his hair to his scalp. The triumph he'd thought he would feel never came. Instead, the bloodlust drained from him like air from a punctured lung. The sight of what he had done, the smell of burned organs and torn flesh, churned his stomach violently. His hands shook uncontrollably. He had meant to kill it quickly, mercifully. Instead, he had butchered it. Worse, as the memories of his previous deaths flooded back, dying while choking on his own blood, being eaten alive, rotting away limb by limb, the regret was drowned in raw, animal relief. He hadn't killed out of mercy. He had killed to survive. He staggered to the edge of the bridge and fell to his knees, retching bile and blood onto the stones. Tears blurred his vision. What could I have done differently? He didn't know anymore. Maybe if he had studied longer, planned better, been stronger. But the truth was simpler. In Yharnam, there was no room for mercy. You killed, or you were killed. And deep inside, a terrible, shivering truth dug its claws into Izuku's heart. He didn't want to die anymore. He would do whatever it took to live. No matter what it made him. No matter how many tears he would shed to do it. Once Izuku found the energy to stand, he began searching the beast for anything left from its days as a cleric of the healing church. While the search in total was futile, he did find one thing on its still lightly steaming corpse. A badge, small, worn, stained in old blood. Izuku turned it over in his hand. As he did, something strange happened. Some of the words in his notebook, the ones that had previously blurred and bled together, twisted into madness, shifted. They realigned, became legible. He realized then, the badges weren't just proof of a kill, or an award or allegiance to and from certain hunter orders. They were keys. Felsis. Only those who earned the right to bear them could decipher the knowledge they protected. Schematics for trick weapons, forbidden rites. Secrets not meant for outsiders. Tucking the badge carefully away, he made his way to the door at the end of the bridge and tried to open it. At first he held hope as he pushed, pulled, and fumbled with the solid metal knob. Izuku could feel a bitter panic building as he pounded on the door, hoping that someone would open it and allow him to progress deeper into the city, hopefully closer to those who the moon needed dead. Whoever they were. Eventually, he gave up. The door was too thick and reinforced for him to break through easily, and he had no idea what was on the other side. The situation left him with one final path. The side of the city furthest from the lamp. He would need to head down the paths he had ignored or decided to write off till after his full exploitation of the areas closest to the lamp to safety were finished. And now that all that was left was the path to Eden Chapel, it was no longer an optional place for him to head. Now Izuku would be lying if he said his natural curiosity wasn't burning to find out all he could about the city, even if it was buried under fear. So he found himself in an alleyway, hopefully heading to his destination. The alley was narrow, choked with cages. Inside each cage, dogs, if they could still be called, that snarled and snapped, mutated jaws foaming with rage. Some were too far gone to even stand, their bodies twisted and mangled. Izuku hesitated. They couldn't fight back. Not really. His whip cracked out once, twice, slicing through the cages, through flesh and bone. Each yelp tore at his heart worse than any claw ever could. He hated this. The blood high wanted to cheer. Wanted to savor the power. Izuku crushed it underfoot the best he could. Past the cages, the cries of an old woman drifted down the street. A heavy wooden door rattled as a beast, an enormous, skeletal dog, threw itself against it, scratching and barking with relentless hunger. It had already carved deep gouges into the wood, and another few minutes would have seen it inside. Izuku approached silently. With a single, precise whip crack, he severed the beast's head from its body. It collapsed without a sound. He stepped toward the door, raising a hand to knock, when a raspy voice snapped from the other side. "Oh, you're a hunter, aren't ya? If you hunters got off your arses, we wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you gonna tell me if there's a safe place, or not?" Izuku froze. Safe places? His heart leapt at the idea, but no, the notebook hadn't mentioned any sanctuaries yet. Still, he couldn't just leave her hopeless. "I know, ma'am. I'm new to the town, but if I find a safe place, I'll tell you. I promise," he stammered, trying to sound braver than he felt. A scoff, heavy with bitterness. "I should have known. Ya good for nothing. No respect for the elderly, that's what it is, specially you young'uns. Outsiders, bah. You think we're all mad, don't ya? Well, go on, stuff it. I know all your tricks." The malice in her voice made Izuku take an involuntary step back. He swallowed the lump in his throat and hurried down the street. He would find her a safe place. He had to. Even if it was just one person tonight, he would be a hero to someone. The next path led downward, a long staircase spiraling into a warehouse. The air grew colder. The space past the stairs was massive. It sprawled downward in layers, stairs leading to ladders and an open pit to the open sewerage, walkways strung across it like spiderwebs. Something caught his eye behind a wall of stacked crates and barrels just moments before he descended into the warehouse, a broken wall, half concealed. Izuku smashed the debris aside with careful swings of his cane. Beyond, a narrow, crumbling wooden walkway looped above the warehouse's ground floor. He moved slowly across the suspended path, feeling every creak and groan of the aged boards beneath his boots. The faint smell of rot and old blood drifted up from below. Scavenging as he went, he found a few blood vials and bullets hidden in crates and splintered boxes. He stopped at the first bridge. A corpse hung upside down by its legs, swaying gently in the stale breeze. Bloodstone shards glinted from a pouch tucked into its pocket. Izuku edged closer. With careful, almost surgical movements, he hooked the body with his cane and reeled it in, snatching the stones without disturbing the precarious balance. The second corpse held a greater prize. A saw weapon, strapped across its back, heavy, rusted, but functional. He pulled it free and tied it carefully to his pack. At the far end of the walkway, a miracle, an open doorway leading out into the night again. The cold air slapped him as he stepped outside. And there, by the fence, a figure stood waiting. Shrouded in black. Feathered cloak fluttering like a living thing in the night wind. A bleached white plague doctor's mask stared down at him, empty-eyed and ancient. Izuku's heart jumped into his throat. He forced himself forward, cautious. "You hi," he squeaked. The figure turned. "Oh well now. Aren't you a bit young to be out during a hunt?" The woman's voice was sharp but not unkind. Stern, yes, but carrying something Izuku hadn't heard in hours. Concern. She eyed him, taking in the blood-stained clothes, the whip and gun at his belt. "Buy those weapons and that outfit, a junta, aren't ya? And an outsider too, I wager. What a mess you've gotten caught up in, and on a night like this." Izuku absent-mindedly noted she said hunter as junta, with such conviction at that he imagined she had been doing it her whole life. She let out a heavy sigh, then beckoned him over. "Welcome to the hunt, little crow." She handed him 4 yellowed scraps of parchment. "Bold hunter's marks. You're moon-touched, you'll know how to use them." Izuku blinked. How did you know I'm moon-touched? I thought it wasn't obvious." The woman chuckled dryly. "Moon-touched hunters carry a glow about 'em. Soft as moonlight. Those who can see it, feel it. It's not a sight most welcome in Yarnum these days." Her tone grew harder. "Prepare yourself, young one. There are no humans left. Only beasts in human skin. She gave him a firm pat on the back, surprisingly warm through her thick gloves, and turned to the open night air she had been gazing into before his arrival. But Izuku lingered. He didn't want to be alone again. Even a minute longer standing next to someone alive made the cold inside him ease. She turned back, sensing his hesitation. Still lingering about? What's wrong, little crow? Afraid of a few beasts? She grabbed his shoulders, gripping tight enough that he felt it through his coat. Her masked gaze bore into him, black voids that seemed to see everything he wanted to hide. Without fear in our hearts, she said softly, we're little different from the beasts themselves. She gave him a light shove. Shake off your cape and keep tin. You'll stop trembling soon enough. A hunter must hunt. Her words rang in his chest like a bell. Not grandiose. Not inspiring. But real. Exactly what he needed. The last few hours had nearly broken him. He had lost his humanity, even if only for seconds. Had let hate and rage guide his hands. But the bloodlust, it was a tool. It wasn't him. If he could learn to use it without being swallowed by it, if he could hunt his way, then maybe, just maybe, he could survive this nightmare. Maybe he could still be Izuku Midoriya. He straightened his back. Tightened his grip on his weapons. Bowed slightly to the crow hunter. And turned toward the fog-choked streets once more. He could fight it. Claim that he could master the bloodlust. The blood high that kept his legs going and his mind sharp during the fights. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he knew better, deep down. He wouldn't be able to change this world, it would change him. But he could still lie to himself and claim he could be Izuku Midoriya by the end of it all. Not long after his encounter with the crow hunter, Izuku would find himself ankle-deep in stinking muck. In his hand he held a skull that was almost warm to the touch. The notebook called it a madman's knowledge. Somehow he had found it in the sewerage tucked behind a pack of giant, slavering rats with eyes like burning embers. His mind somersaulted with sensations as he kept moving forward, breathing heavy. Maybe he hadn't gotten as good at controlling the bloodlust as he thought. But he was getting better. Another lie. A lie he told himself as he trudged through the filth and fought through a cluster of living corpses, sagging, rotted men and women who groaned and flailed with ruined hands. Their appearance no longer shocked him as it once had. He felt the horror dull at the edges, replaced by a low, cold acceptance. He had seen things worse in movies back in his world. But the killing, every strike that severed a head, every whip that tore through belly and bone, every gurgling death rattle, it still made his stomach churn with disgust. Not just because of how it made him feel, but because of what it didn't. When the blood high was roaring in his ears, he found unending joy in the noises they made as he crushed bones underfoot. Even after his affirmations to himself to survive no matter the cost, he knew that the cost truly might be too much. Izuku returned to the dream a few times after the sewer crawl, sometimes by choice, sometimes dragged back by death thanks to one or more of the dead things faking their second deaths so well. He wouldn't trust a corpse again. Between each visit he built. He tinkered. He managed to improve his pistol. An extended barrel, welded with shaky but determined hands, helped stabilize his aim. It wasn't a massive improvement, but it felt good to shape something with purpose instead of just destroying. Each time the doll helped him grow stronger, he felt it. Subtle at first. Deeper breaths. A stronger heartbeat. A resilience against the endless ache. It was as if the transfusion, the cursed blood that had twisted him into this half-thing, was finally settling into his bones, making him a part of this world more and more. Then he found the little girl. A tiny voice, quivering behind a barred window. The wood was splintered and old, the iron grate bolted hastily across it. Beyond it, he could just make out a small, trembling figure tucked away in the dark, a child, too fragile for the horrors gnawing at Yarnum's broken bones. Alone. Abandoned. Left behind while the city devoured itself. A voice, barely a whisper, floated to him. Who are you? She sounded terrified. Izuku went to speak. Only a small utterance exited his lips before she spoke once more. I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Izuku pressed closer, heart pounding painfully against his ribs. He struggled to find his voice. He didn't want to frighten her. "Weiss," he said softly. "I'm a hunter." A small, shuddering breath. "Then, please, will you look for my mum?" The words tumbled out of her in a frantic rush. Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him. But now she's gone too. I'm all alone. And I'm so scared. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. He knelt down by the window, trying to sound calm, strong like the heroes he had once admired. "I'll find her," he promised. I swear." There was a long silence. Then, carefully, a tiny hand reached through the bars, pressing something into his palm. It was small, delicate. A music box. Worn, but lovingly cared for. "Really?" "Thank you," she gasped, her voice breaking with hope. She clung to that hope like a drowning sailor to a piece of driftwood. "My mum wears a red jeweled brooch," she explained breathlessly. "It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it." Izuku closed his fingers around the music box gently, as if it were made of glass. The little girl's voice softened, almost fond. "I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box." A sniffle. "It plays one of Daddy's favorite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him. So he remembers." A sad little laugh, forced and fragile. "Mum's so silly. Running off without it." She repeated herself again, the way small children do when trying desperately to be heard. "Remember, my mum wears a red jeweled brooch. So big and beautiful that there is no way you could miss it. And if you find her, please give her the music box before she gets to Daddy." Izuku pressed the box against his chest for a moment, feeling the faint warmth left by her tiny hands. The weight of the promise was crushing. He looked back down the street, the smoke, the fire, the death waiting around every corner. The memory still burned. It boiled in his veins like molten iron. He had sworn to find her mother. But even as he tucked the music box safely into his pouch, a terrible gnawing fear chewed at his heart. He was already too late. He tried to push those emotions down as he kept his feet moving through more muck and gunk that clotted the sewerage. He needed to make it to some ladder to even make his way to Eden Chapel. For some reason the path the notebook was taking him was through the stinking sludge. Into the smallest, foulest artery of the city's veins. The walls sweated with filth. The air was so thick it clung to his skin like mold. Every step sent ripples through the murky water. Somewhere ahead, something shifted. A part of him wished he had climbed the ladder at the entrance to the tunnel he found himself in. A low, wet scraping noise echoed from the inky blackness in front of Izuku, his shoulders tensed. The sewer shook as a horrible screech exploded from the darkness. Something massive, far too massive, shoved itself down the tunnel. In the brief glimpse before it struck, he saw yellowed tusks, blood-clotted bristles, a wide mouth steaming rot. A pig. A monster the size of a truck, snorting and grunting, its bloated body barreling forward. Before he could move, the pig's head slammed into him like a battering ram, hurling him into the filthy water. His body screamed in protest, but adrenaline dulled the pain. Survive. A click echoed in the tunnel, the sound of his cane snapping into whip form. The blades carved a burning line across the pig's snout. The creature bellowed, a sound so deep it rattled Izuku's teeth. Its black blood gushed in ropes across the stone. The pig charged again, but here, in the wider part of the tunnel, Izuku had space. He dodged left, rolling to his feet in a splash of fetid water. The whip lashed out again and again, reducing the pig's hind legs to shredded meat. Tendons snapped. Bone gleamed through flaps of ruined flesh. The monster stumbled, squealing in rage. Izuku didn't hesitate. He snapped his cane back into its hardened form, drove it into the side of the pig's massive skull, and wrenched. There was a crack, a sick, wet finality. The beast dropped. Its carcass was bigger than any cart or carriage Izuku had ever seen. Which meant loot. He grimaced and set to work, gutting the thing. Entrails spilled out in coils of slick, foul-smelling horror, coating him from boots to shoulders. By the time he finished, he had 6 precious blood vials tucked into his pouch and smelled worse than anything he could imagine. Even the blood high couldn't numb the stench. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pressed onward. Past the pig's broken body, the sewer opened into a larger chamber. 2 corpses lay slumped in the shallow water. One carried more blood vials. The other. Izuku's heart skipped. A badge. The Saw Hunter's badge. He pocketed it carefully. The information it unlocked wasn't complete yet, but each badge peeled back another layer of mystery. Another piece of the old hunter's world was revealed. He climbed out of the sewer through a heavy door tucked near a crumbling drop, hauling himself up a rusted ladder. The stench clung to him like a second skin. At the top, more mob members. A hulking hunchback loomed near a giant mound of tinder, stacked high and ready to burn. Izuku wasted no time. One crack of the whip brought a shield-wielding man crashing down. His torch dropped and the tinder caught. The fire roared to life, bright and furious. Panicked, the hunchback shoved the flaming ball down the bridge. The rest of the mob didn't even have time to scream. The flaming mass tore through them like a meteor, scattering bodies in its wake. The hunchback was burned, staggering, half mad with pain. Izuku ended it swiftly with a blow to the spine. The bridge was quiet again save for the crackling of embers and the stink of burnt flesh. He scavenged through the bodies, collecting bullets and vials, before spotting something unusual. An elevator. Old, wrought iron and steel, humming faintly. Izuku hesitated. It reminded him of the ancient elevators from the black and white movies he used to watch with his mom when she still had time for nights off. When she still had time for him. Memories ached in his chest. The elevator rattled upward. Short, simple, a tight ascent. And when the doors opened, his breath caught. He knew this street. Near Gilbert's window. Near safety. A shortcut. Relief poured through him, almost enough to make him cry. He grinned for the first time in what felt like hours. Hell, a shortcut, he whispered fiercely, his voice cracking under the pressure of it all. One small victory. Still, he pushed himself forward, heading back down the elevator and pulling out the music box as he walked down the large stone bridge, the corpses around him charred and slashed. A small music box received from a young Yharnam girl. It plays a song shared by her mother and father. Inside the lid is a small scrap of paper, perhaps an old message. 2 names can be made out, however faintly, Viola and Gascoigne. If Izuku had to describe the music box, that would be it. He held it in shaking hands as it rang out its melodies softly into the night air. Izuku closed the music box with trembling fingers. His stomach roiled as he stepped through the cracked gate into the cemetery. The smell hit first thick, cloying, a brutal blend of blood and cold earth. It clung to the back of his throat, suffocating. He gagged but forced himself forward, boots crunching on loose gravel and shattered bones. Ahead, in the half-light cast by broken lanterns, stood a man. Broad-shouldered, dressed in the blackened, tattered garb of a Yharnam priest. And drenched in blood. Not the old, darkened stains of beasts. Fresh, bright red. Human. Bodies lay scattered around him, slumped against gravestones and crumpled in the mud. Some were little more than torn cloth and pulp, but others. Faces. Human faces. Eyes open, frozen mid-scream. Some still clutched at mortal wounds as if they had been trying to beg or pray. Izuku staggered back a step, his heart hammering. The man's chest heaved with heavy, ragged breaths. A low mutter floated on the chill air. Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later. The voice was gravel dragged across stone, deep and hollow. The bloodlust pouring from the man was a tangible thing, thick, oppressive, so powerful it left Izuku feeling suffocated, like a rabbit staring into the maw of a wolf. The sludge villain had terrified him. The cleric beast had overwhelmed him. But this was hatred made flesh. Murder distilled into its purest form. Before Izuku could even think to react, the priest moved. Not a lurch, not a shuffle, but a hunter's dash, swift and brutal. Steel glinted. A massive axe, already slick with blood, swung in a deadly arc toward Izuku's head. Pain bloomed. White-hot, instantaneous. His left arm was gone, not severed cleanly, but shredded, the bones twisted and flesh torn as the axe glanced off and ripped away half his limb in a spray of blood. Before the scream could even escape his throat, another sound ripped through the cemetery. The blunderbuss fired. A scatter of burning hot lead tore into his legs, shattering bone and ripping tendons. He collapsed. The gravel tore at his hand and cheeks as he hit the ground, the world spinning in a swirl of pain and horror. Blood spilled from him in torrents, soaking into the cracked, dry soil. His vision blurred. Consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. The last thing he saw was the priest towering over him, axe glinting under the grim moonlight, eyes hidden behind a bloodied scarf. A man who had once been something noble now reduced to rage. To ruin. To beast. And then darkness took him. With a gasp, Izuku shot upright in the hunter's dream. Pain lanced through his chest, arms, and legs, ghostly echoes of wounds that no longer bled. He clutched at himself instinctively, half expecting to find torn muscle, shattered bones, but his body was whole. Yet the ache remained. Phantom pain. The memory of the man's axe, the crushing weight of defeat was burned into his nerves. Whoever that man was. He was merciless. Hunter, through and through. But unlike the Crow Lady. Unlike himself. Man had lost everything to his bloodlust. Whatever humanity he once clung to had drowned under the tide of rage. And yet, who else could it have been? The little girl's father. Fowla. Gascoigne. The names floated like ashes across his mind. Good hunter. The doll's voice reached him through the haze, soft and concerned. Why you just sitting there? Is it some sort of game? Izuku blinked, dragging himself back into the now. The dream's gentle winds stirred his hair. The faint scent of old parchment and iron filled the air. No. I was thinking, he said, voice cracking slightly. I need to speak with Gehrman. Did you know where he is? The doll smiled kindly. I believe he is in the workshop at the moment. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. Thank you, doll, he mumbled, rising to his feet with a wince. The workshop was warm compared to the cool expanse of the dream, filled with the faint scent of oil and scorched metal. Lanterns flickered low, casting long, deep shadows between the bookshelves and tool racks. Gehrman was there, of course, sitting near a heavy oak table, fiddling with an ancient blunderbuss. Izuku hesitated at the door. He knew the old man didn't love being interrupted when he was reading or tinkering. Gehrman had already grumbled more than once about Izuku's endless scouring of every book and scrap of parchment in the place. It was understandable, really. But how could he stop? The dream held secrets. Even if some of it, like the battered manual titled, How to Pick Up Fair Maidens, was less than useful at the moment. Still, hidden among the nonsense, Izuku had found treasures. Old hunters' notes about the weaknesses of monstrous beasts larger than mountains. Fragments of lore about chalices and the cursed depths they could unlock. Techniques and rituals from a time when the first hunters still thought the hunt a blessing rather than a curse. One art had caught Izuku's attention above all others. Quickening. Tucked between entries about blood-sheathing weapons and attuning to cosmic forces, quickening spoke of something different. Awakening the old blood within one's veins. Shifting the body between reality and illusion. Dodging attacks by slipping through space itself. Some of the old masters could turn a step into a 20-foot flash of movement. A hunter empowered by quickening could cut monsters down before they could even react. But every old text agreed. It required training from an experienced hunter. And a body already saturated with old blood. Izuku's hand flexed at his side. The old blood was already inside him. He just needed the knowledge. He swallowed hard, then approached. Gehrman was mid-lecture, as usual. And that, boy, is why you never, ever try to ride a dark beast. No matter how tempting it seems. Izuku blinked, thrown off. Why would you even try that? Gehrman chuckled, a low, rattling sound like distant thunder. It was my youth. When the hunts first started, we treated them more like games. Bloody foolishness, looking back. Izuku smiled awkwardly but quickly sobered. Gehrman, can I ask a favor? The old hunter sighed, setting down his weapon with a heavy clunk. What is it now? You've read DMN near everything in this bloody place. What more could you possibly want? Izuku hesitated, then squared his shoulders. Fear was still there, still gnawing. But he wouldn't let it freeze him this time. I found something in one of the books. About quickening. See, can you teach me? I know it's a lot to ask, but I really want to learn it. I think it could help me survive. His words spilled out in a rush, tangled and desperate. Gehrman went still. For a long, heavy moment, the only sound was the crackling fire in the hearth. When the old man finally spoke, his voice was low, almost reverent. Quickening. He leaned back in his chair, studying Izuku with a gaze that suddenly felt heavy, evaluative. That's not a question I've heard in a long, long time, Gehrman said, his smile sad and sharp all at once. Most hunters today ain't got the stomach for it. Nor patience. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That I suppose I could teach you the basics. Give you a taste of it. But listen well, boy. He leaned forward, shadows gathering around the lines of his face. If I teach you this, you're on your own from there. No more asking for old arts. You figure out the rest yourself. You bleed for it. You fight for it. That's the way of the hunt. The seriousness in his voice made Izuku's spine stiffen. No teasing. No lightness. This was a binding. A vow. Izuku swallowed hard and bowed deeply. Thank you, Gehrman. I promise. I won't ask for another. The old hunter laughed under his breath, shaking his head. Maybe you'll survive this yet. Izuku would continue to hunt the streets of Yharnam periodically after his deal with Gehrman, mostly to make up for the sheer quantity of blood echoes lost to the man in the cemetery. However, he also used it to get more accustomed to killing and using his weapons in general. Most of all, it was to use up his free time. He would keep this up for days at a time, mentally logging hours and minutes as best as he could, spending more time in the dream learning from Gehrman and tinkering than fighting. The first time Izuku actually achieved quickening, it hurled him straight off the edge of the hunter's dream. One moment he was standing firm, feeling the strange pull of the old blood humming under his skin, and the next, reality shifted. The world bent sideways, light twisted into knives, and he plummeted into the black void beyond the cliffs. He fell for what felt like half an hour, the wind screaming past him. The fall ended with a wet, final crack as he slammed into something unseen and died. When he returned, gasping on the dewy grass under the old tree, he staggered upright and half-limped back toward the workshop. He found Gehrman inside still laughing. The old man clutched his stomach, tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. Izuku flushed crimson, somewhere between mortified and furious. At least Gehrman had a sense of humor. The doll, however, did not find it amusing. She scolded him sternly, her soft voice taking on a sharper, motherly edge that made Izuku duck his head like a guilty child. You must exercise caution, good hunter, she chided gently, brushing blood and dream stuff from his jacket like a mother cleaning her son before guests arrived. Recklessness will not carry you far in the waking world or in this one. It reminded him painfully of his mom, not the one from the last few years, but the one from his childhood. It made him promise, silently, to be better. The road to mastering quickening was long and brutal. By the dream's strange clock, it took 8 days. By Izuku's internal clock, it was 3 weeks. One of them had to be right, or else he was losing time more and more. Every time he returned to Yharnam, the moon hung in the exact same place, high and bloated, unblinking. The beasts returned with the same screams and the same bloodlust. The streets smelled of the same coppery rot. And yet not everything was the same. The loot they dropped varied, sometimes an abundance of bullets and blood vials, other times almost nothing. Reality was not quite fixed anymore, or perhaps there had always been some variation. When his body ached too much from quickening practice to do anything else, he wandered Yharnam. His free time, as he called it, clearing the same streets, fighting the same beasts. And again. And again. At first it was torture. Then it became something else. Soothing in a horrible way. The repetition dulled the panic. The kills became mechanical reflexes honed like a blade, not driven by hatred or frenzy but cold, deliberate precision. It kept his mind busy. It kept him from thinking too hard about how much time had passed in the waking world. It kept him from remembering that he had been murdered. and that he was getting better at it, at least now. Now he would be ready to fight that hunter soon. Both Gehrman and the doll noticed it after a while. The strangeness. Every time Izuku strengthened himself, every time the doll channeled blood echoes into his form, the results were unnatural. One upgrade to his was unnaturally potent in comparison to most other hunters. His reflexes sharpened faster than any they had seen. His blood, his mind, his spirit all changed with alarming speed. Yharnam was unnatural. The dream was unnatural. But this was something different. For the doll, he reminded her of Gehrman's earliest, brightest students. Hunters who had not yet broken under the weight of endless nights. Or perhaps he was something else entirely. She watched him scribbling madly at the workbench complex blueprints for weapons, tools, upgrades sketched out in neat, obsessive strokes. 1,000 tiny improvements. 1,000 ideas sparked from blood and desperation. He built as much as he fought. Most hunters surrendered to the hunt to the will of the moon. Izuku adapted. He used it. The moon itself seemed pleased in its cold, unfathomable way. Even Gehrman's nightmares, once so thick they choked the air around the workshop, had lessened. And her own thoughts had grown lighter. The dream, long stagnant and sorrowful, moved again. All because of him. For Gehrman, it was like seeing echoes of the old days. When the first students came to him, hungry for knowledge. Before the despair, before the regret. He saw it in the way Izuku hung on every word, even the stupid stories. Even the failures. The boy didn't laugh at them. He learned from them. Quickening was supposed to be a one-time gift. A small piece of the old ways, nothing more. But how could he refuse when the kid's entire face lit up with excitement every time a new secret was unearthed? No hunter had ever bent the dream to their whim before. No hunter had ever stirred it awake. Gehrman couldn't explain the strange trinkets that started appearing. Small, colorful figures made of dream stuff heroes in bright spandex armor, locked in poses of defiance and hope. They hadn't been there before. They clashed horribly with the solemn gravestones and somber workshops. But somehow, they fit. Izuku Midoriya was changing the dream. How or why Gehrman could not explain. And maybe, just maybe, there was a chance of the long night ending with a celebration instead of a somber procession. Instead of him having to pick up his burial blade once more, maybe something different could happen. Fear the hunter who's lost his way. For madness claimed his mind one day. In search of blood, he drowned in flood. Of beastly rage and shadowed hood. Once priest, once man, now naught but beast. Grant him rest. Bring him peace. If Izuku's estimation was even close to correct, it had been nearly 2 months since he was dragged into this godforsaken land. 2 months since the clinic. 2 months since the screaming streets. 2 months since the blood had soaked into his very bones. That, however, was documented time. The clock in the dream ticked on and on endlessly. Izuku's internal clock was telling him 3 months, closing in on 4. Yet he had nothing to go on for what was even real. Slowly he felt himself losing track of time, and finding himself not caring. He would find a way home somehow, no matter how long it took. The time passing hadn't been without progress, however. 3 days ago, or some loose approximation of that length after endless failures, he had managed it. Quickening. Not by accident this time. Not from sheer panic. But on purpose. Just once so far. A single, fleeting instant where the world bent, and he slipped between the cracks of reality itself. It had nearly broken him to reach that point. Gehrman had warned him. It's slow, boy. Painfully slow. Takes years for most to master it properly without help. Without a conduit. The old hunter's words rang clear in his mind. A conduit, something that could focus and enhance quickening, would be a miracle to find in Yharnam's ruins. Nearly impossible. But Gehrman had smiled, that rare, sly glint in his ancient eyes, and clapped him on the back. With enough blood, enough will, even miracles can be clawed out of the hunt. Izuku still wasn't impressed by his own abilities. Not yet. The confidence Gehrman had in him had started to take root. If someone like Gehrman, one of the oldest, deadliest hunters in history, believed in him, if he thought Izuku could survive the dream, could escape it, then maybe just maybe Izuku could believe it too. And if even that faltered, then the doll's quiet, constant support would carry him the rest of the way. She treated him differently from the others. She didn't see a burden. She didn't see a failure. She saw him. When the blood burned wrong in his veins, when his body shook with hate and horror at the sight of the mob laughing, speaking, looking human. She was there. A soft hand on his shoulder. Kind words murmured in a voice like velvet. Maybe it was because she reminded him of something long buried. Maybe it was because they reminded him of how his parents used to be. One a confident pillar strong enough to lean on. The other a soft blanket warm, shielding him from a world that only wanted to hurt him. If only his father had seen past the surface. Past the cursed genetics that branded Izuku as useless. Maybe he wouldn't have been abandoned. Maybe he wouldn't have learned to flinch every time Bakuga's voice called out to him in the halls. Maybe he wouldn't have needed to run every day, bloody knees, broken heart, eyes always searching for an escape. Maybe he could have been happy being just Izuku. Not a hero. Not a miracle. Just a boy. But the past couldn't be changed. It was another dead thing, rotting behind him. He couldn't change where he ran. He couldn't change the hate in Bakuga's eyes. He could only choose to keep moving. The wind over Yharnam's broken rooftops carried the stench of blood and soot as Izuku tightened the strap of his belt, double-checking his bag and supplies as the wind tickled his nose. There was an old woman waiting, and a little girl, clutching hope like a fading flame. He would not fail them. Not because he wasn't afraid. Not because he wasn't broken. But because, despite everything, despite the gnawing fear clawing at his insides, he refused to stop. He stepped back into the cursed streets of Yharnam. The stones were wet with fresh blood. The air vibrated with distant screams. A hunter's path is never easy. But it was his path now. And he would walk it. The beating of Izuku's heart echoed like a war drum in his ears, a constant reminder that this wasn't just some fragile dream he could wake from. Each step up the cracked stone stairs toward the cemetery felt heavier than the last. He would be climbing these stairs hundreds of times if he failed. And he couldn't afford failure. He had read every book he could get his hands on in the workshop, A Hunter's Guide to Guns. Identify weakness. Principles of old blood manipulation. Izuku might not be human anymore, not fully, but neither was this hunter. Whoever he was more. He had scoured what little remained of the hunter registries. There weren't many left. Yharnam had devoured most records along with the people. This man could only be one of 5. Henrik, Gascoigne, Adam, Luca, Charles. The 5 hunters of central Yharnam. And Izuku had seen 3 corpses already slumped over altars, discarded among rubble. That narrowed it down. And from the note tucked inside the music box. From the way the name Gascoigne echoed in his mind like a funeral bell. He could only hope it wasn't him. It would likely mean the little girl's mother was already among the cold, nameless corpses piling in Yharnam's gutters. The moment Izuku set foot on the cracked stones of the graveyard, the air changed. Heavy. Electric. The hunter moved instantly. No words. No warning. A black blur of rage and steel, roaring across the distance with terrifying speed. The battle began. Adrenaline flooded Izuku's veins. His blood tainted, empowered, howled with instinct. His vision tunneled, focusing only on the figure before him. The massive cleave of the axe missed him by inches, carving a gouge through the air where he had just been. Quickening. For the first time, almost flawlessly, Izuku shifted his body, flickering between steps, leaving afterimages in his wake. He clicked his cane into whip mode mid-movement, lashing out. Blades kissed flesh. The hunter grunted as a deep gash opened along his side, but he didn't stagger. Didn't slow. Instead, he crashed forward, bulldozing through Izuku's defenses and slamming him into a gravestone hard enough to shake the earth. Pain burst across Izuku's back. Before he could move, he felt the brutal weight of the axe bite deep into his chest. The world spun. The blood in his veins ignited. The blood high roared to life, flooding his nerves with burning strength. Izuku grabbed the hunter by the scarf at his neck, yanking him forward, and jammed the cane into his chest cavity with all the strength he had. Blood sprayed. Hot, metallic, bathing his hands, his face. Izuku staggered back, wounds beginning to knit closed from the cursed blood's effect. The hunter ripped the axe free with a wet, tearing sound. They circled each other. Izuku didn't give the man a second to strike, as soon as the older hunter moved. A quick shot rang out. Izuku's bullet slammed into the hunter's shoulder, staggering him for half a heartbeat. Enough. Izuku lunged, bloodlust screaming in his ears. His hand moved without conscious thought, changed, twisting into something bestial. Plod. And with savage force, he moved it into the hunter's chest. Everything froze. The graveyard. The night air. The dream beyond. He saw his own hand, no longer his, buried deep in another man's body. For one moment, he wasn't Izuku Midoriya. He was something else. Something hungry. Something monstrous. The hunter's eyes widened. And the axe came down. Splitting pain, bones shattering on impact. Darkness. When Izuku woke up again, he wasn't standing. He was crumpled at the base of the doll's legs, his face buried in the hem of her dress. Sobbing. The thought of turning into a beast slammed hard back into the child. He was still a few months from turning 15. And here he was with more blood on his hands than lives saved. All before turning 15. Good hunter. Are you hurt? Shall I fetch Gehrman? Her voice was soft, warmer than anything he had ever deserved. Izuku shook, racked by emotion too big for his body to hold. The doll, receiving no answer, bent down and wrapped her arms around him. Most hunters recoiled from touch, even from her. But not this boy. She remembered the old fathers who had wandered through the dream, muttering wisdom lost to blood and time. Sometimes, a child just needs a hug. She held him tighter. And for once, Izuku let himself collapse into it. The sound of sobbing carried through the dream. It roused Gehrman from his restless doze in the workshop. He had heard the boy cry before, small, broken things after battles and failures. But this was different. Uncontrollable. He had seen it happen. The way the boy's body had shifted when he ripped chunks of flesh from Gascoigne. The visceral attack, a right every hunter knew. Innately, a gift from the blood in their veins, controlled ever so delicately, and in most cases, just barely by the hunter's instincts. Some hunters shrugged it off. Some went mad. But none in many years had broken down like this. Perhaps because most hunters had already been broken before they took their first step into the hunt. Izuku was still whole. Still painfully, tragically human. The wheelchair creaked softly as Gehrman approached. The doll lifted her head slightly, her eyes meeting his across the small courtyard. He said nothing. Just set a small cup, steam curling from it, and a battered old book down beside her and the sobbing boy. Then, without a word, he wheeled himself back into the shadows. Later, she would wonder where the drink had come from, and why the book smelled faintly of salt and rain. But for now, she stayed where she was, holding a boy who had not yet learned how to let the dream take everything from him. Izuku felt horrible. He was supposed to kill the beasts. It was a hunter's job to kill beasts. His job, not become one. The weight of the visceral attack lingered in his body like a sickness, like rot blooming under his skin. He could still feel the claw that had replaced his hand, the way it had torn through Gascoigne without thought, without mercy. It hadn't been a technique. It hadn't been a skill. It had been instinct. And the worst part? It had felt good. He turned the battered pages of the dream's old texts with shaking fingers. The visceral art. The simplest technique, they said. The easiest for a hunter to learn. The first step for any who hoped to survive the hunt. It spoke of how killing intent and bloodlust could form a pseudo-claw over the hunter's hand. A weapon born of blood and will alone. But the claw wasn't just a tool. It was a sign. A mark of the corruption lurking in every hunter's veins. A sign of the beast hidden in the blood. Hunters of the dream could tease out the strength of beasthood. Some had even pushed it further, pseudo-transforming into monstrous, half-beast forms to cut down their enemies. He remembered the names scribbled in the margins of the texts. Irreverent Izzy. The mad genesis of the beast weapons. Izzy had written tomes about controlling the beasthood. About embracing it, harnessing it without surrendering to it. But the books were lost, scattered across the ruined city. Only letters and fragments remained, Speaking of where some might still be hidden. If Izuku could find one of those tomes, maybe he could stop the infection in his veins. Maybe he could control it before it consumed him. Maybe there was a cure. Maybe Izzy had found it. Or maybe Izzy had just gone mad and called it wisdom. The pages blurred as Izuku stared down at them, his mind spinning with fear and desperate hope. A hand settled on his shoulder. Solid. Kid, Gehrman's voice rumbled, gentle in a way Izuku wasn't used to hearing. You've been staring at that page for hours. Izuku tensed but didn't pull away. Gehrman lowered himself beside him, the old wood of his chair creaking. Hunters have a duty, he said quietly. And it's not an easy one. That's why the dream exists. He gestured vaguely around them, the workshop, the strange sky, the endless quiet. If it weren't for this place, you'd already have turned. Or worse, you'd be part of some beast by now, stitched into its hide or boiling in its blood. Gehrman gave a small, humorless chuckle. The dream gives you time, boy. Time to learn. Time to fight. Time to resist. Izuku's hands clenched the book tighter. But hunters are supposed to kill beasts, he whispered, his voice cracking. So why use their power? Gehrman's face softened not with pity, but with grim understanding. Because sometimes, boy, a blade alone isn't enough. He tapped 2 fingers against Izuku's chest, right over his heart. If you'd faced the cleric beast without the strength of the blood, you would have died. Simple. Brutal. But, he continued, his tone sharpening, as long as you are bound to the dream you are safe. The blood won't rule you. Not unless you let it. He sounded so sure. So confident. And some part of Izuku, still bruised and battered but unbroken, wanted to believe him. Gehrman leaned back with a sigh, looking toward the cold, silver sky. Either way, he muttered, you've still got a job to do. He looked back down at him, eyes hard but not unkind. You've got an old lady and a little girl waiting on you. And the only safe place left in Yharnam. He smiled grimly. That is past that, hunter. Izuku swallowed hard. The little girl, clutching her music box, waiting for her mother. The old woman, sour and biting, but still human. If he gave up, if he lost himself, they would die. Alone. Forgotten. Slowly, Izuku closed the heavy book. The pages whispered shut, a soft finality in the quiet room. He stood in the old workshop, surrounded by the tools of men who had long since vanished. But he wasn't helpless. He had materials, scavenged from the blood-soaked streets of Yharnam. He had paper and a forge. He had books with schematics and tools. He was fast. And more importantly, he was learning. Unlike the crazed hunter waiting in the graveyard, Izuku had something Gascoigne had long since abandoned. The sound mind. And unlike Gascoigne, he had a forge and prep time. Izuku rushed around the workshop for hours after Gehrman's pep talk, not entirely sure what he was making, but determined to craft some tools to at least give him the edge against the elder hunter. Izuku found himself stepping up the long, cracked flight of stairs. His fingers held a phantom ache, the muscles twitching with pain that no longer registered. He took inventory of his armaments by habit, his mind focused and sharp. The pistol and cane at his side. His hunter's attire, reinforced with thin plates of bloodstone and metal forged beneath the cloth. A belt loaded with makeshift knives, 6 in total. A handful of Molotovs strapped across his back. And tucked safely against his chest. The music box. The polished wood of the music box felt heavier than anything else he carried. The moment he crossed the threshold into the graveyard, a faint, tinny melody unfurled into the air. The music box had triggered on its own. A slow, haunting tune. Izuku saw it the instant it hit. Gascoigne froze. His massive form jerked as if struck. The axe lowered. The blunderbuss dipped. For a moment, the mad hunter hesitated. Pain rippled across his scarred features, his body trembling. It was him. Gascoigne. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity. He couldn't let the moment slip. Charging forward, he snapped his cane into whip form, the serrated blades lashing out in a flash. They tore across Gascoigne's legs, biting deep. It wouldn't be enough to win, not yet. But this was about learning. About weakening him. A throwing dagger flashed through the air. embedding itself into Gascoigne's shoulder. The hunter roared an inhuman, guttural sound and charged. Izuku barely had time to react. The axe, massive despite its speed, came down like a guillotine. He dodged sideways, the blade scraping past him, and with a quick move, jammed his cane deep into Gascoigne's side. The older hunter staggered then retaliated immediately, smashing Izuku full force into a gravestone. Pain exploded through his chest and back. He felt the bloodstone and metal plates under his attire crack, stabbing needles of stone and fabric into his skin. Better than taking the full weight of the axe. Using the momentum of the hit, Izuku rolled backward, snapping his whip around to carve a brutal gash across Gascoigne's chest. Blood sprayed, and Izuku felt the cursed blood in his veins stir, healing his wounds in slow, burning pulses. Gascoigne didn't slow. He pressed the attack relentlessly slash after slash, hammering at Izuku's battered form, giving him no room to breathe. Izuku barely managed to dodge as the axe transformed, growing longer, more brutal. With a savage swing, Gascoigne tripped him, sending him sprawling onto the blood-soaked ground. Before he could even get to his knees, the axe whistled down toward his head blackness. Izuku awoke gasping in the dream. Another failure. But failure was information. And information was survival. He went instantly into writing down his notes into a small personal notebook he had scavenged from Yarnum streets. Big. Fast. Way too fast for his size. Axe swings are wide dodge, don't block. Blunderbuss fires when I try to run, slows me down, stops my rhythm. Gotta stay close or dodge sharp sideways, not straight back. Relentless. Almost no pauses. Bloodlust eating him alive, it's like he's already half beast. It's worse up close, can feel it rolling off him. Music box works, stuns him for a second, messes with his head. Save it. Don't waste it early. Weak spots. Achilles strike low when he overreaches. Armpits vulnerable when he lifts to cleave. Whip might wrap his arm or leg, trip him. Maybe slow him down for once. Can still parry him even fast, he leaves gaps when he's too aggressive. Timing has to be perfect. Risky. Worth it. When he changes axe, form slows down. Big opening right there. That's when I hit hard. If he gives in completely, full beast? Molotovs plus knives. Distance. Do not get caught close. He'll tear me apart. Rule for Gascoigne. Fight smart. Fight dirty. Stay alive. With a sigh, Izuku closed the pocketbook and stood, letting his mind run wild as he made sure his bags were stocked with tools and gear, waving to the doll and Gehrman as he went. His ability to cheat death was slowly beginning to worry him. If he returned home someday and lost this strange immortality, one mistake would kill him for real. No second chances. No dream to catch him. He pushed the thought aside. First he had to survive tonight. First he had to beat Gascoigne. He would worry about how his dependence on this immortality would affect him later. Back at the blood-encrusted tomb, Izuku checked his armor and refilled his throwing knives. The repairs were crude, but the bloodstone plates would hold a few more hits. He adjusted the new daggers at his belt, short, jagged, imperfect but good enough to draw blood. He had time. He would make it work. Gascoigne charged the moment Izuku set foot onto the tomb grounds. A blur of motion. But Izuku was ready. As the axe swung for his skull, he fired point blank. The bullet struck true, sizzling into Gascoigne's flesh. The older hunter staggered, dropping to one knee. Izuku moved fast, slicing into the vulnerable gap beneath the arm. The cane's blade bit deep, and in a single smooth motion, he snapped the weapon into whip form, the blades tearing across Gascoigne's ribs as he yanked back. Blood sprayed in heavy arcs. Gascoigne roared and lurched to his feet. For daggers flashed through the air, embedding themselves deep into his chest. The older hunter stumbled but kept coming, relentless. The blood high surged in Izuku's veins, whispering to him to rush into tear and rip and kill. It gnawed at his mind, tugging him toward madness. But Izuku clenched his jaw and held back. No frenzy. No surrender. Planning. Precision. Control. A heavy click drew his attention. The axe had transformed again, longer, heavier. The blunderbuss would be slower to draw now. More openings. Gascoigne's voice rasped through the blood-soaked air, What's that smell? The sweet blood, oh, it sings to me. He shuddered, almost drunkenly. It's enough to make a man sick. And then he was charging again. The axe dragged a deep furrow in the earth behind him, faster than anything that size should have been. Izuku barely dove aside in time. The blade slammed into a gravestone, sending shards of stone flying. Rolling to his feet, Izuku snapped a shot off. The bullet caught Gascoigne high in the chest, staggering him again. A quick flick of the cane tore open the man's stomach, a gush of blood coating Izuku's front, and a second swing shattered his kneecap with a sickening crack. The air shifted. Sweet cloying rung. The stench of beasthood saturated the graveyard. Gascoigne's body convulsed. Bones snapped. Skin split. Izuku ran, bolting up the cracked stairs as the last echoes of humanity were ripped from Gascoigne's body. A scream half-human, half-beast rattled the night. He reached the top of the stairs just in time to see the monster lunge forward. Tattered robes clung to a frame too big, too misshapen. Claws, fangs, howling rage. Gascoigne no, the thing Gascoigne had become charged. In a panic, Izuku jammed the music box open. The haunting melody spilled into the air once more. The beast froze. For a heartbeat, it froze. Izuku didn't let the moment slip. Molotovs flashed from his belt, hurling through the air. The first hit squarely, fire blossoming across the beast's fur, igniting flesh and tattered cloth. The stench of burning blood and cooked meat filled the air. Izuku dropped to his knees, retching violently. The horror, the smell, the sight, it was too much. But he forced himself up. Forced himself to raise his weapon again. Because this was Yharnam. And a hunter had no time for mercy. Even when the prey was once a father, a husband, now burning and flailing mindlessly in the night. Soon, the endless roaring and screaming fell silent, and all that echoed through the graveyard was soft breathing. The breathing of just one person. The brooch glinted in the pale light as Izuku turned it over in his blood-stained hands. The ruby at its center was cracked, stained dark. Still beautiful. Still unmistakable. The mother was dead. There was no question now. She must have been running, staggering around the graveyard, desperate to get through to her mad husband. Desperate to stay alive and bring her love back to his senses. She died running as her own husband succumbed to the beasthood clawing at his mind. She had failed to save him and died in the process. Leaving her child alone in this hellish world. Izuku clutched the brooch tighter, feeling the metal bite into his palm. He hadn't been fast enough. Hadn't been strong enough. Hadn't been enough. Not for her. Not for the little girl still waiting behind the boarded window, clutching her music box with trembling hands. Guilt coiled in his gut, hot and sickly. But he forced himself forward. There was no changing what had happened. Only honoring the promises he had left. A part of him knew even if he had been faster, she would have been dead. But that logical part of his mind spoke on deaf ears as emotion drowned out reason. He moved through the gate Gascoigne's key had unlocked, his steps slow, heavy. Beyond the gate, a ladder stretched upward, vanishing into darkness. Izuku climbed. Each pull of his arms dragged the guilt tighter around his ribs. At the top, he found himself in a small, forgotten chamber. The air was thick with dust, the walls lined with sagging bookshelves and battered knickknacks. 1,000 forgotten lives crammed into the dark. Izuku moved slowly, reverently, brushing dust from spines, peering into drawers. Somewhere in the mess, something called to him. With a burst of soft, almost desperate joy, he found it, the blood gem workshop tool. He cradled it in his hands like a relic. A key to greater strength, to better weapons, to survival. A sudden tug at his pants leg startled him. Izuku looked down. A messenger. No many messengers. They swarmed the floor around him, tiny, pallid forms reaching out with grasping hands. Each one clutched a book, a tool, a scrap of parchment. They were gathering. Saving. One of them reached for the blood gem tool. Izuku knelt and handed it over without hesitation. The little creature gave a chirping sound of approval and sank into the floor tool and all vanishing into the dream. The others followed, slipping into the cracks and shadows, carrying away the remnants of forgotten knowledge. Izuku watched them go, a strange sadness tugging at his heart. He climbed the final set of stairs, boots echoing against cold stone. At the top, the cathedral opened before him. Massive. Silent. Drenched in the heavy scent of incense thick enough to sting the back of his throat. The odor of burning herbs clung to every stone and pillar, a desperate defense against the beasts clawing at the city's edges. A voice broke the quiet, thin and wavering. A hunter, are ya? Izuku flinched, turning toward the sound. A figure emerged from the shadows, swaddled in dirty red cloth, frail and sickly. Their skin was gray, eyes clouded and blind. Their limbs were long and bony, trembling with every small movement. The sight of them twisted something deep in Izuku's gut. Good, the figure wheezed, a broken smile crossing their lips. I've been waitin' for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside. Waitin' for it to end. Always does, you know. Since forever. They chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. But it won't end nicely, not this time. Even folks hidin' are goin' bad now. The screams. The blood. The beast. It's all the same now. They leaned forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. If you find anyone with their wits about 'em, tell them about this here Eden Chapel. It's safe. The incense wards 'em off. Another wheezing laugh. Spread the word. Hee. Izuku swallowed hard, heart pounding against his ribs. This person? Creature? Whatever they were, they seemed sincere. Their voice shook with the same fear he had felt since the night began. He stammered. What are you? The figure tilted their head, blind eyes seeming almost amused. Oh, been a while since someone asked that. They laughed again, softer, sadder. People call me the chapel dweller. That's good enough. Ain't much else left of me to call by name. They paused, then tilted their head again, sniffing the air. And from the sound of your voice. You're pretty young for a hunter. Izuku shifted awkwardly, still wary but unable to deny the desperate humanity clinging to the figure's words. I'll tell people, he promised. And there's already 2 I need to send here. A sickly grin broke across the dweller's face, so wide it was almost grotesque. Oh, really? Oh, truly, fair Hunter, you're sure a kind soul. I do hope they get here safe. Their voice trailed off, thick with genuine worry. Izuku looked around the cathedral's crumbling pews, the thick incense smoke curling in the air. This would have to be their sanctuary. It wasn't much, but it was something. He stepped forward and lit the nearby lantern, the pale flame catching easily. The light flickered against the cathedral walls, casting long shadows. He would need to walk them here himself, the old woman and the little girl. The streets weren't safe. Not yet. He would clear the way. For them. He couldn't fail again. He refused. Izuku cut a direct path from the tomb to the little girl's window. Every crow. Every half-turned townsfolk. Even the massive pig lurking in the sewers. Nothing would stand between the girl and safety. Not while he still breathed. But when he reached the familiar, battered window, he found someone he hadn't expected waiting for him. An older girl stood there, maybe 15 or 16, older than Izuku, with the same wide green eyes as the little girl but dulled, weary beyond her years. Mud and blood stained the hem of her dress. Her hands trembled slightly as she leaned against the windowsill, face pale under the bruising night sky. When her gaze fell to the object cradled carefully in Izuku's hand, the shattered brooch, something in her seemed to break in her eyes, just for a moment. A sharp intake of breath. A flicker of pain too raw to hide. But she straightened almost immediately, jaw setting in grim determination. The conversation between them was short half-whispers, half-promises exchanged over broken stone. Izuku explained about the Eden Chapel, about the incense, the safety, the strange but seemingly kind dweller. The older sister agreed immediately. They would go to the chapel. They would be safe. They would weather the nights. Endless tide of horror in what Izuku hoped was a fully safe space. In return for escorting the 2 girls, the eldest insisted that Izuku take the blood gem hidden inside the brooch. It was Mum's, she said quietly, her voice steady despite the wet gleam in her eyes. But You need it more now. Her hands pushed it toward him firmly. Keep yourself safe. So you can keep her safe. Keep us all safe. Izuku wanted to argue. Wanted to say it wasn't right. But he saw the way she tightened her jaw, the way her hands shook even as she forced them still. She needed him to accept it. Needed to believe this wasn't all for nothing. He bowed his head and took the gem, tucking it carefully away. The walk to the chapel was long. Slow. Heavy. Izuku carried the little sister in his arms, shielding her face from the horror that stained the streets she had once called home. The older sister walked beside him, silent and stiff, keeping pace with grim focus. The little girl, for her part, was a bright spot in the darkness. She talked animatedly about the strange shapes she saw in the clouds above the rooftops. About the colors she imagined Yarna might have had when it wasn't drowning in blood. About how she wanted to be a hunter too someday, but a good one, she promised, giggling into Izuku's jacket. She asked him endless questions about what it was like to fight beasts. About how fast he could swing his whip. About if his hat could fly off when he ran really fast. Izuku answered every one, a soft smile curling at the edges of his lips. He knew it wasn't a believable one, but the small girl seemed to not notice. His chest ached with guilt as he looked down at the small girl. The brooch's weight in his pocket felt like a brand. By the time they reached the cathedral steps, the girl had fallen asleep against his shoulder. Still smiling. Even after so much. Inside the incense-heavy walls of Eden Chapel, Izuku set her gently down on a small ledge in an alcove. The distinct lack of seating was worrisome, but Izuku imagined he could find a few chairs and bring them for the girls, maybe a few blankets. The older sister hovered close, hands twitching protectively. Izuku rummaged in his bag and pulled out a pistol, one he had bought from the messengers, near identical to his own. It was weaker but functional. He pressed it into the sister's hands. She blinked up at him, confused. If the chapel dweller tries anything, Izuku said quietly, meeting her eyes, use it. Her fingers curled around the pistol's grip with surprising certainty. She nodded once. Before he left, Izuku turned to the little messengers skittering at his feet. Soft chirps, hopeful eyes. He crouched down and whispered instructions, find storybooks. Enough for a few nights. Things for her to read. The messengers chirped again and vanished into the ground, off to complete their task. Izuku lingered for a moment longer, watching the sisters. The older one wrapping a thin blanket gifted by the dweller around the younger. The younger one snuggled into her sister's side with a soft, contented sigh. At least for tonight. With a final breath, Izuku turned away. There was still work to do. The old woman was still waiting. But first he needed to return to the dream. New books to read. New tools to use. New strength to seize. Armor to repair. And guilt to bury, if he could. The new books had taken over half the workshop's free space. Stacks of cracked leather tomes, torn journals, and stitched notes were piled high along the tables and floor, swallowing the place whole in a tide of parchment and dust. Gehrman was visibly displeased. Still, his scowl lightened just a little when Izuku handed him a hefty stack of salvaged smut novels. Izuku hadn't even realized what they were at first, blushing furiously when he had first begun reading through them. Gehrman barked a wheezing laugh loud enough to rattle the rafters as Izuku pushed them into his arms. Surprisingly, or maybe not, considering Yarna, many of the books were genuinely helpful. Books on sewing, teaching stitches stronger than sinew. Smithing manuals, from basic repairs to forging weapons that could kill beasts larger than houses. Tomes on philosophy and geography, odd choices for hunters, but perhaps useful for surviving long treks or understanding ancient structures. Even a few books on mathematics, though Izuku suspected half of them were mad scribblings from choir scholars trying to measure the stars. But most precious were the hunter books. Detailed anatomical studies of beasts' weak points, blood flow, the way flesh twisted when the curse took hold. Records of lost arts rituals the choir had learned by scraping at the frayed edges of the cosmos. Guides on how to improve blood vials, refining them to heal faster, more efficiently. And most importantly, a thick, battered manual of hunter tool modifications. It was that last one that immediately stole Izuku's focus. He spent hours, days, maybe poring over the entries. Attachments for weapons he hadn't even seen yet. Upgrades for tools lost to time. Schematics of hunters' wildest dreams and nightmares. One upgrade in particular caught his eye, the Dark Beast Battery. An add-on for the threaded cane. When transformed into whip form, it would channel passive electricity through the serrated blades, turning every strike into a crackling storm of agony. It was ambitious. Dangerous. Most of it was speculation, and Izuku was sure it held little understanding of electrical current. However, it was exactly the kind of weapon a hunter needed to survive against monsters that shouldn't even exist. Izuku closed the book carefully, setting it aside. He reached next for the smithing tomes, all 12 of them. A forge wasn't just a place to repair old weapons. It was where survival was shaped, where a man could build the tools to fight back against the impossible. Izuku had always thought blacksmiths were a little like wizards. Ordinary men, cloaked in soot and fire, forging blades that let others kill monsters. It was something his father used to say, half joke, half bedtime story. Blacksmiths give mortals a dragon's fang, son. It's how the small stand against the giant. That voice had been quiet in his head for a long time now. Too long. The memory hit harder than expected. It wasn't just the story. It was the silence that followed. The years without his dad. The way those stories stopped. The way no one had filled the silence that came after. It hurt. Worse than he wanted to admit. With a sharp slap to his cheeks, just enough to sting, Izuku forced the tears back. Not here. Not now. He cracked open the first book, the pages stiff with age, and began to read. Time bled like an open wound in the dream. There were no days. No nights. Only the slow churn of pages. The hiss of metal. The ringing of a hammer. And Izuku learning, one breath at a time. He practiced every technique he could learn from the battered old manuals. His first results since Gascoigne were, rough to say the least, better than his earlier attempts to forge unsupervised. The original armor plates he had made before were lumpy, uncomfortable, and weighed more than it should. The daggers were crooked, the blades dull in spots. But they worked. They held together, mostly. And that was what mattered. His preparations for Gascoigne were melted back down into raw materials. The new armor too was melted down. No notable progress between the two variations. He needed progress. At first, Gehrman was baffled by the effort. To Gehrman, hunters fought by speed. Armor only slowed you down and death was faster than metal was protective. But after watching Izuku work, watching the boy hammer and curse until his arms trembled, the old man understood. Izuku wasn't building armor because he was reckless. He was building it because he had short legs. Because his body wouldn't let him escape every blow. Because he needed to survive differently. Gehrman surprised him one evening by sliding a new hammer onto the anvil with a heavy clunk. "You're hittin' like a scholar, boy," he grumbled. Something with weight behind it. Izuku had blinked at him, then smiled, wide and genuine. And Gehrman had pretended not to notice the doll smiling too. Another week passed. Another week of bruised hands, burned fingers, and slowly growing mastery. When Izuku finally felt ready, he left the dream again, heading back into Yharnam's bleeding streets. This time, his task was the old woman. Leading her to safety was, mercifully, easier than guiding the two sisters. Fewer ladders. Similar amount of beasts. The path too was almost the same length in total. It also helped that Izuku had grown faster. Stronger. More confident in how he moved between the cracks of a dying city. The old woman, however, she was unbearable. Xenophobic to a degree Izuku hadn't even thought possible, snarling, snapping, insulting anyone and everything that crossed her path. By the time they reached Eton Chapel, Izuku was half convinced she'd bite the chapel dweller before nightfall. But still, she was safe. That was what mattered. Izuku stayed long enough to make sure she didn't immediately try to murder her new neighbors, then quietly slipped away. Back to the dream. Back to the endless books stacked like fragile towers. Back to the soft, steady presence of the doll, and the creaking laughter of Gehrman. He still had so much to learn. So many pages to turn. But for tonight, two sisters. One old woman. 3 more lives safe behind thick incense and ancient stone. It was a small victory. A flicker of hope in the endless dark. But for Izuku Midoriya, for now it was enough. The art of quickening was, by far, one of the most useful hunter arts Izuku had encountered and one of the most punishing to master. No other ability came close in terms of the sheer versatility it offered in battle, and no other skill had exacted such a horrific toll during his learning. The deaths he suffered while training it weren't just painful. They were humiliating. Harrowing. One time, his arm phased a split second too late and fused into a wall, bone and nerve screaming as if the stone itself chewed him in half. Another time, he tried to phase through a beast strike and misjudged the timing. His ribs warped into the ground like melted wax before the world blinked out. It reminded him of a quirk. Mirio Togata's, to be exact. He had admired the student ever since he caught one of his sports festival replays. His quirk, permeation, was one of the flashier ones, slipping through attacks, terrain, even entire buildings. But what made it remarkable was the control Mirio had. Total blackout. No sight, no sound, no breath. All he had was instinct, timing, faith in his training. For a high school hero course student, he was impressive. Izuku couldn't wait to see how far he would go once he got proper training in the college courses. Izuku didn't have the kind of discipline Mirio had. He wished he did. Quickening wasn't identical to permeation, but the comparison made sense. Where quirks were mutations of biology, hunter arts were mutations of the self. Quickening felt like reaching into a thread of time just ahead of the one he was in, like slipping behind a curtain that was always just a little too heavy to hold open. But there was a catch. Permeation had safeguards. Quickening didn't. If Izuku phased wrong, he wouldn't bounce back. He died. Yet there were advantages. While he couldn't breathe while quickened, he could see, though just barely, as if peering through gauze soaked in blood and starlight. And that, oddly, gave him clarity. Where quirks were permanent traits shaped by fate or bloodlines, the hunter arts felt like things you earned. As if the world itself bent to recognize your struggle. Some of the abilities Izuku was slowly unlocking reminded him of quirks he'd spent hours cataloging back home: enhanced reflexes, elemental force, regeneration, even precognitive flares. But they were so much more raw. So much more earned. And with time, he could master them all. That was the part that scared him. He didn't age here. That much was clear. He could train for years and walk back into his world unchanged. But what if time wasn't equal? What if he stepped out and found that only hours had passed in his world? What if he stepped out and found a tombstone? What if he never saw his mother again? A part of him knew she would move on after his disappearance. He could feel a knot in his gut at the thought that she could easily just start again, create a new family long after society had forgotten about him. He shook his head, an attempt to push the thoughts away. He ignored the emotions building in his gut, pushed them down and stepped into Yharnam once more. He had to keep moving or he would crack under the pressure of his own thoughts. Gehrman had saved him from going mad in Cathedral Ward. That strange, mind and half-mocking wisdom gave Izuku direction when the streets offered only death. The doll, too, her kindness the soft echo of a lullaby long since faded. But it was Gehrman who handed him maps, diagrams, and most importantly, clarity. He'd sharpened the edge of his cane and calibrated his firearm, upgraded parts and layered his attire with bloodstone plating. All of it meant to prepare him for what was ahead. None of it helped. The Cathedral Ward was chaos incarnate. Porcelain-faced wretches twitched in alleyways, their movements jerky and off-tempo, as though their muscles had forgotten how to sync. Giant hulks with weapons that could crush buildings lumbered through the streets. And crows, why were the crows always so large? Skittered across the ground like flailing sacks of feathers and bones. And then there was that guy. The largest of the cathedral giants. A lunatic chained to a ball of iron the size of a wagon, like he was trying out for Yharnam's worst parade float. Somehow that monster of a creature could use it like a weapon. Swinging it and cracking, smashing stone with every movement. Izuku wasn't ready to push up into the depths of Cathedral Ward. So Gehrman, always practical, steered him toward a better option, Old Yharnam. As Izuku descended toward Old Yharnam from Eden Chapel, The stairs led him to a small mob that he dispatched quickly. The path continued into a small chapel, one he picked clean of anything interesting. His eyes peered into every nook and cranny to spot anything to assist him in his travels through the sprawling city. Izuku pulled a lever and watched a sarcophagus pull back to expose a staircase leading into endless darkness. The path Gehrman told him of. He would head down the moment he finished looting the final section of the chapel, a smaller section of the building that held an altar. He quickly spotted a figure kneeling near the altar. The faint echoes of dripping water and distant howls reverberated off the cold, chiseled walls. His boots pressed against loose stones, each step muffled by the thick silence around him. He didn't know whether the figure was a beast or man, friend or foe, but after everything he'd seen in Yharnam, it didn't matter. Caution was survival. The man heard Izuku's footsteps the moment he crossed the threshold. With practiced ease, he rose to his feet and turned in one fluid motion, robes swaying slightly with the movement. His gaze immediately dropped to Izuku's weapon and armor. There was no fear in his eyes, just recognition. "You're a hunter, aren't you?" the man asked. His voice was smooth and composed, almost too calm for a place like this. It carried a familiar warmth, a tone reminiscent of pro-heroes Izuku had admired in another life. It startled him for a moment and dragged his thoughts briefly back to Mizudafu. "Oh, yes, I am a hunter," Izuku stammered, offering a hesitant nod. "I knew it. That's precisely how I started out," the man said with an almost nostalgic smile. "Oh, beg pardon, you may call me Alfred, protege of Master Logarius, hunter of vile bloods." He placed a hand over his chest and gave a small, respectful bow. "What say you? Our prey may differ, but we are hunters, both of us. Why not cooperate and exchange the knowledge we've gathered?" "I don't see why not. I'm still new to Yharnam. Any information would help," Izuku said, his voice soft, but sincere. Alfred's face lit up with delight, as if he hadn't spoken to another living soul in weeks. "Oh, very good indeed. Here, take this, to commemorate our encounter." From a small satchel at his waist, Alfred produced a thick, coarse strip of paper, charred at the edges. He handed it to Izuku, who hesitated before gently taking it. The texture was oddly familiar. It reminded him of the sandpaper his father had kept in the old desk where he worked, back when the house still felt like a home. He remembered the unfinished toy car, the smell of cedar, the way his father used to mutter while he worked. This paper smelled different, though burnt copper and dried blood, laced with a sulfuric heat. Izuku blinked. Fire paper. He'd read about it in one of the hunter texts. A rare and powerful tool. When applied, it would temporarily wreathe a weapon in flame, especially effective against beasts. Alfred clapped his hands once. "There must be oodles for us to share, my young friend. Since you're new to Yharnam, allow me to offer what little knowledge I possess. The Healing Church, Bergenworth, and of course, the vile bloods." Izuku nodded. What do you know about the Healing Church?" "As you know, or perhaps don't, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing," Alfred said, folding his arms behind his back and beginning to pace slowly. "They claim to channel the divine through blood, healing the sick and wounded. Their influence reaches far, from the Grand Cathedral to the furthest corners of Yharnam. But," he paused, tilting his head slightly, "I must confess I am but a simple hunter. I know only the surface of their workings." He glanced up toward the looming shadow of the cathedral ward. "Still, I've heard whispers that their counselors dwell in the highest strata of the cathedral. They oversee the rituals, guard the sacred blood, and administer to those deemed worthy. If you seek to learn more, perhaps you should start there." Izuku took in every word, his mind cataloging and connecting information instinctively. The Healing Church held far more power than he expected. They weren't just a medical authority, they were the high priests of a blood-soaked religion. "Thank you," he murmured. "Bergenworth? I think I've read the name before. Is that how you say it?" Alfred's smile faded into something more solemn. "Indeed. Bergenworth. The cradle of insight. The birthplace of blood healing." He looked out at the sky as if searching for something unseen. "Once, a group of brilliant minds gathered there. Scholars who peered deep into the old tombs beneath Yharnam. And what they found? Well, it changed everything. A holy medium. A revelation. That discovery birthed the Healing Church. Everything sacred in this city, all of it stems from Byrgenworth. Izuku leaned in slightly. But what happened to it? Ah, that's the tragedy. Alfred's eyes darkened. Today, the college lies in ruin. Lost in a forest thick with madness and secrets. The Healing Church forbids passage. They fear what lies within. Only those with the password may enter, and that knowledge is scarce. The weight in Alfred's voice was undeniable. Whatever Byrgenworth had found, it hadn't just been sacred. It had been dangerous. You also mentioned vile bloods. Izuku asked, though part of him already feared the answer. Indeed, Alfred said, his tone tightening. Me to pass down a bit of wisdom from Master Logarius. He stepped closer, voice lowering. Once, a scholar betrayed his kin at Byrgenworth. He brought forbidden blood, impure blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. There, it corrupted everything. The first of the vile bloods rose from that tainted chalice. Abominations. Their presence threatens the purity of all blood healing. Twisted, inhuman, beyond salvation. Izuku's stomach twisted. Their queen still lives, Alfred continued, voice trembling with conviction. Sealed away in that frozen crypt. And so I search for a path to Canehurst. To finish what my master began. To free him, and ensure the vile bloods are cleansed from this world. There was a stillness after he spoke. The silence of a man who had said these words many times before. And yet, still believed every syllable. Izuku didn't know what to say. But something told him this would not be the last time he heard the name Canehurst. Or the vile bloods. Or Byrgenworth. He left Alfred quickly, heading down the endless stairs, running past a lycanthrope that couldn't fit through the door that led further down. Deeper and deeper he headed, grabbing anything useful in the descending stairways, and as soon as he found the lantern raised by the messengers as they applauded his progress with soft gurgles and chirps, he headed back to the dream. Information gathering had always been one of Izuku's greatest strengths. Back in his old life, he'd filled notebook after notebook with pages of quirk analysis, 17 in total, though more than a few had been lost or destroyed along the way. It didn't matter. The habit was burned into his bones. Whether it was school essays or speculative theories about pro-heroes' abilities, he'd always had a knack for taking fragments of data and weaving them into understanding. Here in Yharnam, surrounded by death, madness, and secrets written in blood, that skill became a lifeline. Finding the components to craft fire paper was easier than expected. After all, he had access to the dream, an unlimited if cryptic archive of lost knowledge. And more importantly, he had time. Infinite, looping time. The first time he tested fire paper, it felt like watching magic become real. Flame burst across his weapon like a living thing, liking across the steel in vibrant orange arcs. But the strength of that flame varied wildly between samples. Most fire paper left behind by fallen hunters was brittle and hastily made, barely able to sear flesh before sputtering out. Not good enough. After cross-referencing the hunter's notebook with a series of older texts in the workshop, Izuku began compiling his own notes on fire paper composition. The basics were deceptively simple. A coarse sheet of paper, something like parchment or layered cloth with the ability to absorb blood, then chemically altered through heat, arcane exposure, and flame. Thankfully, the messengers had brought him an abundant supply of raw materials. Piles of old parchment and broken tomes, scraps of monster hides stretched thin, ash-washed cloth remnants scavenged from the dead. All of it could serve as base material. Step 1 was blood infusion. Each sheet had to be soaked in his own blood and boiled to evaporate excess moisture. The process stank. The coppery tang of blood, the bubbling stink of burning iron and flesh, turned the air acrid. But once the boiling finished, the paper shimmered faintly. Arcane residue, fused with his own essence, danced in fractal patterns across its surface. Step 2 required immense heat. Izuku cranked the workshop's forge to temperatures just below the point of combustion, nearly 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, using bellows and coal fed by messengers. He placed the blood-hardened sheets into a heavy steel container, where the intense heat would begin altering their molecular structure. During this phase, he peppered the surface with bloodied gunpowder and crushed coal, binding the volatile material to the fiber with faint murmurs from an old hunter prayer he found etched in the margins of one book. Step 3 was the most dangerous. The final alchemical soak. Once the paper cooled slightly, it had to be submerged in an open container of flammable fluid. Luckily, the broken lanterns left behind by the townsfolk provided an abundance of kerosene. Dipping the paper into that volatile mixture infused it with a final kick, embedding the fire-dealing properties deep within its fibers. The result was something entirely new. A sturdier, more resilient fire paper. The arcane resonance in his blood seemed to give it unusual longevity. Where other hunter samples flickered and faded, his burned with bright, wild intensity. Twice the heat. Twice the duration. He tested it on a corpse. The moment his blade ignited and bit into the hardened hide, the flesh seared open like paper. The wound cauterized instantly, sending thick smoke into the air as the stench of cooked sinew made him gee. But it worked. In Yharnam, a moment's advantage was worth everything. And fire, Izuku had decided, might just be one of his sharpest weapons yet. With a grin, he packed a few slips of the fire paper into his bag. Giving each of the messengers soft pats on the head, he headed back to Yharnam. He felt a surge of both excitement and apprehension at the idea of exploring Old Yharnam. Old Yharnam stank. It was Izuku's first observation as soon as he pushed the large door open. It reeked of charred earth, scorched hair, and the greasy, acrid smoke of burnt flesh. The air clung to Izuku's skin like a film, thick and heavy, coating his tongue with the taste of ash. The streets were lined with burning corpses, some twitching as if they had only just died, others long reduced to husks of carbon and bone. The sight made his stomach churn, bile creeping up his throat. He had to turn his head away, focusing on the heat radiating from the walls instead of the horror all around him. Every step he took through the scorched ruins of Old Yharnam echoed off broken stone and bone-littered cobblestones. Fires flickered from collapsed arches, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts across the walls. The silhouettes of beasts writhed just beyond the edge of his lantern light, snarling in the darkness, waiting for him to let down his guard. Then, a voice rang out across the city. Distant, distorted, amplified by some device or sorcery and laced with fury. "You there, hunter. Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once." Izuku froze. His eyes darted across the ruined rooftops and ledges, searching for the speaker. He had seen the sign. A tattered board with hasty scrawling, planted at the edge of the district. But beasts were beasts. He had already resigned to hating himself. Even after all this was over, he knew he would be unable to forgive himself for all the death inflicted. So he ignored the plea on the paper. Old Yharnam, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back. There was a pause, heavy and foreboding, like a blade about to fall. Or the hunter will face the hunt. Izuku exhaled slowly. Sweat traced a cold line down his spine beneath his coat. Was this hunter delusional? Did he really believe the beasts could be left alone? Could he not see what they had done? They slaughtered the innocent. They fed on corpses. He'd seen families butchered, people turned inside out by claws and teeth. And someone wanted to protect them? He couldn't allow that. The beasts came quickly, drawn by his scent, his footsteps, the crackle of blood still drying on his coat. They were more frenzied here, crazed, hunched things that ran on wobbly legs, their limbs too long, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. One lunged from behind a pillar of smoke. Izuku's whip coiled in a blur of steel and fire, cutting it midair. Blood splattered the walls. "You are a skilled hunter," the voice growled again. "Adept, merciless, half-cut with blood. As the best hunters are, which is why I must stop you." Then came the roar of gunfire. Deafening, heavy-caliber rounds exploded against the stone around him. Shards of rock and debris flew in every direction. The sniper's perch was somewhere high above, across the rooftops, impossible to see clearly through the haze of smoke and fire. Izuku sprinted for cover, diving behind a ruined statue. The fusillade tore through the air, cracking against stone, shaking the very ground beneath his boots. He could feel the percussion in his teeth. He didn't dare peek his head out. The statue above him disintegrated, shattered by a blast. He crawled low, slipping between cover as he edged forward, eyes darting for a way through. The gunfire relented just long enough. He dashed into the open, zigzagging, ducking under a collapsed beam. The moment he emerged, a beast twice his height came barreling down at him from around a corner. Its maw was filled with jagged fangs, its fur matted with tar and blood and stuck to the cloth draped over its form. He didn't hesitate. Fire paper in hand, he struck the paper against his weapon, igniting the edges of his whip. The weapon roared with violent screaming flame. The creature leapt. Izuku rolled under it, came up, and lashed out in a wide arc. The whip sliced through its belly, igniting its entrails. It landed, howled in agony, then collapsed as fire consumed it. Breathing hard, Izuku pressed on, navigating a maze of crumbling buildings. One was filled with volatile powder kegs. He edged around them carefully, mindful of every spark. Beyond that, a dozen more beasts, clawing through ash and soot. He dispatched them, one by one, dancing through their strikes with increasing precision. Eventually, he reached an open plateau of cracked stone and smoldering ruin. Fires burned low along the path. A moment of peace. Then movement. A figure. Another hunter. But something was wrong. This one was untouched by the beasts. They snarled at him, but they didn't attack. They passed him by. Izuku's blood chilled. This wasn't a man. It wasn't a beast. It was something between. They clashed. Izuku fought savagely, but the other hunter was strong, skilled, experienced. He carried a saw weapon, striking fast, his pistol always ready. Izuku took a bullet to the shoulder, a slash to the thigh. Then more beasts began circling them both. The sniper's fire hadn't ceased. Gunfire cracked again, ricocheting too close. Beasts shrieked in the distance. Massive crows went for his legs, their bloated bodies keeping them from flight like all the rest. Izuku was bleeding, broken, back pressed to the edge of a cliff. The fall between buildings would have been deterred by the fence, the now broken fence. Turned. And jumped. The fall only took seconds. Then everything went black. Izuku woke up in agony. He wasn't back in the dream. He was still in Old Yarnum. The pit was narrow and black, the stone slick with mold and rot. His legs wouldn't move. He felt the cold numbness of shock creeping up his spine. A blood vial. His trembling hand jammed it into his thigh. The liquid surged through him like fire, and with it came pain, so much pain. He screamed as his spine twisted and snapped back into alignment, as torn nerves flared back to life. He breathed, shuddering, but he was alive. He hauled himself upright, limping along the curved wall of the pit until he found a rusted door. He pushed it open. The stench hit him like a hammer. Beast. He lit a match. His lantern flared to life, golden light casting shadows across a vast subterranean hall. Movement. Beasts. They emerged from the dark 10, maybe more. He couldn't tell. They rushed him all at once, snarling. He raised his cane and met them with fire. The first lost its head. The second had its arm ripped off. Izuku moved like a ghost, pain forgotten in the haze of bloodlust. Every swing of his blade was desperation, every breath another second earned. His vision blurred with sweat and smoke. A rib snapped. A claw tore through his coat. Another vial. More blood. More fire. His boots slipped on viscera. The room echoed with growls and screams. He stabbed and swung and twisted until nothing moved. Only the dripping of blood from the ceiling remained. By the time he staggered through the final corridor, every inch of him ached. His coat was torn. His gloves hung in tatters. He found a weapon on a corpse, long, barbed, like a spear designed to impale gods. He strapped it to his back and stumbled through a window cracked wide open. And there he was. Back on the plateau. Where the fire still burned. Where corpses still smoldered. The blood had stitched his flesh. But nerves? Nerves didn't heal so easily. Some pain lingered. Some wounds didn't fade. And Izuku was okay with that. Because it was something normal in this hell. He would push on and the pain would linger, just like it always had. Like it always did. Pain was his constant companion, even in his old life. As the hunter, the crows, the beasts charged at Izuku. He let his mind wander as his body went on autopilot. He didn't need his mind to distract him, not while the most it would do was make him retch and cry for his actions. He remembered a day long past, and let the memories subsume his mind like oil. The daylight burned into his retinas as he stared at the slowly darkening sky. The warmth of the afternoon sun contrasted cruelly with the icy silence inside him. The light didn't register. Not really. It was like it passed through him, indifferent to the pain rotting beneath the surface. He lay on his back in the damp grass, his school uniform soaked through from the morning rain. The dirt beneath him was cold. But that wasn't why he was shivering. Kacchan had been especially vicious that day. The insults weren't new. They never were. But today they felt like knives, sharp and aimed to kill. Words like bullets that lodged deep in his ribs, cracking something he didn't even know could break anymore. And when the words ended, the fists began. The heat of explosions close, too close, left ringing in his ears and bruises across his arms. And no one said anything. No teacher stepped in. No classmates cried foul. The silence was worse than the blows. It meant this was normal. It meant this was okay. He had tried everything to make it stop. He stopped writing in his notebooks, hoping that would be enough to satisfy Kacchan's hatred. He silenced his muttering, bit his tongue so hard it bled just to stop the stream of thoughts that made him a target. He sat quietly, took every punch and shove and cruel word, hoping they'd run out of steam. Or maybe they'd finally finish what they started and put him out of his misery. He didn't cry anymore. He couldn't. He just lay there, watching clouds drift across the sky like they belonged to another world. He used to dream about being a hero. Now he dreamed about disappearing. And in that moment, long before the blood and beasts, he had felt the same hollow cold that now gnawed at his ribs in Yharnam. It had already become familiar. It wasn't pain anymore. It was just numbness and emptiness so profound that even fear and grief couldn't find room. That moment beneath the clouds, staring at the uncaring blue, he remembered the silence more than the violence. That quiet begged a question louder than Kacchan ever could. Why are you still here? And Izuku still didn't know the answer. As memories faded, blood, sticky and hot, slicked the rungs of the ladder he was climbing. Vaguely he recalled choking the hunter of their life, fingers digging into skin and muscle. That didn't matter now. He was currently some odd 70 feet in the air if he could guess. Hanging onto a ladder on the side of the massive clock tower in the center of Old Yharnam. The height of the clock tower wasn't what unnerved him. It was the presence atop it, a man, a hunter, who had clearly lost all traces of sanity. Not in the frothing mouth, rabid beast way. This one had a purpose. A goal. A hatred as cold and precise as a rifle's scope. Izuku had tried to speak to him at first. It's why he still hung to the ladder instead of climbing the final stretch. Just once. Just to try. But this man had greeted his words with ridicule. Spat venom disguised as wit. His eyes, when Izuku caught sight of them, were hollow. Not mad with rage but with resolve. And so began the now countless deaths. A part of him was glad that he had easily lost himself in memory, even if just for a moment. Because while Izuku was no stranger to dying anymore, this was different. He had been shot off the ladder more times than he could count. Cut down. Blasted apart. Crushed by his own momentum from a bad dodge roll. Even once, impaled on the sharp roof of one of the surrounding buildings. It was exhausting, but he learned. Even while his mind was far away in memory. Every death, every failure, taught him something. The angle of the gun. The rhythm of the shots. The pauses between reloads. The blind spots. There was a method to the madness, and Izuku was done playing fair. He started modifying his approach, building momentum with quickening at just the right moment. He baited the hunter into wasting ammunition, listening for the distinctive click of the man running out of bullets. It became a chess game played with blood and velocity, each attempt carving away at the hunter's advantage. The man had said nothing else. Just kept firing. Kept fighting as he ran out of bullets, throwing Molotovs and using the odd weapon to stab and launch Izuku off the roof. He didn't even hate the man anymore. He pitied him. When he climbed the ladder one final time, each rung vibrating with the tension coiled in his spine, he was ready. His heart was steady, his grip firm. He reached the top, back flat to the wall, gun already drawn. The moment his eyes caught movement, he fired. Twice. 3 times. The hunter didn't even scream. He simply fell. There was a long pause, the wind catching in the eaves of the tower as if holding its breath. Then a distant, bone-jarring crack echoed from far below, the unmistakable sound of a body breaking on the bridge. Izuku holstered his weapon. No cheers. No smiles. He simply stared into the distance for a long time. He wondered who the man had been before the madness. Who he had tried to protect. What the dream had cost him. Only silence answered. The heavy stench of blood hung like a wet fog over central Yharnam's cemetery. It clung to the air with the thickness of oil and the sting of rust. Each breath Izuku took grinding like sandpaper through his throat. The scent didn't just linger, it saturated everything, soaked into the fabric of the gravestones, and pressed against his skin like the humidity of a summer storm. The residents, before they'd all gone mad or dead, had once spoken of the Tomb of Eden with quiet reverence. It was one of the few places in central Yharnam where the earth remained untouched, soft, malleable, and yielding beneath one's feet. When the hunts had first begun, most of the city had been paved over with stone and brick, a grim practicality meant to simplify the post-hunt cleanup. Blood was easier to rinse off cobblestone than sponge out of soil. But the cemetery? The cemetery had been left alone. It had been sacred, once. Now it was just convenient. Izuku wasn't entirely sure when the idea had taken root. Maybe it was sometime between the endless circuits through central Yharnam and the mounting frustration of not finding enough bloodstones. He had read somewhere in the tattered notes scattered across the dream and Yharnam that bloodstones formed from a coagulated element within beast blood, a component that, under pressure and time, crystallized. So a thought crept into the back of his head like a whisper carried on the dream's wind. What if more blood meant more stones? He decided to test the theory. It took nearly 2 hours of digging to form a pit wide and deep enough to contain what he needed. The soft earth offered no resistance, but that only made it more unnerving. The way the shovel sliced through the dirt was too clean, too easy, like the ground wanted to be torn open. Once the pit was ready, the slaughter began. He moved like a shadow with weight, gliding through the fog-choked streets of central Yharnam. The beasts were everywhere, still, and they came to him with fangs bared and claws raised. Izuku's newest weapon, the Quirkless, was less a weapon and more an extension of a butcher's will. A slab of unforgiving stone sheathed around a sword, its design favored blunt trauma over finesse. And it was perfect. It didn't just kill. It destroyed. Skulls were reduced to paste. Limbs shattered. Ribs cracked like dry wood. He didn't bother being clean about it anymore. He wasn't the boy who hesitated at the sound of screaming voices. He wasn't trying to be a hero. He was a collector of corpses. Everybody was dragged back to the pit. Some he carried. Others he hauled by the ankle, letting them thud and smear trails of blood behind him. It was methodical. Surgical. Ritualistic. 5 hours passed in a haze of red. When the pit was full, bloated with ruined flesh, broken bones, and thick pools of blood, Izuku climbed down with a rake in hand. He stirred the mixture like a gardener tending mulch. He pressed, twisted, shoveled, and mixed. The rake was a salvage tool, pulled from one of the mob's makeshift barricades, its wooden handle sticky with old blood. But it did the job. He stood at the edge when he was done, staring into the stew of red and black. The steam curled around his face. The grave markers watched silently. He laughed. It began as a dry chuckle, one born more from disbelief than amusement. But it quickly escalated. The chuckle twisted into a bubbling giggle, manic and sharp, until it became a crescendo of laughter so wild it barely sounded human. Then came the sobbing. His whole body shook with it, trembling like a boy drowning under waves. But the tears that fell weren't mournful. They were confused. And the worst part was the truth. He didn't feel remorse. Not for the defiled graves. Not for turning sacred ground into a charnel pit. Not even for the hunt itself. In that moment, what he felt was nothing. He would sit by the pit for hours or days, He wasn't sure watching as the blood cooled. When it had congealed into a thick, dark paste, the surface shimmering faintly under the moonlight, and nestled within the coagulated soup were the bloodstones. They glimmered like broken stars. Some were small, barely the size of his fingernail. Others were larger, clustered together like hardened tumors. He knelt at the edge, rake in hand, and began to sift through the pool. He was careful, gentle, like an archaeologist brushing away dust from fragile bones. The haul was decent, better than he'd hoped. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. And he knew with a bone-deep certainty that he would do it again. That he had to do it again. Because this wasn't just about bloodstones anymore. It wasn't just about upgrading weapons or crafting better armor. It was about control. It was about proving that he was the one deciding how far he would go. And next time, he wouldn't laugh. Next time, he wouldn't break. Even when he returned to the dream, surrounded by warm winds and the serene faces of Gehrman and the doll, it followed him. That itch. That invisible grime that clung to his hands like dried gore. His fingers twitched. His palms burned. He scratched and scratched until he drew blood, but even that wasn't enough. He could still feel it under his skin. And he knew, deep down, the only thing that would ease it was more hunting. Later he would find himself on top of the clock tower in Old Yarnum, staring at the Gatling gun? It wasn't quite advanced enough to be called a minigun, not like the ones from Earth with rotating barrels and feed systems. But it was still far more refined than anything he expected from this decaying world. Somehow, it was both archaic and sophisticated, like someone had reverse-engineered a weapon centuries ahead of its time using only fire, powder, and brute force. Too large to wield. Too heavy to move. But it was a marvel, which made it perfect for Izuku's next project. He couldn't use it, but he could study it. With a jar of paint, a set of worn tools, and the help of some very enthusiastic messengers, Izuku began the process of deconstructing the weapon. He catalogued each part meticulously, numbering every bolt, every gear, every etched plate of steel. He made sketches, diagrams, breakdowns of its internal workings and external housing. He noted the feed mechanism that chambered round after round. It took hours. Maybe longer. The stilled world distorted time too much for him to be sure anymore. But eventually, the 1,000-part machine was reduced to an organized chaos of labeled pieces, each one passed off to the messengers to store safely within the dream. When he finally stood up from the disassembled heap, his head was pounding. The unnecessary design redundancies alone were enough to give him a migraine. Whoever built the DMN thing had never heard of simplicity. But despite the headache, he felt proud. Izuku had always been a meticulous learner. Every test, every hero fact, every notebook he'd filled had been born from that obsession to understand. Even when his teachers had dismissed him, even when Bakugo had mocked him, Izuku kept studying. So when it came to learning weaponsmithing and gunsmithing, he dove in with everything he had. Gehrman helped with the forge, lending cryptic advice between sips of tea and muttered stories of ancient hunts. The doll, ever gentle, aided him in tailoring his new armored garb. Between them, Izuku forged himself into something new. Something that looked nothing like the boy who'd first arrived in this world. His new hunter's garb wasn't the plain, worn black that most generic hunters favored. No, his was a rich, deep brown leather trimmed with faded green accents, the colors inspired by the forests back home. It felt like armor and a reminder of who he used to be. Beneath it, chainmail forged from blood-tempered steel and bloodstone wrapped around him like a second skin. It was heavier than what he was used to, but it didn't slow him down. His strength had long since caught. In his right hand he carried his new sidearm, an oddly shaped hybrid of the original pistol, the Gatling gun's internals, and a repeater's fast-loading cylinder. It was jagged and boxy, but it fired faster, harder. It felt like progress. In his left hand, the threaded cane, his most trusted weapon, reborn. It was longer now, reinforced with bands of bloodstone and tempered steel. In whip form, its blades glinted like serrated rubies, refined and sharpened beyond their original design. He had soaked the entire length in his own blood during its forging, a ritual he didn't fully understand, but one that had worked. The moment he pulled the warm steel from its basin, it had glowed a faint red, thrumming with something deeper than magic. He hadn't just made better gear. He had made his. And now, with the tools he'd forged and the strength he'd earned, he felt ready. There was a beast that still roamed the depths of Old Yarnum, a terror that reeked of rot and madness. And Izuku was going to bring it down. As Izuku left for Old Yarnum, the doll wandered over to a grave and sat on her knees before it. Like she had done hundreds, thousands of times over. Multiple times per hunter, multiple times per hunt. O Flora, of the moon, of the dream. O little ones, O fleeting will of the ancients. Let the hunter be safe, let him find comfort. And let this dream his captor foretell a pleasant awakening. Be one day a fond, distant memory. It was a quiet prayer, spoken in hushed tones by her porcelain lips. The doll had lost count of how many times repeated these words. Her soft voice whispers against the silence of the dream. Yet they were not truly hers. The words belonged to another, said in begging to another, the one who watched, the one who had ascended, the patron of the hunters of old gods. Flora, the moon presence. She had heard the prayer endlessly. Each echo of it stirred some echo of herself, some fragment of the being she once was. Of all the rituals and mantras carried out within her ethereal domain, this simple, comforting benediction was the one that anchored her. It reminded her she existed, that she remembered, that she had not yet drifted entirely beyond thought. Long ago, before the weave of the world had tangled itself around her limbs and thoughts, Flora had made a promise. A vow whispered beneath a sky of stars not unlike those painted over the hunter's dream. She had sworn to protect the little ones. The small mortals who crawled the lands like insects, who stumbled into realms not meant for them. She had seen what the others, the great ones, had planned. Their blind curiosity. Their hunger for vessels. For children. So she intervened. She shielded them. She disrupted her kin's designs, whispered into dreams, planted confusion and doubt. But even gods cannot stay awake forever. In time, exhaustion claimed her, and she descended into a slumber deeper than stone. Her soul nestled in the lowest catacombs of the world. Her body, too alien and immense to be comprehended, was buried in the Themerian depths, entombed in layers of reality and memory. She might not have need of it anymore, but it was still a part of her. Like her sister of oath. She watched as the mortals evolved. As they learned to HRS the ichor of her fallen kin. As they drained the dead for power, drank divine blood with no understanding of its cost. Her fury was vast at first. The desecration enraged her. But it passed. Rage turned to curiosity. Then to fascination. And then to pity. They were clever. Desperate. Fragile. She watched them falter under the weight of their discoveries. Saw how their bodies twisted. How their minds unraveled. And yet they fought. Over and over again they fought. She extended her hand, metaphorically and literally. A moonlight blade here. A hint of wisdom there. Subtle gifts. Echoes of her favor. But none of it was enough. The beasts were too many. The plague too deep. Her little ones were dying again and again. She had begged the Formless One to relinquish the curses that bind them. To spare the mortals of their curiosity. The Formless One only chuckled and mocked her. She saw how it drank from each dead body, each corrupted soul. Each pitiable mortal to feed itself. It made her sick. Such a bloated, nebulous being had continued its greed millions of years after its ascent. After it had helped all the great ones ascended after it. So when the first hunter called out, not just with voice, not just with soul, but a shard of her own dead child, she answered. She built the dream. It was a mercy. A sanctuary. A cage. It was all these things. And in it she placed the doll. Around the doll she weaved a fragment of herself into the very soil of the dream. Then came Gehrman. Her first true hunter. Her own personal host of the dream. And then, in time, she selected more. Samuel. Jura. Eileen. Names scattered across memory like beads on a broken necklace. Some pure. Others tainted. All seeking purpose. All seeking blood. So many hunters had come and gone that she stopped putting their names on the gravestones she formed to mark each hunt. Each stone was proof her plan was working. Each stone was to mark the death of one of her vile kin. So many hunters and so many forgotten. But then came him, the little green. A boy burdened by failure, drenched in shame, cast aside by his own world, broken before his life had even begun. She took him before the death of his brain. Not out of mercy but out of resonance. He was raw, unshaped, a storm of longing and fury and heartbreak. She plucked him from the brink and placed him where he might become more, where he might heal. She left him with one of her oldest servants, a gentle soul with a craftsman's hands and a scholar's patience. And through Blood Minister Henry, through her own blood, she reshaped the little green. It hurt. It always did. They fought the change. Even he did. But he adapted. He endured. And then, he grew. Unlike the others, he did not merely inhabit the dream. He changed it. It bent to his will in small, almost imperceptible ways. The garden bloomed more often. The moonlight felt warmer. The silence became companionship. He soothed the doll's loneliness. He silenced Gehrman's nightmares. And for the first time, she felt something stir in the stillness of her long slumber. Every hunter had to be let go. It was the rule. She watched them all fade one by one. Some fell. Some turned on her as they must. But if she had to fall, let it be to him. Let it be to the boy who had begun to find peace in a garden made of forgotten dreams. She would keep her eyes open. Just a little longer. Just to see what kind of hunter the little green might become. To see if he would be the one to come for her life. She chuckled, vibrating the fabric of the dream with a steady rhythm. Or perhaps, she could use such a promising hunter, and still yet live. Izuku's boots sank into blood-soaked earth with each step. The sickly sweet stench burned itself into his skull as he approached the towering, time-worn cathedral looming before him. The air was heavy, clogged with dust, dried blood, and the scent of something foul and long dead. His stomach turned with each breath, but the bloodlust it could not even be called a blood high overrode the nausea, thumping behind his eyes like war drums. It was as if every footfall echoed with his heartbeat, reverberating across the cracked stone tiles, beneath the ribs of arching beams like the vertebrae of some ancient colossus. The bloodlust was stronger here. Every part of the cathedral seemed steeped in violence. Cracks in the stained glass windows bled faint light from the flames that still burned across the pillars in slashes of red and gold, like the sun itself had wept for what had happened here. The floor bore thick crusts of dried blood, caked on over years, maybe decades. Smears of something darker led between the pew's drag marks, claw marks. Rows of blackened pillars rose high into the cathedral's throat, casting long, gnarled shadows that twisted with each flicker of his lantern. At the far end, between two towering statues of half-melted saints, something stirred. It wasn't the slow, deliberate motion of something alive. No, it was twitchy, erratic, bones scraping against stone. It shifted like a puppet half-woken from a nightmare. It stood slouched, barely human in shape. A beast, or what remained of one. Bone jutted through its leathery flesh, which hung from its limbs in tattered strips. Shreds of sinew wriggled with every movement, as if unsure whether to hold the creature together or let it fall apart. The dried blood around it cracked and flaked as it shifted. Dust motes hung heavy in the air like the breath of a tomb. Izuku stepped forward, the red glow of his whip lighting the gloom like a serpent's tongue dipped in fire. When he'd soaked the blades in his blood, something had changed. The bloodstone-infused steel had drunk deeply. Now, blood didn't just spill, it resonated. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat. With every swing, the whip left behind a crescent arc of radiant red, a glowing arc of malice. Not just a weapon now. An extension of his intent. The beast's eyes clouded, soupy things fixed on him. It shrieked. The scream cracked through the cathedral like lightning splitting a tree. The stone trembled with the force of it, and Izuku moved. The beast leapt. Its claws came down in a blur, but Izuku was faster. Quickening carried him through the strike, his body slipping just beneath the razor-tipped bone. He slid to one knee, spun, and lashed the whip across its flank. Flesh parted like wet paper. The scream turned into a screeching howl, and the beast recoiled, thrashing in fury. It clawed and gnashed at the air, but Izuku was already circling. A gunshot rang out, hammering into its leg. The beast staggered. Izuku dashed in, whip already retracted and snapping again around its forearm. The blades sank in. One twist, one pull and the arm tore free in a shower of sinew and rot. It should have fallen. Instead it surged. The one-armed beast barreled into Izuku, slashing wildly. Its claws tore through the cloth of his coat and bit deep into his chainmail. Sparks burst across his chest, the impact enough to knock the wind out of him. He slammed backward into a cracked column, wheezing. But he didn't falter. Pain wasn't new. He gritted his teeth and jammed his cane into the beast's head. A metallic click. The weapon transformed in a blink, its bladed edge locking into place like a bear trap. He twisted hard, and the steel bloomed inside the beast's mouth. A wet crack echoed through the hall. The beast's head split open, tongue lolling out in a curtain of blood. Its body spasmed once, twice and dropped. Silence returned to the cathedral like a suffocating blanket. The echo of battle retreated into the eaves. The heavy stench of the beast's death layered over the existing rot until it was almost overwhelming. Izuku coughed and stumbled away, reaching into his pouch with shaking hands. An antidote. He set the powdery pellet on his tongue and felt it dissolve into his saliva. Relief burned through his nerves, dulling the worst of the poison, but the bloodlust remained. His grip trembled around the whip's handle, fingers twitching for another target. The taste of victory was acid in his throat. It hadn't helped. It hadn't worked. His heart was still pounding. His vision blurred at the edges. His mind buzzed with the aftershocks of fury and frustration, because it had died too fast. All his preparation, all his suffering and pain and crafting and planning, and it ended in seconds. There had been no final roar, no last stand, no desperate struggle for survival. Just a body. Just silence. He stood motionless, staring at the mutilated corpse of the beast he'd just slain. Its flesh still steamed in the cathedral's damp air. His own bloodied hands flexed at his sides, the whip dripping crimson and bone. The monster's death had left him empty, not triumphant. He was still burning inside, angry, bitter, unsatisfied. He realized it wasn't enough. That thought haunted him more than anything else. He exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. He needed to calm down. For a moment, he let the world fade from around him. And in its place, an old memory came. The ripping of an envelope filled the quiet apartment. The apartment that always felt too cold, too still. Izuku sat hunched at the kitchen table, his hands trembling as he pulled apart the stiff paper with meticulous care. His breath caught in his throat as he unfolded the letter, eyes scanning the words with desperate hope. It was from one of the high schools he'd applied to. Early, way too early, a full year ahead of schedule actually. But Izuku had taken the initiative, pushed himself beyond his grade level, studied for months on end, just to get the hell out of Aldra Junior High. Just to breathe. Just to run from the nightmare. But the hope in his chest cracked, split, and splintered as his eyes took in the first of many betrayals. "We are sorry to inform you, Mr. Midoriya, but our distinguished school does not accept people who are not up to our standards. While you did apply early and with impressive grades, we do not accept the quirkless. As an institution, we reserve the right to turn away anyone we please. Once again, Mr. Midoriya, we apologize, but you cannot attend our school." He didn't scream. Instead, his fingers crushed the letter with shaking frustration. He ripped it apart in silence, his heart a dull throb in his chest. The sting of tears pooled behind his eyes, but he wiped them away with the back of his hand, swallowing the lump in his throat. Then he moved on to the next. "We regret to inform you. While your academic credentials are excellent, we cannot accept a quirkless. Denied. We are unable to admit students who lack potential for long-term employment in hero-based sectors. We reached out to your father and he agreed." Paper after paper, letter after letter. 41 schools. 41 rejections. 10 of them were hero schools that hadn't even bothered to read his application. 20 of them claimed they were prestigious institutions and refused to tarnish their reputation with someone like him. 11 were desperate last-chance schools, places with bad reputations or low funding, and even they didn't want him. Izuku had never felt so small. So expendable. So worthless. He sat there for hours, surrounded by torn envelopes and cold silence. Even his mother's glances from across the room as she ate her dinner couldn't reach him. Her eyes full of knowing that this would happen burned his heart. There was no comfort in her silence, as usual. No warmth or love as she walked past him, that same look she always gave him when he failed. Her eyes said everything. Pity. But there was one last letter. One final envelope sealed with a symbol in red wax, the emblem of UA High. His fingers trembled as he broke the seal. He unfolded the letter slowly, as if any sudden movement might shatter the fragile hope still hiding in his chest. His final hope. He remembered the words she said when she handed him the out-of-placement test papers. "Just do your best, kiddo. I'll get these delivered as soon as I can." He didn't believe her then. He hoped she hadn't given up on him and betrayed him. Dear Izuku Midoriya, we at UA are proud to be an inclusive institution. While we cannot enroll you this year due to standard age restrictions, we want to extend a formal pre-acceptance to our general education course for the next academic year. Your application, especially your exceptional results on our out-of-level placement test, has drawn the attention of our faculty. We are aware you've applied to 41 other schools. We've also been made aware of the unjust treatment you've faced. Know this, UA will hold a chair open for you, Mr. Midoriya. If, after your arrival, you wish to apply for the business, support, or heroics programs, we welcome you to take the necessary entrance tests at your convenience. Sincerely, Principal Nedzu, UA High School. Izuku didn't cry. But something unknotted in his chest. Just a little. The world outside the apartment was still cruel, still loud. But that night, as he sat under the dim light of the living room lamp, the cold of the Midoriya household felt just a little bit warmer. He kept that letter, pressed it flat, sealed it in a plastic folder, filed it between the pages of his oldest quirk notebook like a secret message from a future that might still come true. Not a promise. Not quite. But a hope. And for Izuku Midoriya, that was everything. Even when All Might had broken his hope, nearly a full year later, he knew he wouldn't take the jump. He knew he would push past it, eventually. He had plans for later the next day, the same day but he had someone to finally show the letter to. He knew she would be ecstatic, then spot the date on the letter and yell at him for not showing her sooner. He had a promise to keep to the heroine who gave him the out-of-placement test, a promise to give the Gen Ed course a shot. He had 3 years of high school to prepare. Not to mention college, the UA University courses were what really mattered in hero work anyway. The echoes of that letter, the memories, the single shred of hope from UA things he had forgotten, still rang in Izuku's heart as he sat against the cold stone wall of the cathedral. That tiny ember, a memory from another world, helped push back the numbness that came with the blood. With a breath, he pushed the image of the letter, of Principal Nedzu's words, out of his mind. This wasn't the time for sentiment. This was Yarnum. And Yarnum didn't care. But it had once, in a different life. That quiet warmth from another world faded from Izuku's mind as he blinked himself back to reality. The cathedral loomed before him, quiet as a corpse. The memory of wax seals and kind words was crushed beneath the weight of steel, blood, and stone. He left and returned to Eden Chapel, stronger, more prepared for cathedral ward than ever before. He had been very confused when upon his arrival, the door that had been locked in the chapel mysteriously opened while he was gone, not that he was complaining. Even with the dream at his back, even with all the old tomes and guides, the path forward had been maddeningly obscure. So when the locked passage shifted without warning, it felt less like a blessing and more like the dream itself nudging him along. Still, he didn't hesitate to ascend the elevator it concealed, clinging to a faint hope that maybe, just maybe, this time he was heading the right way. That hope lasted all of 3 seconds right until his chest was abruptly torn open by a volley of quicksilver bullets. Seriously, who the hell thought to mount Gatling guns on wheelchairs? Gritting his teeth and riding the elevator up again, Izuku prepared himself for retaliation. The moment the elevator stopped, he darted around the corner like a shadow on fire, zeroing in on the wheelchair-bound gentleman who had unleashed hell upon him. The old man, despite his grotesque weaponry, could not turn fast enough to stop the razor edge of Izuku's cane. A swift slash, and the menace was silenced. Beyond the now-deceased gunman lay a large iron-banded chest. Inside, Izuku discovered an odd stone slab etched with cryptic symbols that glowed faintly in the lantern light. It pulsed with some quiet energy, the kind of thing that might be important later. Deciding not to question its purpose just yet, he handed the slab to one of the nearby messengers, who accepted it with a cheerful chirp. Before vanishing into the floor. Pushing on, he found himself standing at the threshold of a windswept bridge that arched out toward a towering spire. The bridge's cracked railings barely clung to the edges, and the streets far below were shrouded in shadow and ash. As he stepped forward, the quiet exploded into chaos. Bullets screamed past his head, and he barely dove back in time to avoid becoming a smear across the stone. He took a moment to focus, breathing deep and drawing upon his training. Quickening surged through his veins like cold lightning, and with a single burst of motion, Izuku launched across the bridge. The bullets phased harmlessly through him, and in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched the lone defender at the opposite side. But there was no time to breathe. Stepping cautiously into the first floor of the tower, he was immediately met with a vicious cry and the stabbing pain of a scimitar being driven into his left shoulder. The assailant's shriek alerted a swarm of others, two wielding butcher knives, two with axes and torches, one with a musket, and another clutching a laughably useless wooden shield. And then there was the scimitar wielder, still embedded in Izuku's flesh. Reacting on instinct, Izuku spun, his cane elongating with a metallic click into its whip form. He cleaved through the charging axe man and butcher in one sweeping arc, while a shot from his pistol exploded the rifleman's skull. The scimitar in his shoulder was yanked free, the white-hot pain causing his muscles to lock up for a second before he dove to the right, barely avoiding another strike. A second shot from his pistol eliminated the swordsman. An axeman lunged with a burning torch, but Izuku's whip coiled around his midsection, slicing him apart before he could land a blow. The shield-bearer barreled into him with surprising speed, knocking the breath from his lungs just as Izuku fired a final shot into the last butcher. Reeling, he transformed his weapon once more and drove the hardened cane into the shield man's head with a meaty thud. Breathing heavily, blood dripping from his shoulder, Izuku jammed a blood vial into his thigh. Warmth and energy flooded through his limbs, dulling the pain and mending torn muscles. With the room finally quiet, he began picking through the carnage. A chest tucked into a shadowed alcove yielded a rare bloodstone, and scattered across the floor were bullets, blood vials, and half-functional weapons. All of it went to the messengers, who materialized with eager chirps and dragged the loot away into whatever pocket dimension they came from. Izuku offered a tired nod in thanks. The ascent continued. He crept up the stone stairwell, his body taut with caution. At the next landing, he spotted another wheelchair-bound gunner and a scimitar-wielding mobster crouched beside him. Lowering himself into a crouch, Izuku ghosted along the railing. With one clean motion, he transformed his cane and swung, the whip singing through the air as it took both their lives in a crimson blur. Blood coiled into the weapon like it was hungry. Just as he finished the kill, a guttural grunt echoed behind him. He turned just in time to see a massive hunchback swinging a cinder block like a club. It connected with a sickening crash, hurling Izuku across the room. His chainmail screamed in protest, metal cracking, shards biting deep into his ribs. He rolled as he landed, wheezing as he forced another vial into his thigh. The quick relief from the burning pain nearly robbed Izuku of his chance. As the enormous hunchback thundered forward in a brutal charge, Izuku's instincts took over. A single gunshot rang out, his bullet slamming into the giant's shoulder with enough force to send the man stumbling sideways into a stone wall. The crack of impact echoed across the chamber. Wasting no time, Izuku darted behind the hulking figure, his breath ragged, and launched himself into the air. With both hands gripping the handle of his weapon, he brought it down hard into the exposed muscle of the hunchback's back. A metallic click echoed sharply. With a practiced pull, his cane transformed mid-strike into a bladed whip, the jagged edge tearing through sinew and bone like wet parchment. Most of the man's shoulder came away with the weapon as blood splattered against the crumbling stone walls. Izuku barely allowed himself a heartbeat of rest before continuing. The doorway ahead led to a narrow walkway with no guardrails, offering a sheer drop to the fog-choked streets below. Ahead of him stood the two gunners who had nearly ended him earlier. With a focused surge, Izuku activated quickening, the sensation like his entire body shuddered between planes of reality. He dashed forward, faster than their eyes could track. The first fell without a sound, his throat neatly opened by a swipe of Izuku's cane. The second managed to pull the trigger. The gun roared. A white-hot pain exploded in Izuku's chest, but he didn't stop. With a pained grunt, he struck twice more, putting the other down. Staggering to the wall, Izuku collapsed against the rough stone. He could feel the bullet inside him, a burning weight nested in his lung. There was no exit wound. Each breath came with more difficulty, and a coppery taste filled his mouth as blood began trickling down his throat. He slid to the cold floor, hands trembling. If he used a blood vial now, it would heal the tissue around the bullet, possibly sealing it inside. He needed to get it out first. A familiar scratching sound signaled the arrival of the messengers. One of them, a tiny creature with large eye sockets, presented a small medical kit, chirping softly. Izuku's blood-slick fingers fumbled inside and retrieved the longest pair of tweezers he could find. He gritted his teeth and shoved the metal into the wound. Pain flared like wildfire as muscle spasmed around the intrusion. His vision blurred. Then there, metal on metal. He brushed the edge of the bullet. With a ragged yell, Izuku pulled. The projectile came free, wet and glinting red-black. One of the messengers immediately handed him a blood vial, and he jabbed it into his leg. Warmth spread through him, unnatural and tinged with the arcane. Bones cracked back into place, muscle knitted together, and the hole in his lung began to seal. His ribs popped audibly as they reformed. But the process was exhausting. He collapsed again, spasming as he coughed up blood and fragments of dead tissue. The messengers gathered around him, watching silently. Some brought him tablets of minerals to aid healing. Others returned with hunks of dried meat, strips of fat, and even a half-loaf of bread wrapped in paper. They worked around him like caretakers, efficient, wordless, and watchful. He remained there for what felt like nearly an hour, allowing his battered body time to recover. The nourishment helped. His strength returned in slow, stuttering waves. When he could finally stand, he did so with the help of the messengers, one of whom clung stubbornly to the hem of his coat. With his chest still sore but manageable, he began his ascent up the next ladder in the tower. Each rung sent tremors of fatigue through him, but he kept going. He had come too far to falter now. At the top, the chamber was cast in dim torchlight. Shadows pooled between the pillars of stone and wood. Ahead stood another figure in a wheelchair, but this one wore a bird-like plague doctor's mask and gripped a flame sprayer. To Izuku's left, partially obscured by the gloom, he caught the glint of steel scimitar. Another mob member, hiding. And down the corridor, just beyond the gloom, another flame wielder sat waiting. Izuku didn't hesitate. With a snap, his whip came alive, blood still clinging to its barbed edges. It flared in the darkness like a crimson banner. He spun, carving a brutal arc across the room. The scimitar wielder was cut clean in half. The first fire user's head tumbled to the floor in a spray of sparks and gore. Before the second could react, Izuku closed the distance, his boots scraping on old stone. At halfway, he whipped his weapon downward with all the force he could muster. The blades buried themselves in the man's mask and skull. The fire wielder's body jerked once, then slumped in his seat. Breathing hard, Izuku stood amidst the carnage, blood dripping from his whip and coat. He turned to examine the room. A chest sat quietly near one wall, and within it lay an ornately engraved sword crest, polished and gleaming despite the dust that coated everything else. Nearby, he collected one of the flame sprayers. He paused, letting himself exhale. One more room cleared, one more step forward in a nightmare with no end in sight. He gave the flame sprayer and sword crest to the waiting messengers, their tiny hands eager as they disappeared with their new treasures. He worked his way backwards through the tower from there. He found more books, dozens of them. The walls of the dusty upper floor were lined with old hunter weapons, rusted tools, and worn relics of battles long past. Alongside them, small piles of books rested in chaotic clusters, their pages yellowed and covers brittle. Some detailed the crafting of weapons or the careful use of bloodstones in combat, while others told the stories of hunters who had come before him, their victories and failures inked in careful script. And, as he discovered with some embarrassment, there were even a few naughtier books that Izuku quietly set aside, likely intended for Gehrman's private collection. Undeterred, the young hunter returned to the dream and sprawled across the floor of the ever-expanding workshop. The once modest building had grown again, as if in response to the knowledge brought into it. Tables had multiplied, creating workbenches for fletching, smithing, tailoring, and dozens of tools too specific to name. The walls pushed outward into the void, allowing room for even more bookshelves, storage cabinets, and equipment racks. The once dismal and narrow structure now felt like a bustling haven of knowledge and progress. Beyond the workshop, the dream itself reflected Izuku's presence. The desolate nothingness surrounding the floating island seemed to recede slightly, replaced with wisps of glowing mist and faint traces of land that hadn't been there before. The small patches of silver lilies and moonblooms looked fuller, healthier, meticulously tended by the doll and Gehrman, who now had access to gardening tools Izuku had crafted for them. The doll spent her quiet moments kneeling in the flower beds, humming softly while pruning with a pair of curved shears engraved with the hunter's rune. The graves that bordered the dream's edge markers for hunters long gone had changed as well. Where once they were nameless and crumbling, they now bore new inscriptions. 2 names, one normal, one always funky on the tongue, etched carefully into re-chiseled stone. Izuku had taken the time to restore them, finding a strange peace in honoring those who had fought before him. Even the sky of the dream seemed transformed. The once dim and listless moon that hung perpetually above now gleamed with a cold, silver brilliance. Its light poured more warmly into the dream, casting softer shadows and reflecting faintly off the petals of the flowers and the polished stones of the workshop floor. The dream was more alive than ever. Izuku's efforts to learn had grounded him. Whether it was metallurgy, tailoring, chemistry, or engineering, each discipline became an anchor for his thoughts. On days where the bloodlust threatened to consume him, or the memories of pain and loneliness resurfaced, he focused on the act of creating. It was something human. Something his enemies, twisted as they were, had lost. The once tiny, hidden bedroom at the rear of the workshop, originally barely large enough for a bed and shelf, had expanded into a warm, well-lit room. Izuku had helped Gehrman arrange bookshelves, hang tattered maps of the old hunts, and even organize a few of the smut books, which the old hunter was quick to hide whenever the doll entered. The ledge where the doll liked to sit had also changed. Once rough and jagged, Izuku had spent hours sanding it down, despite the doll gently explaining that her body didn't feel discomfort the way humans did. Still, he had insisted. "You deserve to be comfortable too," he had said with a sheepish smile. Oddly, new items began appearing in the dream. Sometimes Izuku would wake from a nap to find things he didn't remember retrieving: a half-finished essay on Hero Society, scorched pages from his old quirk notebooks, the ones Katsuki and his former classmates had destroyed. Once, he had even found a small photo, curled at the corners, showing the Midoriya family when he was just a toddler, smiling up from a blanket in his mother's arms. The presence of these items unnerved both Gehrman and the doll. They had lived in the dream for decades, perhaps centuries, and had never seen such a phenomenon. The changes weren't limited to artifacts. The hunter's rune on Izuku's forearm, once simple and sharp, had become more complex. Layered beneath the base symbol were threads of moon runes, old glyphs tied to protection, guidance, and insight. They shimmered faintly in the dream's silver light, shifting slightly when he slept. They didn't know if the changes were the work of Izuku himself, the manifestation of his desperate will, or the moon. The thought that the Great One watching from above had taken a liking to the boy was a comfort. The thought that it might be something else entirely was not. As Izuku continued his experiments, attempts to refine Molotovs, create bolt paper and other tools, Gehrman gardened and tended to the fields of flowers the best he could from his chair. Gehrman had always liked gardening. There was a calmness to it, a rhythm that soothed his old bones and his ever-restless mind. Ever since Izuku came to the dream, the place had shifted. Subtly at first, then more noticeably. It was as if the dream itself wanted to comfort them, like it was slowly being rewritten by the small green-haired hunter's presence. Small items from Izuku's past had begun to appear here, and their fragments of memory, little gifts of comfort, and now, it seemed, even Gehrman's own past had begun to take root. A new patch of soil had bloomed into existence just beyond the workshop, freshly tilled, already sprinkled with fertilizer and laid with neat rows of seeds. So he took advantage of it. It reminded him of home. Of a different kind of life, one long buried beneath blood, steel, and ash. It wasn't much. The garden plot was no more than a few yards across, but it was enough to spark something in him. A memory. A longing. The quiet ritual of digging, planting, watering. It was like farming on a smaller scale. And Gehrman, for all his decades away from that life, had once been a farm boy. As a child, he had hated his father's old rickety shack, which sat on the edge of sprawling wheat fields, constantly dwarfed by the slow-growing stone towers of Yharnam on the horizon. The city had fascinated him, filled with dreams of adventure, invention, and romance. He often wondered what kinds of lives people led there. What kinds of women lived in the city's upper districts. What kinds of jobs existed beyond the scythe and the plow. But those dreams were just that, dreams. The teasing drawl of his brother reached young Gehrman's ears as he stood staring out at the distant city, the late afternoon sun setting the wheat fields ablaze with gold. "Yo will neva get strong carry in those baby bundles, Germ. The swingin' of a scythe and the cuttin' of grain now, that's what makes a man. These scrawny arms'll neva win you a girl at this rate." Gehrman flushed, his cheeks burning hotter than the noonday sun as he nearly dropped the awkward stack of itchy wheat in his arms. "Peta, stop teasing your brother. We need this field cleared, for the moon rises. And, Gehrman, quit daydreamin' and move your feet." "Okay, Pa." Gehrman called back, already quickening his pace, but his eyes lingered for a moment longer on the towers in the distance. They teased him often about his height, his thin frame, his tendency to get lost in thought, but Gehrman learned early that being small had its advantages. Against beasts, agility often mattered more than brute strength. By the time he had reached his upper teens, life on the farm had changed. Their father had grown ill. The kind of sick where even the best of Yharnam's medicine couldn't offer much hope. So Gehrman stayed. He worked the fields just like his brothers. He even learned how to modify their old farming scythes, sharpening their edges and reinforcing the handles for better leverage. Those tools were their livelihood and their pride. Then one day the healing church came. A group of men in robes, promising salvation in a vial. They offered an experimental treatment for his father, and with few options left, the family accepted. The very next day, their father was up at dawn, cutting wheat like he had never been sick at all. He laughed. He hummed. He even let his boys sleep in. They thought it a miracle. The church returned with more offers, medicine in exchange for a small slice of their land. Just a little. What harm could it do? They agreed. Of course they did. At first, the blood was only used in emergencies. Gehrman's eldest brother shattered his arm in 3 places when a wagon collapsed on him. The blood healed it overnight. But soon, the threshold for what warranted a vial shrank. Broken bones became sprains. Sprains became fevers. Minor cuts. Bruises. Headaches. And before long, all of Gehrman's brothers had used the church's blood. All of them except him. The harvests had been bountiful the year the beasthood first showed its teeth. Golden wheat swayed high under the sun, and the Midwood farm was thriving more than it had in decades. Gehrman, only in his early 20s, felt pride with every bushel hauled and every scythe swung. Their sweat paid for new tools, fresh seed, and a flickering hope that maybe, just maybe, their family would claw itself into prosperity. But prosperity curdled quickly. It started small, almost laughably so, an odd patch of coarse black hair sprouting on the crown of their father's once proud bald head. The man had always joked about his lack of hair, so when it began to return, they assumed it was a blessing, a second youth, a kindness from the blood. But the gift was rotten. His cough worsened. His eyes grew sunken and red. On more than one occasion, Gehrman would wake in the dead of night to find his father standing motionless in the wheat fields, his face bathed in moonlight and expression hollow. Sometimes, when he spoke, he didn't remember their names. And then the blood moon came. That night had begun in joy. Gehrman and his brothers were celebrating their largest harvest in years, the barn filled to bursting, the grain stacked in neat, proud piles. Laughter carried through the fields. Wine was passed around. But beneath that sky, dyed red and wrong, something snapped. Gehrman saw it happen, the flicker in his father's eyes, the animal lurch forward, and the scream that tore through his younger brother's throat before it was ripped out entirely. Panic was a foreign thing in Gehrman's chest, but that night it made itself known. They pleaded. Oh, how they pleaded. That wasn't a beast, it was their father. Their pa, who'd stayed when Ma had fled, who'd toiled through the winters to keep their bellies full, who taught them about city merchants and wheat prices and the dignity of rural life. They begged him to stop, but the thing that wore his face only howled in return. His eldest brother leapt to intervene, to restrain, to reason. But the strength of a beast is a thing not understood until it is felt. He was torn apart before their eyes, a flash of red and the sound of rending meat. Gehrman didn't even register his own scream. He ran. His last two brothers, still shouting behind him, fell further and further away as Gehrman bolted to the toolshed. The old wood door slammed behind him, and his hands found the first weapon he had ever used. A scythe, thick and sharp, tempered for wheat but baptized that night in blood. The rest of that night? Hazy. Broken. He remembered the heat of something heavy crashing into him. The burn of claws across his arms. The sticky, cloying smell of gore clogging his nose. At some point he must have struck his father, his true father, or what remained. Whether he fell, or the beast did, he couldn't say. But when he next opened his eyes, the sky was pale and gray, and the fields were quiet. Men from the healing church stood around him. One handed him a paper. A contract. The first hunter's oath. He didn't know why he signed it. Maybe he thought the church could stop this from happening to anyone else. Maybe he thought it would give his family's deaths meaning. Maybe he was just numb. That parchment sealed his fate. Killing became his profession. His days were spent slaughtering what he once wept over. He made allies, some even friends. Taught others what he had learned. Watched them grow into legends and die as monsters. He learned the true cost of blood. He remembered Sigmund daring him to ride a dark beast once, as if laughing could banish the nightmares. He remembered the madness in their laughter, the way none of them slept soundly. And in time he met the moon. Not in prayer, but in person. He struck a deal that day, a desperate, fumbling agreement born from sorrow and exhaustion. A pact that promised a dream and hunters eternal. And now, centuries later, as the dream shifted under the feet of a boy who bore the weight of two worlds, Gehrman found himself in the garden once again, his old hands in new soil, hoping, foolishly, that something good could still grow from it.